Good evening, America. Welcome to the Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from Washington, D.C. in the WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. You know this Wired to Fish coffee is the official coffee of Just the News. It's my family's favorite coffee, my personal favorite coffee. You can go there right now, Wired2Fishcoffee.com, or point your camera to that QR code, and you'll get a fantastic 10% discount on all of their smooth blends, as well as their mugs, including the Just the News mugs. There's also autographed copies of my book there. Just go check it out. If you use the promo code JustNews at checkout, 10% off. It's a great deal. All right, first a little announcement about my wardrobe. No, I'm not trying to mimic my good friend Eric or others with my wardrobe. But for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be wearing this little special thing. I had a little mishap, so I apologize for not being in my suit and tie. But as soon as I get back into it, I promise you I will. But that doesn't mean we're not going to stop on the front lines of doing investigative reporting. We got another very important story that my colleague Stephen Richards and I broke this morning. New emails we got from Joe Biden's fake email account, the pseudonym email account, show that while he and President Obama were talking tough against Russia in 2014 after Russia invaded Ukraine the first time, behind the scenes it was a little bit different story. That's right. Joe Biden secretly worked with Germany to open a backdoor so that the Russians could keep selling and moving gas into Ukraine even after they invaded that country and were subject to all sorts of sanctions. Now, why is this so important, and why is it coming out now? Well, the answer why it's coming out now, for the last 10 years, we didn't know that these email exchanges were on Joe Biden's pseudonym email account. And we're going to show you a couple documents. If the studio will pick this up for me, let's show the unredacted version we got in our redacted version we got in our lawsuit. Right, that's the real law. That's the real one. We got that from James Comer and the House Oversight Committee. It explains in a second. I'm going to read it to you. But let's show the other version that we first got from the National Archives when we sued. A complete blank. Everything was taken out of it. Said they couldn't share it with us 10 years later. Well, we now know why, because it was embarrassing to Joe Biden and the Obama-Biden administration. Why do I say that? Because it turns out that when Joe Biden was negotiating this deal secretly on his private email account, his son's company, Burisma, you know them, we've been talking about them a lot for the last 5 years. Well, they just wanted this very thing to happen. They wanted Russian oil to come back into Ukraine because they, Burisma, didn't have enough gas to sell in Ukraine, and they would have been blamed for a major spike in gas prices across Ukraine. They didn't want the shame, so Hunter Biden and his partners were talking about getting the Russian oil flowing, and guess what happened? It did, with the help of Joe Biden. I'm going to read you the important passage. This is an email from Joe Biden's Deputy National Security Advisor to the Vice President on his private email account. This is government business being done in private email. Ukraine gas deal was just signed. The Germans earlier indicated to Tony that your call had come at a critical moment. Amos, with an assist here internally from your team, was critical to the end game. What they're talking about is the announcement that Germany would later make and take blame for. Germany got the blame for this, that Russia was going to move the gas into Ukraine. It turns out Joe Biden had a lot more to do about it. That's a familiar story, Amanda. We've heard a lot about it. Joe Biden saying one thing and doing another.
Indeed. And you might have a cast, but I had ringside seats, and you all should see the other guy. Just want to make sure we clarify that.
I fought a pothole and I lost. That's the real truth of it. Yeah.
Listen, I have extra accessories, black smudges on my outfit, because I fought the subway this morning, and it didn't work out very well. The doors closed on me, and I had to, I didn't think it was going to let me go. I had visions of me just like,
awful?
Yeah. And I don't think anybody in the city would have helped me. I don't know if they would have grabbed me and pulled me out.
No, they just watch and look and stare.
Look, I made it here alive, and so did you. So I guess praise God for that. All right. I'm going to start at the White House, my regular beat, because earlier today, President Trump met with El Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, and CNN asked Bukele to weigh in on the Supreme Court ruling that says the Trump administration needs to bring the deported Maryland migrant back to this country. Now, this is what he said, and it is making headlines around the world.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
It to smuggling a terrorist back into this country. Now, it's going to be interesting to see where all of this goes, because the Supreme Court did rule that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of this man. But Bukele says that he simply can't do that. And Attorney General Pam Bondi also spoke about the issue, saying the migrant was in the country illegally. Take a listen.
He was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
We're going to have more on this issue a little later in the show, but John, I can't wait to talk to our first guest about this issue you talked about.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Also, just a quick note on El Salvador this morning. It's 4 decades ago that Ronald Reagan fought to keep El Salvador out of communism's hands. And today, El Salvador is helping Donald Trump repair the damage of the Biden open borders. What a remarkable symmetry and long-running relationship between those two countries. Pretty remarkable. Yeah. All right, earlier today, we had a chance to talk to the Director of Research at the Government Accountability Institute, better known as our good friend and the great investigative reporter, Seamus Bruner, about the scoop we talked about. Have a listen. All right, folks, joining us right now, the Director of Research at the Government Accountability Institute and the best-selling author alongside of me on multiple books, one of them mine, Fallout. He helped co-write that with me, but he's also got that great book, Control Oligarchs. He's a great friend of the show, one of the greatest investigative journalists I've ever worked with, our friend, Seamus Bruner. Seamus, welcome back.
John, Amanda, it is great to see you. And on the point about Fallout, its sales must still be going. I bought personally the last hard copy yesterday. I ran out of my own supply, and now it's
time for
it's
a
gone.
reprint.
That's tragic. We're going to have to do something about that.
I'm feeling like it might be time to do Fallout 2 because it's still relevant today. I mean, think about what we're learning in these new documents today. Joe Biden is out there publicly saying we must punish Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. His son's already cashing in on the scenario by going to work for Burisma. And then we find out Joe Biden secretly is creating a backdoor so that Russia can send its gas into Ukraine because Burisma can't meet the demand and is worried they're going to get blamed for inflation. It seems like there's a lot of secrets still coming out from Fallout 10 years later.
Yeah, you're exactly right. These documents that you posted on Just the News, these are amazing. It shows that Joe Biden, we always wondered, I mean, what was Hunter getting paid for by Burisma? Was it just because of the that quid pro quo towards the end with the you're not getting the $1 billion unless you fire the prosecutor? Was it just to get Zlochevsky out of legal hot water? And no, this shows that it was actually to learn a lot of intelligence about what was going on in people like Joe Biden's minds. He's saying one thing publicly, and then behind the scenes, he's talking about things that might help Russia. So these are really shocking documents, and it's not the only example, but it is certainly the most egregious example of the Democrats cashing in on the Russia-Ukraine scenario.
Yeah. Speaking of Democrats cashing in, a few weeks ago, everybody had a lot of bad things to say about Signal, but I think Joe Biden's probably wishing he had used Signal at about this time because they called that a national security crisis. Wouldn't this be a national security issue too? Yeah,
I mean, it's really odd that Joe Biden had these pseudonyms and he was sending government discussion type stuff on these pseudonyms. He had the secret cell phone and, was talking offline in ways that could easily be hacked, bypassing the national security protocols. So, yeah, you're exactly right, Amanda. And of course, Hillary famously had the secret server. So it looks like these guys really do like to just talk in unsecure ways about very important matters.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. One of the great things that we were able to do together in Fallout was to track the 8-year history of the Obama-Biden administration on Russia because they came in saying, we're not going to be as hardline on Russia because I think we can win their hearts by bestowing them a lot of appeasement and gifts. And so they give away uranium and other things to them. And then, of course, they get crossways and Russia takes advantage of them and invades Ukraine. How much do you think Americans still don't know about this time? It seems like we're still blind to a lot of very important pieces of information when it comes to what the Obama administration, particularly Joe Biden and his family, were doing on the Russian front.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a whole lot we don't know. I mean, we've got the broad outlines. We've got maybe 50% of the puzzle made, but there's still a lot of pieces that need fitting in. And so, again, I applaud you for this story that you and Stephen did today. It's a great story, and look forward to hearing more. These documents need to come out. Donald Trump needs to keep declassifying and releasing this stuff.
Yeah, keep them coming. That's right.
Seamus, people love to talk about how Barack Obama didn't have a single scandal during this administration. I know this is Joe Biden as vice president, and I suppose there's a possibility that Barack Obama as president didn't know, but considering that there was a relationship being brokered by even a third country, Germany, wouldn't you think that Obama would have had to have been looped in on all of this and possibly known about the communications too?
Yeah, absolutely. They say scandal-free. The Obama presidency was a scandal spree, and it wasn't just Joe. It was Barack Obama. And I think one of the things that really, is waiting to come out, I've got a lot of research on it, haven't published it yet, is about the Obama book deal. The Obama book deal, $60 million from a German publisher. What was that all about? And we've got some evidence and some theories we'll release soon.
That's huge. That is huge. All right, another thing we've gotten a hold of in the last few days, also Russia related, are some of the newly declassified documents from the Russia collusion, i.e. Crossfire Hurricane investigation. One of the big headlines we had this week, and everyone's been talking about, the NSA director, by the way, someone that Donald Trump inherited from Barack Obama, told the FBI that the Washington Post story, a Pulitzer Prize winning story, that Donald Trump had pressured him to change the story on Russia collusion and Russia involvement in the 2016 election, was simply, in his words, wrong, not true, inaccurate. He went through debunking it line by line, and then also the FBI document reveals there was a contemporaneous record of this discussion that showed that nothing about the Washington Post claimed to happen actually happened in the discussion. Is it time for the Washington Post to renounce its Pulitzer Prize, to correct its Pulitzer Prize story? What do you think would come of this?
Yeah, I mean, totally should give it back, and it's just such a shame what's happened to the Pulitzer Committee. It used to mean something to win a Pulitzer, and ever since 2016, I've watched year after year they give Pulitzers to total disinformation. I remember the New York Times also got a Pulitzer for its Russia reporting, which was totally wrong. And so, you're going to hate that I say this, John, but you and Peter Schweitzer should have won Pulitzers for the reporting you did on Hillary Clinton and the Russia uranium and everything that you exposed first on the Spygate saga. It was incredible reporting, and people are finally starting to realize John Solomon was right.
Absolutely, on many fronts. Seamus, I know that government accountability, I mean, it's in the name of your institute, but transparency and disclosure is at the heart of everything that you stand for and seek. When it comes to what Trump can declassify this time around, it's his second term. He doesn't have to worry about making anybody mad so that he has to face re-election. As a journalist or as an investigator yourself, what do you want to see declassified? What's the top of the top for you?
Well, I was really excited when John sent me this story that he broke about the Robin Ware and all of the pseudonymous Biden email messages. Those are going to be great. Everything relating to the Biden-Ukraine, it'll be great to see what was going on with the Biden-China stuff. And, I hate to dredge up ancient history, but, and again, this Russiagate stuff, Hillary Clinton, she just needs to be fully exposed. I mean, John and we put out so much on the Russia Uranium One story. That really was a scandal for the pay to play. I'd love to see, I don't think they'll release CFIUS deliberations, but anything else relating to that, whether or not Hillary played any role, because she said she had no role, but it was her department and her foundation donors who stood to gain. So that's always been a white whale, is what exactly went on? How did they get this Russian uranium deal through? And then as far as the Spygate stuff, we know a lot about that, but there's more names involved. I know that, and they need to not only be declassified, but also have security clearances yanked.
Yeah, so important. Uranium One, we still believe there was a government agency that might have objected to that deal going through, which would debunk the entire narrative. We still don't have those documents. That'd be a good place for President Trump to start, I would guess. What do you think, Seamus?
Yeah, that's right. And there were a lot of other Russian scandals, too. The whole spy ring. I mean, you remember the spy ring? We talked about that. The whole Skolkovo deal. Joe Biden flew to Moscow and pimped this Silicon Valley of Moscow deal. Why were they giving so many favors to Russia, only to turn around and then, help with the overthrow of Ukraine and the installation of new leadership there? The whole Russia-Ukraine thing, I think we're just just the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yeah.
Seamus, before we let you go, when it comes to security clearances, I think most people think that this is something that is coveted and exclusive, and so few have it in Washington, which I think is frankly how it should be. But that's not the case. You have people in law firms staffed all across this city and even outside the Beltway who have these security clearances. President Trump yanking them seems like one by one. Good idea?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, it's not a select group. John, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's millions of people who have security clearance, or at least millions that have had them at one time, who are still around. It's a ton of contractors and not government employees. But then the government employees, you don't need to yank everybody's. There's people working on sensitive stuff that need those clearances. It's these political operatives and these people who go to CNN to get a TV deal, or MSNBC to get a TV deal, and somehow they still have their clearances, or they go work through the revolving door at the contractors, selling access to vital national security information. They need to have their, at a minimum, reviewed. I don't know about just flat out revoking everybody's, but it needs to be reviewed, and it needs to be a pretty regular thing to review these clearances.
Yeah, pretty amazing. You always give us a ton of wisdom and great reporting. Today, you might have given us a great hashtag there, Seamus, because I think hashtag WAPO, give it back, might be actually something that could start trending on Twitter tonight. We'll see whether that goes, or I should say X, excuse me. As always, my friend, you do great work at the Government Accountability Institute with our good friend Peter Schweitzer. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thanks, Amanda.
All right, that was so much fun. All right, coming up after the commercial break, President Trump and El Salvadoran President Bukele met today. They had a lot to discuss, and we'll break it all down next right after these messages. Hey folks, did you know that other seniors group, AARP, has promoted Drag Queen Story Hour events? Really, it's true. And it's just one example of their steady shift towards a progressive political agenda. They supported Obamacare, opposed the Trump tax cuts, and they continue to align with policies that many everyday Americans simply don't agree with. That's why more and more people are turning to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's a conservative alternative to AARP. AMAC is working hard to protect Social Security, fight for election integrity, and promote the constitutional and common sense values that matter to you and me. And it's not just for seniors. Anyone can join regardless of age. Right now, AMAC is offering an exclusive deal, a 5-year membership. That's what I am. I've joined for 5 years for just $31. That's 47% off the regular rate of $60. But this special offer ends April 30th. So hurry up, go check it out. Your dues don't go to woke causes. They go towards supporting AMAC's advocacy work in Washington and across the country. To learn more and join today, visit amac.us/justnews. That's AMAC, AMAC.us/justnews.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. Before we get into our topics of immigration, we have an immigration-related update for you, a news blast for all of you. Some of you might be aware the trial of Rachel Morin has been happening the last few weeks. That is the Maryland mother of 5 who was murdered in 2023. Her killer, Victor Martinez Hernandez, guilty on all 4 counts. That just came out about 10 minutes ago. If you want to read the full rundown, you can head over to justthenews.com, where there is a full report from one of our great reporters, Misty Severy. All right, everybody. So President Trump, of course, met with El Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele today, and of course they discussed their deal of sending dangerous illegal alien criminals to that country, as well as the Supreme Court ruling that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was deported to that country by mistake. So joining us now to talk about that and much more, including kicking out Chinese influence in Central and South America, senior policy analyst for the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation, Andres Martinez Fernandez. Andres, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You know, President Trump has brokered some amazing deals with other nations, but this deal to transport illegal immigrants away from our country, have them housed and imprisoned in El Salvador, it is, I think it is outside the box and something that has proven to be extremely beneficial. Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the big problems with the mass migration crisis that the Biden administration unleashed on the U.S. It has been, of course, the arrival of thousands, tens of thousands of criminals associated with criminal organizations and, as we now recognize them, terrorist organizations within U.S. cities and across the country. And many times, unfortunately, these criminals come from countries like Venezuela, where we have challenges as far as repatriating them because of the lack of cooperation of those governments and dictatorial regimes. Thankfully, El Salvador is being a forward-leaning partner for the United States on this crisis under President Bukele, and stepping up to partner with the U.S. to make sure that there's a sustainable approach to this challenge, which is really a shared challenge for the hemisphere. And I've been traveling all across Latin America, and you hear all about the challenges that mass migration, criminality from Venezuelan gangs like Tren de Aragua and others have brought to new cities, once peaceful cities and countries in the hemisphere. So it's really something that it requires joint attention. And for me, this meeting shows that the United States under President Trump is going to be focused and engaged with our hemisphere to advance U.S. interests and security.
Yeah, really important. There's a moment where President Bukele makes up a good point, which is he doesn't have any obligation to return this citizen of his country who is lawfully ordered to be deported by the United States and who is considered by his own country to be a bad actor. Is there a little bit of a crisis ahead of us that maybe El Salvador won't send back this gentleman who's been deported?
Well, I think the only crisis is going to be one that's manufactured by the media, frankly. This is someone who has, by multiple U.S. courts, been found to be associated with MS-13 gang and has had a deportation order against him. And now with new changes under the U.S. to how we recognize these organizations as foreign terrorists, the Trump administration moved to deport him in cooperation with the government in El Salvador, again, going to that sustained cooperation, effective cooperation that we see. You know, frankly, the fact that this has become the central issue for this very important visit from El Salvador's president to the White House, where we have so many issues in our hemisphere to address, including the presence of China and others, it's a shame because this is a non-issue in a lot of ways. This is not, as has been said by the administration, this is not an American citizen. This is someone who is here illegally or in the United States illegally, and is now in his country, frankly. And again, there are these very concerning criminal and foreign terrorist connections, which led to the decision to deport him.
Yeah, good point.
Andres, the media seems to take a few token stories out of the illegal immigration story and they exploit it. We saw it in President Trump's first term with the mother, with the child, on the cover of Time magazine. I remember back from my childhood, I think I was in elementary school, Elian Gonzalez, and holy smokes, what an issue that was. And now I see this issue and I am fearful that media, Democrats, whoever, are going to take this and use it for bad and use it to change minds in this country back in the other direction. How can the Trump administration prevent that?
Well, I think that's a valid concern because clearly the media has hooked onto this and is trying to do just that, make a crisis out of it. Listen, I think that the American people made their voice loud and clear in the elections last year about how they feel about the criminal, illegal alien presence in the United States. So if folks in the media and the Democratic Party want to make this the hill that where they make their stand, which would be preventing the deportation of illegal aliens with criminal ties, then I say go ahead. I think it's going to work out pretty badly for them, and it's going to reflect positively on the United States that we can develop these partnerships. Once again, it shows that we have so much of an interest from within Latin America to also confront these issues, that we have such a level of cooperation. This is not what we had in the past, and things have changed. And unfortunately for the United States, a lot of the media in the United States, a lot of the elites in the Democratic Party, they just haven't woken up to the terrible danger and effects that illegal mass migration and criminal gangs have had on the American people.
Yeah. Andres, there's a real irony that 40 years after Ronald Reagan tried to spare parts of Central America and Latin America from communism, that countries like El Salvador are now trying to help free us from the scourge of the Biden border crisis. Talk a little bit about what happened with Daniel Noboa winning in Ecuador. You've got a conservative in Argentina, a conservative in El Salvador. It seems like common sense American politics paid off from the Reagan era to the Trump era.
Yeah, there's definitely a revival going on in a lot of Latin America of common sense, conservative values, and I'm in Ecuador right now, and there's a complex political identity to President Noboa, but he's certainly very much aligned with the United States on many issues, and he just won overwhelmingly against Luisa Gonzalez, who is the protege of President Correa, Rafael Correa, who's a far-left socialist anti-American, lost by 10 points in this election. So a resounding rejection of the far left's attempted return there. You've seen in Argentina the really stunning victory of President Milei, which has been continued with significant victories in economic reforms of the kind that a lot of experts and others said would be impossible in Argentina. But it shows you there and elsewhere what uncompromising, forward-leaning leadership in cooperation with the United States and with the support of this White House, which the region's allies of the U.S. certainly have, can deliver for our hemisphere. And I think that's so important because the Western Hemisphere, where we are, it has so much of an impact on the well-being and security and prosperity of the American people. Unfortunately, under President Biden, we ignored that, and that led to 100,000 overdose deaths from fentanyl a year, mass migration, destabilizing U.S. cities, and all sorts of economic interests that went underaddressed throughout our hemisphere. So that's something that President Trump is changing, and it's about time.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, bringing the whole hemisphere into it, I think, is something that, and you look at Mexico. El Salvador went from being the murder capital of the world to now being a level 1 travel place, which basically means it's the safest of the safe. So I would love to see that in some of the other Central American countries. Andres Martinez Fernandez from the Heritage Foundation, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, after the break, the fallout from President Trump's tariff policies continues, and the White House says we are already seeing results. So we're going to examine that next.
Hey, it's a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's a lot of work to do as well, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy, as well as your family. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again. Start at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/justnews today and order. That's twc.health/justnews and use the promo code JUSTNEWS to save 10% off.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back, America. Over the weekend, you probably missed this because most of the mainstream media didn't cover it, though we did adjust the news. Peter Navarro, the trade rep for President Trump, trade advisor for President Trump, said that more than 90 countries are in position to make a deal in the next few months for better trade privileges for America, better trade terms for America. 90 countries, almost half the world. That's just remarkable. Things that are getting covered up all the time, Amanda. It's just so frustrating. Well, joining us now, the co-host of the Thrive Time radio show, contributor for Entrepreneur Magazine, and he just had Eric Trump speak at one of his recent business workshops. He is Clay Clark. Clay, good to have you back on the show.
Hey, thanks for letting me be here with you on your broadcast today. I really do appreciate you.
We love having you on. We love the energy, the excitement, and also the focus you bring to Main Street. Because I think at the end of the day, when we get all done with this tariff policy and it all shakes out and the media's hysteria is over, small business America is going to be thriving as a result of this. Am I right about that?
Well, I'll say this. The only reason most people know me or that I'm relevant is I was the Entrepreneur of the Year for the Small Business Administration back in 2007. And I built, many, many years ago, I built a very large company called DJConnection.com, which I haven't owned in a long time. But we were doing up to 4,000 weddings a year. If you can picture that, that's 80 weddings every weekend, sound, lights, entertainment. And I sold that company and then invested in a dental practice. And then I started doing a home flipping and remodeling. And so today, for anybody who goes to thrivetimeshow.com, you'll know I work with doctors, dentists, lawyers, and Main Street. And so to get to answer your question, the average dentist, doctor, lawyer, restaurant owner that I work with, they are so excited about what President Trump is doing to revive the American economy. They're excited about the return of a showerhead that makes sense. They're excited about deregulation. They're excited about a business owner, a man who's built a business empire, actually leading the free world. And so most American business owners that I know, I'm not talking about some of the talking heads and some of the big mainstream media, I'm talking about these average business owners, they could not be more excited about the energy that President Trump has brought back to the economy. Also, I will tell you, the home builders that I work with and the mortgage providers that I work with, they're telling me that more and more average Americans are looking to build a new home. They're looking to get a mortgage. They're looking to buy a new vehicle. Why? Because consumer confidence is beginning to soar amongst Main Street business owners. So again, I think that President Trump is bringing a lot of confidence back to the American business owner. And I will also tell you that the mainstream media that's always hated President Trump will continue to try to speak negatively about his policies. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to course correct 4 years of Joe Biden jackassery, and he's trying to bring it back into an economic sustainable system that makes sense. So again, he's had 4 years of Joe Biden's jackassery he's tried to correct in 90 days or 120 days. So I would say President Trump is doing a very good job of doing a dramatic course correction.
When it comes to no pain, no gain, because I do feel like this ultimately at the end will be a gain for the American people, a gain for American workers, a gain for American entrepreneurs. But when it comes to the pain in the pocketbook for the American people, how protracted do you anticipate that's going to be?
Well, it's a great question, and I don't want to mislead anybody. I will just say that imagine America was in a boat and we were going the wrong direction for 4 consecutive years, and we're about ready to hit the shore. If President Trump took the figurative wheel and turned that wheel aggressively, and you're in that boat, it's probably not going to feel very good at that moment. However, Peter Navarro, who I consider to be a very dear friend of mine, Peter Navarro, a top advisor to President Trump, he has said, and to quote you what you said earlier, he has said that over 90 countries are now looking to do deals with these United States. So 90 countries. So think about that. I mean, I think under Joe Biden's watch, a lot of countries were concerned about America. They didn't consider America to be a serious nation. Now President Trump has 90 countries willing to work with him. And in America, we unfortunately have outsourced our core competencies where we don't make a lot of things in America. And so to bring manufacturing back to America, America has to become competitive in the world marketplace. So I believe President Trump is taking aggressive action. But back to my analogy, I wish I had a better one. Imagine you're in a boat with somebody who's been driving that pontoon boat while drunk near into the shore, right there. This is a drunk man, aka Joe Biden, driving a figurative pontoon boat right into the shore. And President Trump grabs the wheel and says, "Kids, get ready." And he's turning that thing, and we're all going, has Dad lost his mind? But if you knew how close we were to hitting the shore, it would make sense. So I would just applaud President Trump's aggressive action and for bringing back the shower head.
And incandescent light bulbs.
Yeah, incandescent light bulbs, so sure, absolutely. Okay, real quickly, you're doing some fun stuff with Eric Trump, and you mentioned you had won the SBA Entrepreneur of the Year back in 2007. You've never forgotten about Main Street. You're on Main Street every day advocating and training and creating the next generation of entrepreneurs. Tell us what you got going with Eric Trump.
Basically what we do is I've been doing this for 20 years now, okay? So it's a 2-day interactive business workshop. We teach branding, marketing, sales, search engine optimization. How do you optimize a website? Finance. How do you hire, inspire, train, and retain great employees? How do you build a successful company? I mean, at the end of the day, what are the steps? Step 1, step 2, step 3. And so Eric Trump has teamed up with us to make American business great again. So if you go to thrivetimeshow.com, you'll see that Tim Tebow is joining me at the June conference, and Eric Trump will be joining us once again during the September conference. And Eric has already joined us at previous conferences. I think Eric and I have now done 24 events together. So I encourage everybody out there, if you want to see Eric Trump talk about branding, marketing, sales, accounting, how do you find good employees? How do you build a workflow? How do you find a problem and solve it? How do you make a profitable business? How do you build a Main Street business? Go to thrivetimeshow.com, and our tickets are $250 or whatever price you want to pay. So if you're watching today's show and you grew up poor like I did, you can name your price. So just go to thrivetimeshow.com. I think everybody sometimes needs a hand up, not a handout. So you can name your price if you need to. So it's $250 or whatever price you can afford there. And that's thrivetimeshow.com. And we have a 300 people person capacity. So 300 people capacity. So Everybody will be able to ask a question. You'll be able to interact. It really is a small venue that's designed to be very accessible, so you can ask Eric Trump, Tim Tebow, those kind of people, your specific business questions. So I could not be more excited about that event, and you can learn more at thrivetimeshow.com. And yes, I continue to be America's most pale male.
I love it. I love what you're doing. That sounds like such a fantastic deal. $250 to basically learn how to start a business. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Clay Clark, host of the Thrive Time radio show. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, coming up after the break, tax day is just around the corner. Oh my gosh. Have I filed an extension? Yes, I have. All right. And it's a lot of Americans panicking, including me. We're going to get to that after this.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. The day many Americans wish that they could avoid every year is upon us. Of course, I am talking about tax day, and it is tomorrow. So if you haven't filed your taxes, you better very soon or file an extension like I did. And we know that President Trump and Congress are looking to lower most people's taxes, maybe substantially, but can they do it? And how about replacing some of that income tax money with tariffs? Is that even a viable strategy? Joining us now to discuss that and much more is the CEO of Finseca, Mark Carden. Mark, thanks so much for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start with the most enticing tidbit there, which is doing away with the IRS, having an ERS, or maybe I would be happy with even like a mix of in between, of just filling the IRS bucket with more tariff money instead of Americans' hard-earned money. Is it possible?
Well, look, I don't think anybody's seriously talking about replacing all of the IRS, although the president's clearly making a move to get rid of all the IRS agents that former administration hired, and clearly making a move to impose more tariffs and kind of restructure the world economy. So I think that will help, but I don't think anybody's seriously saying we're going to get rid of the IRS.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not in the short term, as exciting as that might be to some people. My colleague aside, here, one of them. Mark, I want to ask a little bit about the Get Tough on Taxes initiative that Joe Biden did, because at the end of the day, there doesn't seem to be much evidence that it had much of an effect. It seems to have targeted low-income people from the data that we've been able to get from the Syracuse University Track Research Center. And then you've got federal officials who are deadbeats. A lot of federal workers are deadbeats. A new study came out recently about that. Did Joe Biden really affect any improvement in the collection of taxes during his 4 years?
Well, I think the one thing that the Biden administration did a very good job of is increasing the regulatory burden on all Americans. You know, just look at the 1099 provision, which I know you talk about a lot, but you're transferring $600 or more over Venmo, and all of a sudden you're going to get a 1099 form from the IRS. And I think that was emblematic of kind of a broader regulatory state. We saw it across every industry, across all departments. There just really was an unquestioned increase in the regulatory state, including at the IRS. And I don't think it did really any good. I think in almost every instance, it did more harm than good.
Yeah, really remarkable.
Unfortunate to hear. I want to ask you about the Trump tax cuts, because this was something that did help a great deal of Americans in the first term, and a lot of folks would like to see that permanent and also possibly even expanded. Is that possible?
I don't think there's any question that's going to happen. Fonseca, we actually met with almost 20 Republican senators last week alone as part of a fly-in we did. And our message on that was pretty simple. We want permanence and certainty in the tax code. We want to extend the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. What that did, without question, it brought more businesses, more jobs to the United States. It generated amazing growth. And look, if we don't extend that, then the American people are looking at a $4.5 trillion tax cut that they just simply can't afford on the back of all the inflation and all the extra costs they've had to bear. So good news is the Congress is moving forward. The House and the Senate have agreed on a budget. I expect that we'll see the first tax bill out of the Ways and Means Committee as early as the beginning of May. So the Congress is clearly working forward, and there's a 100% chance I expect they'll get that done.
Yeah, we had the Ways and Means Chairman on here, Jason Smith, not too long ago, and he's adamant they're going to get it done. It's essential, so it's going to be an important one. Really interesting dynamic this year. I think it's 8 or 9 states got extensions for filing deadlines beyond the April 15th. So residents in 8 or 9 states, Florida, all of them hard hit by a natural disaster. Have we seen that many states get a break or a few extra weeks like this in the past? It seemed like a large number to me.
I think it's without precedent, and I think it's sort of a reflection of some of the challenges, particularly the previous administration had in dealing with some of the natural disasters. We got members all over the country, we got clients all over the country, and what I've heard consistently, whether it's California or North Carolina or any other state that's impacted by a natural disaster, is that the federal response and the state response in some instances was slow and ineffective. And I think there's a logical reason why we would want to give those taxpayers some relief. Again, I think it's sort of this pro-taxpayer movement that's occurring within this administration that we certainly welcome, and I think the American people need.
Mark, there was a distinct point in the Biden administration that I remember, and it was when we crossed over into the $1 trillion credit card debt range, and it was also at a time where there were record amounts of hardship withdrawals from IRAs, and at the same time, I think cumulative inflation at that time was like 13.5% or 14%. We are obviously in a much better position right now. But when it comes to people who felt that pain before, and maybe they're feeling it a little bit right now too because of the tariffs, what's your advice to them?
Look, there's just no substitute for a holistic financial plan. If you have all your money in a 401k and there's volatility or there's massive inflation, as we saw in the previous administration, but the volatility in the markets is real. And the dip that we're feeling, the kind of transition that some of the tariffs are causing and the market volatility that even the president has talked about, if you have to withdraw funds from an IRA or from a 401k, and it's during the period of a down market or a volatile market, it does dramatically increase the possibility that you're going to run out of retirement savings. And that's if you're lucky enough to have enough retirement savings to last through retirement. So our advice is, everybody needs to find a financial advisor. Everybody needs a coach. 2/3 of Americans, based on our research, don't have a financial advisor. They don't have a written financial plan. So you have to have a coach. You have to have a plan. And that plan needs to be holistic in nature.
Yeah, really good point.
Safest way, diversify. Mark Caden, CEO of Fonseca, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Thanks for all your wisdom on this.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, don't forget, tax day tomorrow. Either file them or file an extension. Coming up next, Harvard is offering remedial math courses. Yep, you heard that right. Perhaps America's most elite institutions felt the need to have a remedial math class. If you can get into an elite institution, shouldn't you not need remedial math? That's what I would think. But we're going to talk about that after the break.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the final segment of the show. Now, when you think of Harvard University, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? I bet it is not remedial math classes, but Harvard, yes, they are offering those for students that are lacking in what they call foundational skills. So what exactly is going on here? With us to discuss that is Campus Reform Higher Education Fellow and founder of Renegade Institute for Liberty, Professor Matthew Garrett. Thank you so much for being here, Professor.
Thank you for having me.
I would think that if you get into an elite institution like Harvard, then you shouldn't need remedial anything.
Yeah, you would expect that to be the case, and historically that has been the case. Harvard's always had a very high standard for admissions, but it would appear that that's no longer the plan, that it's become Harvard High, and they're going to focus on remediation, which is really a tragedy for all the students who belong there and have earned their way in there, and now we're going to find their classes sort of dumbed down to meet the standard of the incoming students.
Yeah, just amazing. The education system, the more it has failed, the more that it has let down students who should have skills to come into the world with, the more they've just given blank passes to people. Oregon just getting rid of any sort of standards for graduation, other states doing something similar. Is there anything on the horizon to reverse this sort of culture of accepting failure?
Well, you know, we're starting to see people wake up from a little bit of it. I think the UC system, Columbia, other schools are still pushing straight forward with their ideas about ideology over excellence. But there are other schools from Dartmouth to Brown to Caltech that have realized that this was really a misguided pathway where the universities got rid of standardized tests and they admitted students based on these fuzzy metrics, race-conscious admissions, that's not really working out well for them. So we're starting to see some schools start to move back towards an obvious standard for admissions, and I think that's a good start.
Have there been any schools where it worked out well? Because I've been in California for the better part of the last 20 years, and I remember they were one of the first to, and a lot of universities in California, to not require SAT or ACT scores. Are there any case studies, any schools at all, where this has worked out well?
I've not seen any examples of it being successful. Typically, when we see DEI agendas imposed on any university, whether that be through admissions or safe spaces or whatever other agenda they're trying to impose, it pretty consistently leads to infighting, conflict, and a decline in rigor. So this has really proven to be a failed ideology, a failed experiment the last 5 years or so. And it's really wonderful to see institutions hopefully pivoting away. It took a little bit of pressure from the executive office, but we're starting to see hopefully a pivot away from some of these detrimental DEI policies towards a focus on rigor and excellence.
Yeah. Speaking of DEI and Harvard, today the Harvard University president said that they would resist and fight President Trump's executive orders ordering the university to clean things up on DEI and anti-Semitism. What sort of fight may lay ahead for that university and others like it who go head-to-head with the Trump administration?
Well, we've already saw what happened at Columbia, where they had the same sort of posture. They insisted they were going to fight, and it didn't take too long before they caved, and then they brought in a new president who said that they would follow along, and then quietly started to show signs of resisting, and again, they were removed. And Columbia's really gone through a difficult transition trying to find out what happens when you ignore the law, basically. So I suspect the same fate lies for Harvard as they continue to resist and don't want to follow basic civil rights and treat applicants as equals regardless of their race. Well, then we're going to find that they too suffer a loss of federal funding. And Harvard has a lot of federal grant money that's going through it that could be really an unfortunate loss for the community around it as well, if only they would just follow the basic civil rights protections for all of the applicants.
Yeah. When it comes to DEI, that obviously feeds the educational standards being brought down. And it's not because one race is better than the other. It's just that there are a few bad bananas in every bunch. So it's going to bring it down when you don't focus on merit when you don't focus on merit and you focus on things like skin color or sexuality instead. What's the outcome for the American workforce if they keep these standards and these people go out into the world to work?
Sure. When we face students who aren't prepared and they aren't able to succeed in their classroom, they're not going to, without algebra, they're not going to pass organic chemistry. Without engineering, without geometry, they're not going to pass engineering. These are going to have real world effects when it comes to building planes and building bridges, and things are going to go a little weird, right? And we're going to have problems. So it's essential that our institutions match students to the best school for them. And that means at Harvard, they need to keep a high standard and they get to have the best students in the country, and I'd like to see those students excel. Mm-hmm. And in our middle tier schools, those are great students there that can excel. So we need to match our students at the right institution for them where they can get the help they need so they can excel and reach their potential.
Absolutely. Professor Matthew Garrett, Campus Reform Higher Education Fellow and founder of Renegade Institute for Liberty. Thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
I remember a story last year over on Just the News about businesses having to spend like billions of dollars on remedial writing training. You remember that?
Yeah. Who knew that you had to be a renegade to support liberty too? I mean, you had to create a renegade institute to go back to liberty. That's how screwed up our country's
renegade,
been.
rebel, outlaw. That's what liberty is these days, synonymous. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for us tonight. We're going to be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I'd look at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
Relief Factor is a daily supplement that doesn't just mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. President Trump has a new best friend. Apparently, the president of El Salvador. Him and President Trump are getting along fabulously, by the way. This after President Trump sent 238 of the most evil, violent, disgusting goons on the face of the earth. People here illegally that were responsible for a lot of crime and destruction in this country. Those MS-13 and Tren de Aragua gang members sends them to El Salvador, to this mega prison there that they built. They call it a mega prison. I think we ought to call it a MAGA prison. This is President Bukele.
And we're very eager to help. We know that you have a crime problem, a terrorism problem that you need help with. And we're a small country, but if we can help, we will do it. And we actually turned the murder capital of the world, that was the journalists call it, right? Murder capital of the world, into the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. And, you know, sometimes they say that we imprisoned thousands. I like to say that we actually liberated millions.
Liberating millions from crime, not just in his country. He really has done a fabulous job of turning El Salvador around. He is correct. It was the murder capital of the world. But once they started going after criminals, convicting them and putting them in prison, go figure, crime started to drop. America could take a page out of his book. When he says he liberates millions, I think in many respects he's helping President Trump liberate millions here in the United States as well, as we get criminals off of the streets and back behind bars, and some of them, yes, deported out of the country. So all of this is about getting our country more safe, more secure. It's about helping American citizens. This is President Trump.
How many illegal criminals are you planning on exporting to El Salvador? And President Bukele, how many are you willing to take from the U.S.?
As many as possible. And I just asked the president, you know, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please?
We'll send you thousands. Literally, folks, there are hundreds of thousands of violent illegal aliens here. Certainly the ones that are here that aren't violent, that don't check in, as President Trump said, needs to check in before or self-deport themselves. Those people will be deported back. The violent ones will be sent back to prison. I hope El Salvador takes a whole skew of them. Now, the mainstream media, of course, is just beside themselves that President Trump has found this newfound friendship with El Salvador. This is how they look at it on MSNBC.
But it should frighten every single person who's watching this. One, the racism is outright. It's because this gentleman is Salvadoran that they're like, we have nothing to do with him. It's just outright like, we don't need another Latino. We don't need to return him to this country. But two, for any American citizen who has family behind bars, this needs to be concerning to you, because the president is saying, we will soon be taking you from the United States to Secot.
Just hold that thought for a little bit, because President Trump loves to trigger those on the left. I don't think President Trump is going to send any American citizens outside of the country, but wait till you hear from President Trump. We know we have this issue with what the media calls a Maryland man who was accidentally sent to El Salvador. Well, the media calls him a Maryland man. 2 courts call him an MS-13 gang member from El Salvador. He is there. The court said he should be returned, but they can't make El Salvador return him. So this is how Stephen Miller puts it.
This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13.
All right, so what that all means is El Salvador has to decide whether or not they return him. President Trump says, we'll give you a plane if you want to return him. But remember, these two are buddies now. President Bukele put it like this.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, Supposedly that's suggesting that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
What, am I going to smuggle a terrorist into the United States? He said, of course not. Again, the media can't take any of this. So I told you we'd return to this idea of American citizens heading south of the border. I do believe President Trump loves to trigger the media, okay? And they fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. What's the old thing? Would take the hook, insert hook, and pull. This is, again, MSNBC, this idiot Heilman. Watch.
As Justice Sotomayor noted last week, the Trump administration's claim legally is that they can take anyone in the United States and disappear them to a foreign country, and that even if they acknowledge that that was an error of any kind, that they are powerless to bring that person back to the country.
Okay, he goes on to say he's going to disappear others, Americans, into out of America, which President Trump is not. But here is President Trump. I think really given the zig to the mainstream media.
We also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve.
I mean, let me ask this, not to laugh at this, but if you're a child rapist, the low of the low, if you're a rapist of any kind, a sexual predator, if you're a murderer, if you're a bruiser hitting ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat, I'd like those people out of the country too. American citizens are not. But the laws are going to get in the way of that. The president knows that. But again, the media will go crazy over that, which is very, very interesting. The bottom line is, though, we are now at a 99% reduction at the border, which is good news. I want to bring in now former Deputy Border Patrol agent in charge and author of the book Treason. I want to welcome to the program, J.J. Carroll is with us. J.J., welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Is there anything better than watching Donald Trump trigger the left? I mean, they're mental patients. It's great. It's great TV. I love it.
I mean, I call it fish on, baby, and he gets them and just starts reeling them in. The reality, though, is that I think they just are so shocked at a partnership between El Salvador and the United States like this. But this is what we need in order to solve the border crisis, isn't it?
It is. We need a place to put all of the savages that we catch and arrest and deport, but they will not go back to their home countries, won't take them until Donald Trump's able to have them bend a knee. And El Salvadorian president, you played that clip, was brilliant. He asked the media, and he cannot believe that the media is actually asking him to do this. He's dumbfounded that you want me, the El Salvadorian president, to to smuggle in a terrorist from El Salvador into America? Why would I do that? And I love how the media calls him the Maryland man. Let's make this very clear, because Stephen Miller he's a bulldog, and I love him. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador. That's why we deported him to El Salvador, you morons. And the question you always want to ask the left is, so you want that MS-13 Savage to continue to live in our communities in America, rape, pillage, and destroy our communities? That's what you want? And Donald Trump said it later on in that clip. And he said, the left wants us to do that because the left hates America. And he's right. Yeah. They do.
It is amazing that you have elected Democrats, because I don't think everyday Democrats want to see these bruisers and thugs back into the country, but they're literally arguing to bring back rapists, murderers, sex traffickers, drug dealers, and the list goes on. How do they sit with themselves?
Well, they're unaffected, right? So you have Nancy Pelosi making $250,000 in 40 years off $175,000 a year salary with gated communities and everything. So they're never going to be affected unless they bring in the illegal alien Canada in order to have some kind of crazy sex thing with her husband. Outside of that, they're never going to deal with illegal aliens. However, the idea that illegal alien population is going to stay within the boundaries is It's absolutely a lie. Look at poor Lake and Riley. Look at the mother the mother of five in Maryland that was raped and brutalized. What about the young girl in Houston that was raped for 2 hours and then strangled to death and thrown into a creek? This is what the left, and especially the elites and the Republican side as well, they don't care. They don't care about America. And we know this to be true because look at what they did to us for the last 4 years. They allowed in 30 million of these people into our country. They self-admitted that they arrested and released over 15,000 murders, over 11,000 rapists that were convicted, and released them into our society in America. America, you should be absolutely furious. Not only did they do that, now they're coming back and double down and saying, no, we can't even deport them. Look what happened in Boston. They just arrested a savage that was in custody twice in 5 years, twice in 5 years in Boston, and he was a child rapist, and they continually let him go and would not call ICE, and that savage monster raped and pillaged children in Boston community for years because they wouldn't turn him over to ICE. My God, JJ. Grant, we're in the wildest times in American history.
Every single day we are hearing stories like this. We just heard of an arrest of a child sex predator that's been out on the street and released numerous times. Now he's in custody. Things are changing. One reason, in part, because you've been calling this out from the very start, before President Trump even took office, long before. And I think your voice is getting out there, JJ, and we appreciate it. As always, thanks for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. Don't forget to pick up his book, Treason. It is most certainly worth the read. Let's talk about China now, because we need certainty when it comes to these tariffs. And what I'm telling President Trump to do is try to get these deals done as quickly as possible. Not that he needs my advice on that, but speed is of the essence here. One of the deals we need, I believe, is with China. But if not, let's get some deals with these other countries. Still, China showed their cards today. China ends up going, Xi Jinping does, to Vietnam, another communist nation, to make a deal with tiny Vietnam. Now, Vietnam and China need the United States more than they need each other, by far. And in fact, to me, it makes Xi Jinping look weak that he went to Vietnam crying for help, with America now offering up, 145% tariffs on Chinese goods. This is Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, who I agree with here. Listen.
So all of this stuff has to get resolved. And that's why my view is, why don't we just ratchet it up? Why mess around with these 25% a week increases? Just go to 400%. Shut down a complete trade with China and start squeezing them until they come to the table.
I think that's the only way to deal with them. And I think they will come to the table because they're going to be hurt by this. The mainstream media doesn't want to admit it, but they are. Folks, I'm sure you have heard of the group Shen Yun. It's a fabulous performance group, dancing, music, and all kinds of stuff. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, hate Shenyang. In fact, they go after Shenyang with a vengeance. And there's numerous instances where the CCP is doing horrible things to these people. I believe there are those in the United States acting on behalf of the CCP or even offering up bomb threats to these performances. I want to bring in now the master of ceremonies for Shenyang, Lishai Lemish, is here with us. Lishai, thank you for coming on the program tonight.
Pleasure. Absolutely. Happy to be here.
I thought it would be great to ask you about your thoughts of how China is going to deal with this with America, because you have been under attack from the CCP. I think America is under attack from the CCP. What do you make of what's happening with this tariffs? And can you even start to predict of what Xi Jinping may do?
Well, the CCP is accusing the U.S. of blackmail, and that's very funny. It's a form of projection, because all that they've done all these years is try to blackmail Americans and American companies, be it businesses going into China, be it American officials, elected officials going in there and telling them you got to be quiet on certain issues, you got to side with us on certain issues. And we've seen it in our experience with Shenyang Performing Arts for 18 years. And like you mentioned, it's been escalating last year with bomb threats. But from the very beginning, and listen, we're a New York-based company. We're an American company with American citizens, registered as an American nonprofit organization, performing most of our shows in America. And from the very beginning, they've used their Chinese diplomats, in quotation marks, from the embassy and consulate, going to theaters, calling them, knocking on doors, emailing them saying, don't let Shenyang perform or else. We will not have economic ties with you and your city. We will not bring performing arts companies. People might lose visas to China. They've done this with journalists. They've done it with theaters. They've done it with some of our business partners. This is all straight up blackmail. And it's very funny and ironic that they're accusing the U.S. of blackmail right now, where they really have perfected a deal, the art of the deal of blackmail for many, many decades.
I would imagine that many of the members of Shenyang, many of the performers, have family back in China. Yep. What is the risk to them for working with Shenyang here in the United States to the family members back in China?
That's a great question. Certainly a lot of them have been harassed and intimidated. They receive regular visits from the Ministry of State Security telling them they know what their sons and daughters are doing. We've had artists whose family members in China were arrested and jailed. In one case, one of our musical soloists who performs on this beautiful instrument called the erhu, she was waiting at Newark Airport for her husband to join her. And he went to the airport in Shandong and he never got off the flight. And she waited and waited. And turns out he was arrested at the airport and sent to a labor camp. We have performers who've lost family members to torture and persecution in China, be they Falun Gong practitioners or otherwise. And it's a big issue.
Well, Lishai Lemish, we wish all of you folks at Shenyang the best. It's a fabulous performance. I've been to see it. And the fight against the CCP, really, in many respects, you guys are putting one up against them. And I think that's one reason why they hate you. With that, I want to go out to Steve Bannon, who is speaking in Greenville, South Carolina tonight. We'll listen to his speech because it's a big moment. Check this out.
You all have worse press than I do. And that's just the local paper. Look, I came here for one reason. This is raw political power, right? You took it back from the establishment, right? You took it right back from the establishment. Let's go back to those dark days of 2021. Remember that? President Trump had just won his second term, but was he in Washington, D.C.? Trump won, right? Damn right. You damn. They stole it, right? Stole it right in front of us. Stole it with cooperation of the Republican establishment, did they not? Because Trump, not in the room, not in the deal, and President Trump not only put you in the room, he put you at the head of the table, correct? Is that what's going to save this country? It has to. How did we get in this shape? How do we get here? Well, Joe Biden's part of it. He's part of it. A big part of it. No, the corrupt, Democratic, neo-Marxist party is what they are. Backed by the lords of easy money, the sociopathic overlords on Wall Street, the global corporatists, the apartheid state oligarchs in Silicon Valley, which the progressive movement and progressive Democrats created. We didn't create it. Trump didn't create them. Hell, Trump's got Zuckerberg on trial that started in Washington, D.C. this very day. Remember all the talk about Trump? Trump said, oh, they're all out there, all there at the inauguration, and Trump's going to kowtow to him, going to give him everything. And Zuckerberg came, and he was a supplicant, had his money, and gave it over and over again, right? He started trial today to break up Facebook. Trump brought that in his first term. And Zuckerberg begged him, please, whatever you do, I can't go to trial because he's got to testify. He's got to testify in front of the American people of what he did to shut down the conservative movement and silence people so they could steal an election. And we haven't even got to his criminal activity, the $450 million he gave to steal the 2020. The sociopathic lords of easy money on Wall Street, the global corporatists domiciled in this country that you protect, right, with your laws, your law enforcement, and your military. The apartheid state oligarchs in Silicon Valley that don't want any American citizens working for them because they have to pay a decent wage, and they'd rather import the foreigners who have no earthly idea where they're getting into. They're coming over here as indentured servants. Is that appropriate for America in the 21st century to bring indentured servants here to this country that work for 50% less and live in horrible conditions in Silicon Valley so that Zuckerberg and this crowd can make more money and become bigger billionaires? And they were created by the Democratic Party. In the 2008 financial collapse, Obama, the most progressive president in history, turned to the guys on Wall Street for the bailouts. Any of you guys get bailouts? Hell no, you didn't get a bailout. They all got bailed out. The biggest financial collapse in the country's history, bigger than the Great Depression. Not one executive in Wall Street went to jail. No corporate entities, no insurance companies, private equity, nobody went to jail, bailed out with trillions of dollars. The greatest concentration of wealth the nation has ever seen was in the 8 years of Obama's presidency. And what's Obama doing? He's the most progressive. Those are just shiny toys they're throwing down in front while they concentrate money and power. At the same time, they made a deal with the oligarchs, 5 or 6 guys in Silicon Valley. We will have no antitrust. We will let you become absolute supreme in your areas. You will not be touched. But since we're a hegemon, all you have to do is promise that you're going to be and commit to give the commanding heights of social media and things like artificial intelligence. And what do we know in the last couple of months? In social media like TikTok, they're far behind. And in artificial intelligence, if DeepSeek, even if it's not a Chinese psyop, what do we know? We know that we're probably years behind, and every piece of energy capacity we're adding is just to do their artificial intelligence model. So here's their solution. You know what they want? They want a bailout. These are the richest people in the world, and they come to President Trump for a bailout. They want a Mercury project or a Marshall Plan. They want $500 billion to $1 trillion to bail them out, to get them to compete against the Chinese Communist Party. Plus, they want to take control of all the nation's weapons labs. Do you feel comfortable turning the nation's weapons labs over to guys like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg? These people are freaks. You can tell that by looking at them. We're not going to do that. This is why what you are doing is so important, and is, quite frankly, along with President Trump, the salvation of this country. This coming Saturday is the 250th anniversary of the shot heard around the world. Lexington and Concord. That's what you are. We start this week with a shot heard around the world. There's no more powerful political convention going on in this year than right here. Why? Why? You are ordinary Americans with no money, and you grabbed power from the establishment and said, go screw yourself. We're going to run this country like it should be run. Look at the media reports. You guys seize power, MAGA insurgency, radical MAGA. What's so radical about what you're asking for? that working class and middle class people use your agency. That's what they hate most about what you're doing. They want you sitting on the sofa. They want you watching Netflix and just sitting there, not doing what the patriots in Lexington and Concord did, which is get up and fight to take your country back. There's an unbroken chain from Lexington and Concord right here to this convention hall. Every one of you are exactly like those patriots. You're fearless. You don't care what they're going to do to you. You don't care what they're going to say about you. You know why? You're tough as boot leather, right? And you have found a leader in Donald John Trump for the first time in this country's history, at least since the founding of the nation, that is as tough as boot leather too. You're here to pick your delegates and your leaders, and they're going to go to Columbia for the state convention, right? My Lord. Oh, man. Are those folks ready for that? Those Republican rhinos? This is the same thing. I just got back to two shining examples in this nation right now. There's a couple others that are coming on. But the two shining examples in this nation of how you can sort this nation out are in Tarrant County, Texas, and right here in Greenville. Look at this. Look at this. This is not an election year. This is called, you got to borrow yourself and use your human agency. That's what they fear. They fear a free people coming together. And you have disagreements, you have fights. Hell, if I read the media, you're having fights every time you meet. But that's what it's supposed to be. You think the Patriots, do you think the Patriots had a group hug every time they met? Hell no. They knew what they had to do. And it came down here eventually to South Carolina to end this thing, right? Yeah. And it ended in my state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, but they were pretty beat up by the time they got there. They were ready to surrender. It's amazing. And what's most amazing is the individual we have as our leader that's inspired so many of you, President Trump, right? A man like that. And Bill Maher, I did Bill Maher on Friday in L.A., in Beverly Hills. And, he had just gone to the White House. I don't know if you guys got to see it. I don't sense there's a lot of Bill Maher fans in the audience, so I will summarize. I think it was Kid Rock had Bill Maher go to the White House and have a dinner with the president. And Bill Maher had a list. He starts off, he's got a list of 10 pages long. And it's everything that President Trump has called Bill Maher over the last 10 years. It may be 20 pages long. Caitlin Collins is the new stand-in for Bill Maher, okay? So, it's Trump. It's some rough stuff. And President Trump takes his pen out, reads it, and signs it and autographs it. Bill Maher said, and he's met just about every politician in this country, he said, this was an individual look you in the eye, let you speak your piece, didn't want to argue with you, heard it, had some comments. And I said, you just saw President Trump that people around him see all the time, right? Now, he's a great sense of humor, but he's a listener. As a chairman CEO, having been, at Goldman Sachs and other places where your job is to brief those people and to give them the alternatives so they can make decisions, President Trump is a listener. President Trump does not come in and dominate the room. He wants to hear what you have to say. And Bill Maher was shocked about that. He said, hey, everything in the public persona of the guy is not like the private persona. And I said, well, look, he has a role to fill, right, as Commander-in-Chief and President of the United States. And what you saw is the real man, but that is the man behind these policies, and this is why people love him. He connects to people. Now, think about it for a second. And I was there for 16 in the play-by-play, and I can tell you, it was divine providence. Divine providence had its hand in that victory. Because there we had a man, we had a plane, we had a message, we didn't have a lot of money, and we had virtually no organization. It was self-organizing. at the state level. You all remember that. It was self-organizing. The state groups did a great job, but they didn't have much cash either. And we won in a great comeback. I mean, when I took over in mid-August, I don't know, he was 10, 12 points down. We closed that gap and he was leading, and then we had Billy Bush weekend, of which they thought, remember, they held that on purpose. They had that tape for years. They waited until before the last debate, or before that debate, the one in the round, thinking they would trap him. They didn't trap him, right? He pushed through it. The reason was, as I told him at the time, people know that they're losing their country. The most critical issues this nation's ever faced are before us today. That's what they worry about, and they know that you're not a politician. And look, he delivered a come-from-behind victory, probably the greatest at the time it ever happened. And then in those 4 years, you saw the deep state, the administration. You also saw the true colors, the unmasking of the rhinos, right? The globalist rhinos. They didn't have his back. He's fighting them as much as he's fighting everybody else. Mitch McConnell in this crowd, Paul Ryan. And Paul Ryan didn't quit but not leave Speaker of the House in 2018, so they almost threw the House so President Trump could get impeached. And just that entire fight. Then to run 2020 against all odds and actually, I believe, have an outstanding victory, right? And nobody supported him, only you. The people that voted for him. The people that voted for him. And then he goes back to Mar-a-Lago, and that's about the same time that, we start making a big deal about the precinct strategy. The reason is we understand there's nobody coming to save us. If you don't do it, it's not going to be done. That's why you're exactly like the folks at Lexington and Concord. If it wasn't for them, it wouldn't get done. That's taking action. That's your lineage. Past every patriot's grave back to the beginning of the nation to here. You think they like what's going on here? They fear this. You know why they fear it? They think you could inspire a nation just like at Lexington and Concord. That you could say, I got off the sofa, I put down the channel changer, I went to the precinct meetings, and they weren't all great, and people didn't sit there and embrace you and say, isn't it great? You're coming here to empower the Republican Party. I don't think that happened, did it? That's why they call you a MAGA insurgency. You went in and said, okay, I hear you, we are going to take power, and you took it. So what happened? Trump goes to Mar-a-Lago, and all of a sudden, people around the country like yourself go, it's the rally point. We have to get engaged. The Republican Party's not going to save us. Fox News, the Murdochs aren't going to save us. We have to save ourselves. That is one of the most important moments in American history, the darkest days. Go back to 2021. How crushed you were, how much you said, like, oh my God, this is over. And look at that neo-Marxist regime that took over, and look what they tried to do. The billboards, if you saw anything, say something. It was like the Stasi in East Germany. Hell, we got people watching that German movie, The Lives of Others, and they're sitting there going, oh my God, this is just like East Germany was. It's happened in the United States, and it did happen in the United States. And what did President Trump do? Think about this for a second. He's down in Mar-a-Lago. He could have played the game. He could have taken a big book deal. He could have gone and bought more golf courses. He could have gotten to the open rota back in Europe. He could have gotten into the PGA, got Bedminster in the PGA. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got great grandkids. If you've ever been in Mar-a-Lago, it's like Xanadu, okay? It's a nice life. It can be an easy life. And he didn't choose that path. Think about that for a second. He made a conscious decision with intention, understanding that in January and February and March of 2021, and seeing with clarity ahead that they were going to try to put him in prison. They were going to try to assassinate him. They were going to try to bankrupt him and smear his family, bring up all these people, say horrible things about him. And he made a conscious decision that said, I'm going to come back because this election was stolen, and we can't allow that to exist in a republic. You can read Jack Kennedy's profiles in courage, read them all. You add them up and triple them, and they're not even a tenth of the moral courage that Donald John Trump showed by saying, I'm coming back for the good of this republic. If we allow this thing to be stolen and we roll over, if we take the easy path, the path that the Republican Party has taken for decade after decade after decade, we're going to lose this republic. And who had his back? Did the big shots on Wall Street, did all the big pundits in the Republican Party, everybody's made millions of dollars off Trump, did they have his back? No. You had his back. That's why he did it. He knew the MAGA movement was going to have his back. Because you're a honey badger also. You don't care what they're going to do to you. Bankrupt you, put you in prison. Try to kill us all. Hey, I dare them, right? We dare you. This movement's ascended. President Trump came back in 4 years. Remember, they're all talking, it's got to be DeSantis and Nikki Haley's going to be this, that. They're never going to be president of the United States. Donald Trump was going to win that from the beginning with your back. And they hate, man, you think of they hate on Trump, and they hate when I start saying he had moral clarity. He's not perfect, right? Not perfect. We've had one perfect individual in mankind's history, right? President Trump's not, and they nailed him to a cross, did they not? State authorities. This week also. Trump, it's his imperfections that make him more powerful. It's his imperfections. He's overcome his imperfections to come back and be this leader. Only Washington, Lincoln, and now Trump. General Washington at the beginning of the nation, the birth of the nation, Abraham Lincoln at the rebirth, and Donald Trump at the rejuvenation and to return America to her former greatness. That's why they hate him. And this is why it's so important for folks to come and not to speak to you, but to listen to you. This is the key to saving this nation. Everyone, every person out there, if they learn it's about your own agency, think about your own journeys, right? This has been easy. There's a whole lot of other stuff you could have been doing, right? And there were tough nights and tough fights and pettiness, constant pettiness, right? I hear some laughing over there. A little bit of pettiness. Of course it is. It's politics. This is the grimy part of politics. You're fighting for control of the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the earth, right? Think about it. I know many of you love history here. You study, you read the Roman Empire, the British Empire, all of it. The United States of America is so much more powerful, has done so much more in the world than any of the great empires in ancient times. And you are one of the key players, and I would argue the key player in its survival and its future. Now this is why the sociopathic overlords on Wall Street, the global corporatists, and the apartheid state oligarchs in Silicon Valley are not going to come on this stage and walk in the audience and give you a group hug, right? Because they understand you represent a lineage of the American people saying, no, not on our watch. We've lost this country. We had lost it, not about to lose it. When they stole the election, we had lost the country. And we would not have gotten the country back if it was not for you having Donald Trump's back. His moral clarity say, I'm going to do it, but he needed troops in back of him that were unflinching, unrelenting. and say, we are not going to quit, because the one lesson history teaches us about our movement, if we don't quit, we will ultimately be victorious. How did you feel on the evening of 5 November, about 10 or 11 o'clock, right? When all the pundits, they're sitting there all day, look, the urban areas are turning out and the universities are turning out, and you just see their long faces all night. It was a bigger shock to them than 2016. 2016, they didn't see us coming. You could actually argue Hillary Clinton lost it more than we won it, right? Her arrogance, her incompetence, her just demonic nature. Gotta miss her. They saw Trump coming for 4 years. Hell, he had indictments for 372 years in prison. And believe you me, they wanted him in federal prison, did they not? They want him to die in federal prison. Not simply that Trump dies, but the Trump movement in MAGA dies with him. Right? Not happening. Not happening on our watch, right? That was the greatest. They had 4 years. They laid every trap they could, including at the end trying to assassinate him. Yes, the deep state trying to assassinate him. And anybody who doesn't believe it woke up last night because they tried to take him out when all else failed, to assassinate him. And God in heaven protected him. That's why the big steal, God works in mysterious ways. The big steal was providential. Think of what the second term would have been like, and they're all ganged up around him, right? And the rhinos all turned on him. You got the Russiagate, all that nonsense. That's all ridiculous. Think of what the second term, and think of the marvelous, magnificent nature of this second term. Because he had 4 years of having the precinct strategy and people like yourselves having his back. And he sees his movements more than just these great rallies. The rallies are amazing, but this is the hard work. He saw it and could feel it. You could see it in the states. You could see it with the turnout. Hell, this is what Elon Musk, when he came in, he said, I fully support that. I see it's a grassroots, it's a MAGA plus strategy. Because you don't have the money, the billions of dollars they have to go up on TV. You have to do it from the grassroots. And the smartest engineer in the world looked at it and goes, hey, I'm with them. And look at Trump. And look at Trump. And look at all the public intellectuals. Russ Vought at Center for Renewing America. The Brooks over at America First, Brooks Rollins, America First Policy Institute, Stephen Miller at America First Law Institute, Meadows and Senator DeMint at CPI, Conservative Policy Institute, and wait for it, Project 2025, right? You're damn right. You damn right. Bringing it together, thinking of every vertical, every policy of national security, America First economic policy, and my favorite, deconstructing the administrative state. 4 years. And look at the courage of those people. When they stepped out and stepped into this, their careers would have been over. They made a bet on Trump, but more importantly, they made a bet on Trumpism and MAGA. That this is what we have to do, and these are among the smartest people in the country, and the folks I just named are all in the second term, thank God in heaven, right? They stole it, and two things happened. Number one, all the cards got flipped over. These aren't your grandparents' Democrats. These are a bunch of radical, atheistic, neo-Marxists out to destroy this country. And President Trump had 4 years to prepare, so now I gave that interview years ago, and I said, hey, we're trying to flood the zone, do 2 or 3 things every night. Hell, he's doing a dozen every day. That's because of preparation, and they're sticking. You know, Bill Maher is sitting there, and he's trying. I mean, he met Trump, he's impressed, and his audience turned on him, not in the studio, but later online. Oh, my Lord. They turned to him for saying good things about Trump, but he's in there, he says, hey, I notice you're talking about Trump third term. I said, yeah, working on that with some folks. He says, well, I want to give you something. A Constitution of the United States. And he says, then he read on his show. He went and read the 22nd Amendment. He says, you see, it's right there. He gave it to him. I want you to hold it. I said, Bill, President Trump right now, on exerting his Article 2 power, which is a long way before your amendment you're talking about, right? It's up in the body of the work. Doing his Article 2 power of Chief Executive Officer of the United States government, the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, and the Chief Magistrate and Chief Law Enforcement Officer of this government. Right now, there are 150 lawsuits, and every day they get 6 or 7 more. I said, I can tell you right now, it's black letter what his responsibilities are, but you guys are in it challenging it every day. And guess what? We ain't going to amend this. But I think we got a couple of 3 workarounds, so just stand by. Their heads blow up. It's very simple. Most nations are not fortunate to have a man like Trump show up. In our country, as great as some of our presidents and military leaders and others have been, we've had 2 before him that have stood out. So roughly every 100 or 150 years. You got to play this hand out. We got to play it all the way out. Because an individual like that does not come on the scene. And trust me, to turn this nation around is going to take more than 4 years. You think that? Hell, it's going to, with patriots here that won't give up, it's going to take us that long to take over the Republican Party in South Carolina. Starting on May 3rd. President Trump right now is, look at what he's doing. Just look at it for a second. These aren't small things. Remember Bill Clinton and the uniforms in schools and things like that? He is trying and accomplishing reorganizing the commercial relationships of the nations of the earth. Is that a small thing? No. He has every vested interest that has made so much money as they bled America dry, right? And here's the thing that's the hardest to take. It makes the working class and the middle class citizens who were the best, who husband their resources, who are the householders that every democracy and republic depends upon. Edmund Burke told us that this was the little platoons, right, that was so essential to make a country work. They took your tax money and they took the little bit you have set aside in 401ks or in these, Oregon teachers or, the Alabama pension fund, all the pension funds, the equity that you've saved up for your retirement and your tax money was what was used to ship all the high value added manufacturing jobs overseas to make money for the elites in this country. No country on earth has ever been betrayed by the elites of their nation like the United States of America in the 21st century, right? And here's what they did it for. Not for ideology, not for any noble purpose. They did it for money. And money they turned into power. And the only thing that stands in the way of their complete takeover is a guy named Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, right? Think about it. Think about that. President Trump, he's reordering the world economic system, and it's not easy. What he's trying to do is quite simple, to bring high value added manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. No great power can exist without being a manufacturing superpower. And yet all day long on TV, I get all the service industry, they put up consultants and McKinsey and Booz Allen and Goldman Sachs. Hell, that's all the service business. And that can come and go with a whim. There's no sustainable competitive advantage. There's sustainable competitive advantage in what you make, in the intellectual property you make it off of. And that's what makes economies grow, and this is what makes communities thrive. Trump understands that, and he's taking on the world. And every day you have other people coming, boom, boom, boom. He's driving towards that. At the same time, he's rethinking the geopolitical structure of the world since the Second World War. And he's saying, hey, I think the framers had a pretty good idea. It was called the Monroe Doctrine. We're going to revert back to a hemispheric defense. And that defense is going to go at least from the Panama Canal. That is ours, and we're taking back, right? Jimmy Carter and all you feckless Democrats going to give it to people who immediately transferred it to the Chinese Communist Party for money. All the way up to Greenland. Why Greenland? Because you block the Russian Navy coming out of Murmansk and Archangel. You block them. They can't be a threat to the United States. So we say to Europe, our great allies in NATO, who have never really paid for the defense at all, it's the United States or America that does it. If they say they go, Bannon, it's so harsh. We got 2 carrier battle groups as we sit here today in the Red Sea. 2, with 24,000 young sailors, right? Keeping the Red Sea open for the Suez Canal so that oil from the Gulf and goods from China can go the Suez Canal to Europe. And what are the Europeans doing? You got 1 British frigate, you got 1 Italian corvette, you got 1 French destroyer. That's all they're putting up. Because the elites in this country are in business with them. They sold out this country to them, so certainly they're going to protect them. And that's what President Trump's saying. No, the elites in Europe are as wealthy as elites in America. It's time they start paying up. The working people in Europe have retired 50 or 55 on a full pension. You got full health care. You got free college. You take, 6 or 8 weeks off in the summer. You go to the summer in Europe, nobody's there. Do you have that? No, you don't have that. And the reason is the good jobs have been shipped away. But more importantly, you're spending $1 trillion on defense right now to protect these folks. And more importantly, the greatest asset you have, your sons and daughters are the ones on the carrier battle groups. They're the ones walking patrolling the Hindu Kush. That's the 101st Airborne Brigade that's in Romania. That's what's in the South China Sea. The very people that are the backbone of the nation that have sacrificed everything, it's their children that have volunteered, not the elites' kids, right? How many progressive Democrats you got over there? Yeah, you have some Navy SEALs because that's gone a little woke, right? But Pete Heggs is going to take care of that. America First national security policy. Sit down with the Russians. Let's talk about a rapprochement. Let's stop this killing field in Ukraine. Folks, when people say it's going to be the Third World War, Third World War is here. If you go back to September of 1939 in Poland and take it all the way to June of 1941 when the Wehrmacht attacked their allies, the Russians, you take that time and you take North Africa, the fall of France, the Blitz over Britain, the Battle of Britain. I'll throw in Finland and some stuff and other stuff in North Africa. There's a couple 100,000 people. Terrible, but not huge casualties. Hell, we've lost 1.5 million in Ukraine. Right? That people in this audience said, no way, we should not do that. It was the elites in this country that forced the Ukrainians to go fight that fight. Remember, Mersheimer said the elites in this nation are going to lead the Ukrainians down the primrose path to their destruction. And when it comes to burdensome, and what I mean by burdensome, when the frickin' European elites got to start paying for it, not the American taxpayer, all of a sudden, whoa, we need to bring it to a head. That's how heartless they are. Do you think they care about the Ukrainian people? Ukraine looks like Dresden in 1945, and they could care less. They move on with their lives in the south of France, or in Tuscany, in Italy, or in the West End of London, of which, by the way, is not owned by the British people anymore, but owned by Russian oligarchs. The Gulf Emirates and the Chinese Communist Party bought their own country, like they're trying to buy the country here. And who stands in the way of that? Trump. And who's got Trump's back? You. If you ever falter, it's over. And that gets to the third part of things. America First national security policy. Economic nationalism started with these trade and tariff deals, and it's more than trade and tariffs. It's taking on the Chinese Communist Party and forcing Wall Street, the corporatists in Silicon Valley to bring these jobs back. You're not going to get underwritten. Then you've got the last part. Deconstruct the administrative state and destroy the deep state. I don't call it a deep state because it ain't deep. It's up in your grill. President Trump's like a leader in Saigon in 1967. 9/10 of that government are not just anti-MAGA, they're anti-American. They're globalists. They do not believe in the nation state. They do not believe in the Treaty of Westphalia. They do not believe in this republic as a constitutional republic. And I will tell you, the first opportunity they got to take Trump out, they will take Trump out. You cannot trust any of them. People say, well, I said, he's doing so much. The one thing I would recommend we do a little quicker, with a little more urgency. We take a trenching tool out and we start digging them out of the FBI, the Department of Justice, the CIA. Is it right? Look at this. Your American patriots have fought in every modern war. Your sons and daughters have fought. You're the patriot, the backbone of the nation. And you're cheering, taking down the FBI, taking down the CIA. Things would be unheard of 40 or 50 years ago. Why? You've had a great awakening. You understand what's gone on. You've seen a man like Trump come along with a revolution of common sense, and what did they do to him? They tried to destroy him. What was it about Trump? What did Trump say? What did Trump do? What was so awful that he had to be destroyed? He had to be put in prison till he died, or he had to be assassinated. What was it about Trump? Is that he stood up for the American working man and woman, you. And remember, the one thing they hate above all else is your empowerment. Because they understand once you're empowered, you're not going to give it back, right? You understand how you turn your country around. You're seeing it on a microcosm of how you took over the Republican Party here, right? It was no garden party, correct? Right? It wasn't. It had to be done. Otherwise, you just controlled opposition. How did the country get like this? You said Biden or Obama or Hillary Clinton or all the neocons. But it was a Republican Party that was just controlled opposition, just kind of went along. This, like your beloved senator from South Carolina. I think there might be a primary challenge now that I hear this. That's a symptom of the problem, is it not? It's that go along with what the radical Democrats want to do, right? It's want to spread America all over hell's half acre. It's not that we don't have strategic interests. This is not America alone. We're not isolationist. Hell, virtually every person or family here either had somebody in the service, knows overseas. You are the backbone of what's kept us free. We're not isolationists. We're not saying come home. We're not saying America alone. But it's no longer we're going to be the policeman, the cop for globalists, for their interests, not the interests of the nation. They hate Trump because his first slogan, America first. Remember that? Oh my God, they're fascist. They're fascist because he wanted to put America first and, wait for it, American citizens first. Right? Right. Right? What is Trump fighting on the tariffs and the trade and all this, on the tax bill he's doing? The additional tax cut, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, right? He understands the American people, that the shoulders of the whole world system rest on your shoulders. Think about that. It rests on your shoulders. You're the full faith and credit of the United States. The whole monetary system, everything is on your shoulders. The whole military is on your shoulders. And you've been screwed every day for the last 50 years since President Reagan left, right? Right? Until Trump came out. That's what they hate. They hate the fact that he came with a revolution that was a great awakening. Nobody in this room, if I told you years ago that one day, right before the 250th anniversary of one of the greatest moments in world history, not just American history, the shot heard around the world in Lexington and Concord, you would be in a convention hall screaming like mad men and mad women, right? As one of the greatest examples in this country of taking the country back. You say, no, I'm not going to, it was on, think about it. Think about your life. Think of the arc of your life. Think of your journey. That is what is inspiring people throughout the country. Tarrant County, and here's the amazing thing. In South Carolina, which is so MAGA, with his population and his folks in Texas, which is so MAGA. The establishment there are, how do I say this politely, not MAGA, right? Because the vested interest, South Carolina is a magnificent state. Do you honestly think they're just going to turn it over to you and say, okay, you guys run it? That's not the way it works. And you know that. And that's why you're such an amazing lesson to people, because you said, my agency, my own human agency, they may think I'm a nobody, but I'm not. And you've proved that. So the last thing is to leave you guys with is in inspiring other people. Think about it for a second. The first victory, and Trump even coming down and doing it, was inspired by divine providence, and the hand of God was in there. The hand of God was in the big steal, because God wanted us to understand the enemies of this nation and what they were prepared to do to this nation, and prepared to do to the folks that were the backbone of the nation, right? That victory against all odds, the third victory, because they saw us coming, is the most powerful, because now we have people that you would think never hear the MAGA about MAGA. 39% of African American men, Hispanics in majority. About MAGA. 39% of African American men, Hispanics in majority. And I can tell you, having done a short trip to a federal prison, the young, I'm telling you right there, these people, these young African American, Hispanic men hate the Democratic Party. They hate it. And they admire Trump. They don't understand all his policies, and they don't have to. They said, that guy's a leader. He's not a politician. I will follow that man. That's what Trump gives us. And what is for you tonight, after this, ask yourself one thing about taking it broader from here, and even broader than Columbia. But taking your message throughout the country, to your countrymen, that so far some of them have just been too timid to do it. Ask yourself, the world's had, 10, 12, 14, 114 billion, I think, 114 billion people, right, since the beginning. Why did divine providence put you here in this time and place? What are you going to be judged for? What are you going to be held accountable for? Why are you here in America and you are every bit as patriotic and have a deep, abiding love for this country and prepared to sacrifice for this country as the men and women that were in Lexington Common and at Concord Bridge this Saturday 250 years ago? Everybody that reads this, if I was there, we're in the greatest danger, a far greater danger than the Patriots in 1775 and 76. Greater than even the Civil War. Greater than World War II and the lead up to it. This is the greatest peril this nation's ever had, because the forces aligned against us are not only international forces, but the traitors on Wall Street and corporate America and in Silicon Valley. The enemy within is almost as powerful as the enemy without. And the only thing that stands between it is Trump and you. In closing, I can just leave you with one thing. You are amazing, tremendous. Now you have to inspire an entire nation and lead an entire nation. No, I'm just a crazy Mick that yells into a microphone. Seriously, you guys do the work. I just want to leave you with one thing. When you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna. Fight, fight, fight!
All right, there you go. Stephen K. Bannon wrapping up his speech at the Greenville, South Carolina Republican Convention there. Real America's Voice. Welcome on in, everybody. On a Monday night,
Trump
Bannon.
2028.
Okay, there you go. Trump 2028.
Trump, 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 Trump.
Okay, here we go.
On the afternoon of January 20th, 2029, I'll have Bill Maher at the inauguration read this out loud. How's that?
There we go.
Is this an encore?
I don't know. Let's leave it up for a second, Aaron.
He came back for Stairway to Heaven.
This is Donald Trump's star on the
Hollywood Walk. Hold on, they take this star up.
It's too big for that room.
All right, there you go. All right, very good. Stephen K. Bannon wrapping up his speech down there in Greenville, South Carolina.
Did they take it up?
Getting
Aren't they trying to? Are we going to let them do that?
Trump star on the Walk of Fame. Are we going to let him take it up?
Why?
Let me tell you something. There's no way that you can be defeated. If we don't quit, we're going to win. You know that, right?
Okay, there we go. Looks like Steve's done. All right, welcome on in, everybody. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, getting started. Welcome in, Slick. How are you?
Good, Big D. How you doing?
Slick's going to do sports. Delgado's here is going to do some news. Paul Nolan's going to do some news as well. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I'm okay.
Very good. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
You weren't waiting for him to just That's the way to handle it.
Not interested in why it's okay. The difference between okay and great these days with Delgado could be who knows what.
What are you talking
about?
Right, Slick?
Could be a whole nother universe.
That's exactly right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm well. I had a nice
Very
day
good.
today, and appreciate all Big D's editing help. The guy's a master on the computer.
Thank you.
And I am a boomer.
I had a good day, too.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Good day, mate.
Back to Delgado. Why are you just okay?
No, it's all right.
Okay, good. All right. Well, Slick, I guess we got to start with the Masters.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I've ever seen
In a worse putt
a
game.
more bipolar round of golf other than when me and Paul play. That's what I would
before you
compare
hit
it to.
the eighth hole with a drinking
When you see shots that me and Paul would hit on any hole on any Saturday, and then the 2 holes later, you see the greatest shot you've ever seen hit on any level of golf. You think, how could this be the same person?
It was fascinating. It was fascinating. I don't think sent the message.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like what I saw on Sunday at the Masters with Rory. I just don't think I've ever seen it. Just in total control. And then totally leaks oil, loses it again, and you're thinking, here we go. The guy, I was texting back and forth with my dad. I said, the guy's just cursed. He can't handle the pressure here. He just can't. When he hits it in the brook on 13, that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen by a professional.
How about the putts?
I have that shot.
5 foot putts he's missing.
I have that short into the brook because I just don't want to commit to it because I'm such a chicken on the. That's what I would have done. I would have came up short because I didn't want to go for it.
Yeah,
that was such an amateur play.
To make double there and then to make bogey on 14, and it was 13-14, I think it was. Then he gets to 15. And he hits one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
Oh, that was incredible.
I've never seen it. Rivals Bubba out of the pucker brush there. The year that he won it when he twisted that ball. It's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
Incredible.
And then he misses the putt, but he makes birdie. And then he gets to 18 and hits one of the worst shots from 125. If you gave him 100 balls, he wouldn't put it in that bunker on any one of them on just any day. If he just went out there with a bucket of balls, he could never put it in that bunker.
Even with a 30-mile-an-hour headwind.
Puts it in the bunker, gets it out, misses a 4-footer for the whole ball of wax.
Because that spot he was in that bunker is the easy up and down. Like, these guys love that up and down.
He hit it to 4 feet. You got to make that putt.
Yeah, that putt.
How he misses that putt.
Played there for all these years. The pin's in the same place every year. He misses the putt.
Yep.
Then he gets into a playoff, and you're thinking, it's just doomed. Right. And then after, he hits a terrible shot. Has the same yardage on the playoff hole on 18, and he hits a gap wedge to 2 feet. And you just go, where was that?
And it just rolled back. That was a beauty.
And then he finally makes the putt, and it's over. I've never seen anything.
Though, how about they rivaled each other's shots? That was back. The playoff was outstanding.
Almost to the tee. Literally, almost within a feet.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I wanted to see go at least 2 playoff holes. Because that was good golf. That was
good. Good overtime.
One hole isn't really like a playoff. It's like sudden death.
Sudden
it's
life
like if
thing,
you could do all right, we're going to do 5.
Oh, 5 would have killed that.
Well, the U.S. Open used to do 18, and they got rid of it. And it was great when they did. If you had a tie at the end of Sunday, you come back Monday to play 18.
Play a whole round, yeah.
Remember Tiger and
that's a lot.
What's his name?
Tough.
Famously, when Tiger had the bum knee and he still won.
Yeah. Hey, my question to you is this, and I was thinking about this because of the way Bryson DeChambeau kind of detonated in the last round. Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that live golfers only play 3 rounds in their tournaments?
No.
No, that guy can run through a brick wall.
No. Nothing.
No, I understand that, but do you think?
I mean, he only shot 3 over. I mean, that's not good for him.
Right, but he shot a 75. What was it, 75 in the last?
He
had
over.
a bad
day.
But he had a couple plays that he just missed by a hair.
Yeah, his yardages on his irons were terrible throughout most of the day. He had 100. You have 125 yards, and he hit it 135. They just couldn't figure out what.
He was overshooting a lot.
Yeah, his yardages were not dialed in. But no, I mean, Bryson could win that tournament any given. I mean, he'll definitely win one. And by the way, how about my guy? Nice job by my guy, Oberg.
Oh, yeah, Oberg came back.
Oberg's in the lead all of a sudden. I don't think he knew.
For a minute there, I thought you were going to get it.
I did too.
He was number 2.
Until he decided to play like me on 18.
Around the 8th hole, I bet him at 22-1, and he made that run up the ladder there. I was getting excited.
Yeah, he was some run.
I mean, he just played regular golf. I mean, the field really came back to him. He didn't. I mean, he made a couple birdies, but he didn't really make a run.
-9, though.
They just came back to him, and then all of a sudden he's -10. He's walking up 17. Like it's just it's a Sunday at the local club. Like I don't think he had any. I wonder if he even knew he was tied for the lead at that time. And then he gets to 18, and then
the wheels
plays like it's his first day playing golf.
And then somebody told him, and he went, "Huh?"
Yeah.
Cost himself $600,000. I saw the 18th hole.
That's a nice hit. Oof.
Oh, so. My dad texted me too. He said, "Hey, your guy's right there now."
Yeah,
and then, like literally 2 shots later, he was like, "Oops, sorry."
I literally thought I was going to. I got to hit him tomorrow night. I got it.
Oh man! So, I hope you all had a good weekend. Welcome on in. Whatever you did. I mean, the Masters. If you watched it, man, it was unbelievable. But there was a lot of other news this weekend as well. A lot of news today. We'll get to. Slick will do sports. Delgado will do some news. Paul Nolan will do some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I think the big takeaway of today is how many people in the media are just jumping on the ability and jumping on the opportunity to call for a constitutional crisis, which the people calling for it, of course, don't care about the Constitution. They'd like to burn it down if they could in 99% of the other times. But now they see an opportunity to use it and embrace it and hug it, of course, because Trump and this MS-13 gang member who was deported back to his country of origin. And have you ever seen so many jump to defend a gang member as what's going on today with this MS-13 deportation to El Salvador? And the El Salvadorian president was in the Oval Office today. And Stephen Miller had multiple times today of just smacking down reporters on how absolutely fake and phony they've been on reporting what the Supreme Court actually said, which they don't care what the Supreme Court actually said. They act like they do, but they don't really care. All they want to know is there a way for them to use it to say Trump needs to be impeached? That's their only bar for liking what the Supreme Court said or even having any vague interest in what they actually wrote. That's their only bar. I saw it all day long today. Impeachment number 3, third time's the charm. It's got to be impeachment. This is outrageous. It's a constitutional crisis. All of this, all day long. From, I don't know, Twitter keeps feeding me people I've never seen before, too. You ever notice that?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you get into one subject, you do a couple searches for information on one, and then all of a sudden you're getting all these lefties on constitutional crisis and impeach Trump for the 3rd time, and they're defying a 9-0 order from the Supreme Court. Like hell they are. And Stephen Miller did a fantastic job, along with the Attorney General, Secretary of State, the Vice President, the President, all in the Oval Office today. With Caitlin Collins, they're droning on and on, asking the same question 9 different ways to Sunday because she's not getting the answer she likes, and she's dealing with people who are much smarter than she is. So she doesn't like that. So that's probably the video and the story of the day from me. And we have the full 5 minutes of what happened in the Oval Office today. We'll play that for you as well. Then we'll have, obviously, other news. There's other things to talk about as well. But that's probably the video of the day. So Stephen K. Bannon kicks us off. Welcome on in. We'll take it from here. News, sports, all coming up on a Monday night live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this. live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Welcome on in, everybody. Glad you're here. Hope you had a great weekend. Slick's going to do sports. Of course, we already talked a lot of sports about the Masters, but hard not to.
We did.
What a Sunday it was. Rick Delgado's going to do some news. Paul Nolan's going to do news. It's always nice to come in on Monday and have a little presence here from the great LFS6B audience, which, of course, we adore and love.
Yes.
And that is exactly what happened tonight as we get here. And it was a big box here.
Yeah.
And Slick, of course, receives all the packages. And this package was from Donita, Dakota, and Phil Harmon on X, and it says, Happy Easter to y'all at LFS6B. Thank you for the laughter and fun in the chat. Delgado, this is because of your repost. Enjoy. And they sent us all these nice, beautiful coffee mugs stuffed with little goodies that I can't eat because I'm on a diet.
I'll eat them.
But Delgado can eat them. I got Hershey Kisses and Hershey Eggs, chocolate-filled this, and we've got these nice cups with Aaron. You say who's on the cup here? What's this thing's name?
From Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
Not Buc-ee's Fan, because we have someone called Buc-ee's Fan.
Yeah, no, not Buc-ee's Fan in the chat.
But this is Buc-ee's.
Maybe they're a fan of Buc-ee's.
Yeah, and what is Buc-ee's exactly? It's like a Wawa?
Kind of like a Wawa meets a Walmart glorified gas station.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you do that again?
That was actually good.
It's kind of like Walmart meets Wawa glorified gas station.
Yeah. Oh, so Royal Farms.
What's the place I like? The Sheets.
Yeah, you like Sheets.
Oh, man, come on.
This place, I think, is bigger than Sheets.
Bigger than the Sheets?
It's like if you took a Sheets and you made it into a warehouse. That's a Buc-ee's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sounds awesome.
Well, these are pretty cool. Delgado's already eating his road
trip.
I'm a beaver believer. I believe in beaver.
So Slick and Delgado got the yellows. Me, Paul, and Vinnie Mac got this nice, what would you call this? Like wood panel.
looks like a barrel.
Like a barrel.
Yeah, like a wine barrel or a bourbon barrel.
Like Cracker Barrel. They have great breakfast there, Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, if you want to die of hardening of the arteries by midway through it.
And then Kevin Downey Jr. got this one.
Oh, we got the white one.
And it says it's a beaver.
It's a beaver.
And then the beaver on the this side. So we love gifts. Thank you very much again to Donita, Dakota, and Phil Harmon on X. And Delgado, it sounds like you're responsible for this. Something you reposted or something?
Yes, I think it had to do with Buc-ee's.
Okay, very good.
I believe.
And so this stuff showed up today. And we want to thank them very, very much for it. So.
And I'm a beaver believer.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, very good. 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Let's do some sports. Then we'll do some news with Delgado. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Great stuff for Lindell. You can still shop for Easter, I believe, today. They've got a bunch of great deals going on. They're percale, and I will say it correct this time so I don't get 900 emails telling me that I pronounced it wrong. Percale, I believe is how you pronounce it. Bed sheets are a flat, I think, $25 for any size. Kings, whatever you want. I think they're $25 blowout sale for as long as they last. And then the Rev 7, which has hit the market, which, Delgado, I'm sorry to tell you, you will not be taste testing them. Because my son drank them.
Oh, no.
And he absolutely loved them.
Really?
Yeah. He said, Dad, they're so good. He had the lemonade and the blue, I think it's blue raspberry or something. And now he's the apple, the green apple I still have, Delgado. Do you want to taste test that one?
Sure, bring it in.
Okay,
Come on.
so maybe we can test that one because he wasn't sure he was going to like that one. So he left it. But, man, he really liked them. So I'm gonna have to call Mike and try to swindle some more out of them. So Rev 7 is available at live at mypillow.com/LFS6B as well. Slick, let's do some sports. What's going on?
All right, big deal. When we cover the Masters, I'll run it back a little bit more in the next sports segment. But another big event over the weekend was down in Miami, right, Big D? UFC 314.
Oh.
And it was with deep regret that I could not join you and Vin Buda on the that
on the
great coverage on Rav. You talk about it. It was incredible, right?
I mean, it was last minute. But, man, we had a great time covering the UFC.
Yeah, good one.
Anybody watched the coverage? We didn't have a chat, so I don't know if it was on social media or what. But
well, I saw it on. I quickly saw it on Getter. I went on real quick and I checked it on the Rav Getter. And but I was actually at an event. I was a Prince tribute band that I had to go see out east. I already had tickets, so unfortunately I couldn't join you guys. I would have loved to. But great event, right? Alexander the Great, Volkanovski with the win, big win there. Tough decision, 5-round decision over Diego Lopez. And but let's talk about President Trump because he was the guest of honor, if you will, and Donald Trump's entrance to star-studded UFC 314 brings the house down. This is Nick Gilbertson of Breitbart Sports. President Donald Trump's entrance to UFC 314 in Miami, Florida, Saturday night sent the Kaseya Center into a frenzy. The president walked into a star-packed center sporting a gold tie while flanked by his entourage, which included some of his grandchildren, UFC CEO Dana White, and Representative Byron Donalds as well, who Trump has endorsed for governor of Florida. UFC commentator Joe Rogan asked fellow commentators John Anik and former heavyweight champion and U.S. Olympian Daniel Cormier if anyone else besides Trump and UFC fighters has a walk-in as the president's signature entry song, American Badass, by his friend Kid Rock, blasted in the arena. Cormier emphasized that Trump always gets a walkout. Give him the walkout. People love it, Cormier said. The president greeted cabinet members and celebrities as he took his seat in the arena after shaking hands with Barstool CEO Dave Portnoy and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in attendance. Trump made his way to the commentators, sharing a hug with Rogan. And I think we have cut two with Trump there doing a little dance as he walked in, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. Fired up, Big D.
Yeah, we covered it on Saturday Live as the president got there, and as you well say, he went over to Joe Rogan, D.C., and John Anik, and made his way through, stopped to say hello to Dave Portnoy, stopped to say hello to RFK. People thought he blew RFK's wife off. I don't know. I think he got distracted.
Oh, come on.
Because there was he did walk by her and not shake hands. She kind of reacted, but I think he got distracted by Joe Rogan or by Dana White. And then I saw a picture later that he did go back and he was talking to her and him together. So, I mean, but people just try to jump at every little thing they can. I mean,
And another part of that story, they had talked beforehand. So they were hanging out beforehand. So it's not like, he totally blew her off. Like you said, he had gotten distracted, and then he went back.
Yeah.
And with Volkanovski with that win, I saw the highlights, Big D. Pretty good fight there. Good shots there.
Yeah, Volkanovski looked good. Better than I thought he was going to look because he has been on a losing streak and getting knocked out. And now he did take those fights on short notice, and he had a full camp for this one. He looked good.
Yeah, 48-47, 49-46, and 49-46.
That was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, new undisputed featherweight champion now. And lightweight Paddy Pimblett, TKO in round 3 over Michael Chandler as well.
He's a star. The kid's a star. He's going to be as close to a star that the UFC has developed since Conor. He talks the talk on the mic. He backs it up. He's undefeated. Everybody keeps counting him out. In every fight he goes, and they say, "Oh, this is the one they're going to get him," and he keeps winning. He's not Conor McGregor. I'm not saying that, but he's going to be as close to a star if they make him. If they make the push.
But he's entertaining.
He's entertaining. He's good on the mic.
Yep.
He gets into it with, he starts these. He gets into it with people.
Funny.
Yeah, he's good.
He's funny.
He's good.
Good stuff.
He's really good in the ring.
And just shifting gears, Big D, Western Michigan secures program's first Frozen 4 title. Also on Saturday night, ESPN News Services reporting St. Louis. Owen Michaels scored the two third-period goals, including an empty netter to seal Western Michigan's first Frozen 4 championship and a 6-2 victory over Boston University on Saturday night. Irio Hikaranarian and Wyatt Shingloth, well, these are great names, each had a goal and assist, while Ty Hendricks and Cole Krusberg-Rosen also scored to cap the Broncos' first Frozen 4 appearance in the program's 52-year history. Hampton Slugneski stopped 24 shots, top-seeded Western Michigan 34-7-1 closed its winningest season with 10 straight victories. The Broncos reached the finals when Michaels, who played 2 seasons in the North American Hockey League and does not yet have an NHL contract, scored his second goal 26 seconds in a double OT and a 3-2 overtime winner against Denver Thursday night, which was a thrilling game. But great win in the Frozen 4. Boston University has won 5 of them, so it's time that Western Michigan won their first. So that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back.
All right, Slick, very good. 26 past the hour. Daniel Romberg from Nation's First Financial is going to join us when we get back, talk a little bit about taxes, tariffs, what's going on right now in the country. We'll do that when we get back, plus news with Delgado coming up right after this. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night all across the country on Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do the news. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Lots to get to on a busy Monday night. But right now, Daniel Romberg is an American entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, author, a keynote speaker. He's best known for his best-selling book, No Stone Left Unturned, Retirement Simplified, and Pay Off Your Mortgage. And he joins us on the show right now from Nations First Financial. You can find them online at www.nationsfirstfin.com. Mr. Romberg, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks so much for having me. I'm doing well. Glad to be here.
It's good to have you. Welcome on in. And an interesting time with taxes and retirement and tariffs and everything that's going on. But first, tell us a little bit about Nations First Financial and kind of what your guys' missions is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nations First is an independent firm started by my father 22 years ago. And our whole mission is to help people realize their purpose with the season of life and retirement. And what that really means, Damon, is we look to make sure that we're helping people to operate from the abundance mindset. What we found is when people retire, it's super common to fall into a tug of war between scarcity and abundance thinking. And we actually have a process at Nations First Financial that we use to help our clients to realize that abundance and joy and show up powerfully in those years of life.
Yeah, and let's just think about retirement first, and you think about being in that kind of that red zone of retirement, in that last part as you're getting close to retirement. You know, in that 60 to 70 range. I don't think people even these days think they can retire in their 60s with the way things are and the way and savings and looking at how we've with inflation and stuff. But what's the most important for people retiring soon to know? What should they be focused on now, given the kind of the time we're living in with everything going on?
Yeah, that's so contextual to everything that's happening right now, and a great question. There is a lot happening in the markets, the economy. Sometimes there's people that get worried about what's happening, or sometimes there's people that are encouraged. But I think the most important thing for people to realize is you have to look at your individual situation. What is your individual risk capacity? How much time do you have until retirement? What are the steps that you've taken to be proactive to figure out what your taxes are going to look like, what your income is going to look like, how you're going to choose Social Security, what kind of legacy you're going to leave to your kids, and how you're going to be prepared to deal with healthcare challenges in retirement? A lot of people are focused on the news right now, but I'm encouraging people to really take a hard look at what they need. One of the saddest things I hear, or I used to hear a lot closer to 2008, was people would tell me, I was on track for retirement, and then 2008 happened. Well, that never needs to be the case. If you're properly looking at the risks that you can handle at the right times in life, then your retirement really should be secure. Beyond that, with our process, we teach people how to build wealth from there. And it's really just an incredible way for people to take control in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, when you opened, you talk about making sure people are focused on retirement and let's talk about income in retirement, because obviously when we're working, our working years, you're making income and, you're living your life, you're raising your kids, you're paying for college, you're doing your things and you're working, you have income coming in. But what's the best way, or what do you advise clients? What's the best way for clients to actually create income in retirement?
Well, there's two ways that you can measure income and how to create it in retirement. You can either increase the income from the distribution of your assets, or you can decrease the monthly obligation from your liabilities. That's really the only two levers you have. So when we look at retirement income, we look at things first that are going to be guaranteed for life. This is going to be, how do we maximize your Social Security? How do we maximize your pension if you have it? And where can we properly place, a well-portioned annuity to create guaranteed cash flow for as long as you live? Once you have that basic tenet met for all your need and expenses, then all we do is look at the key risks that could mess up that income. Higher taxes, inflation, long-term care, losing your spouse, the economy crashing, interest rates rising or falling. We neutralize all those key risks with that amount of guaranteed lifetime income that you need for your basic needs. And then the things you want to do in retirement, your lifestyle goals, then the probability of portfolio failure becomes zero. But, one of the great ways we help people, really, as much as we focus on income, is we focus on debt and helping people to eliminate debt properly and faster. My third book, Pay Off Your Mortgage, is all about how people can use a principle called velocity banking to really accelerate down debts pre-retirement so that we can limit that monthly obligation. And what that does is effectively have a really positive net impact on your cash flow. The less you have to pay out, the more you're going to be able to receive. Taxes are a function of that. so many people are just kind of blindly handing over their information to a preparer, and they think that they're good because they got their filing done. But we have, incredible tax attorneys, CPAs on our team here at Nations First that will really go a little bit deeper and look to create a strategy to help you to maximize not only your income, but also your retirement savings for you and your family.
Let's stay on taxes for a second, because obviously the Trump taxes is something that's in the news. Congress trying to pass an extension of the Trump taxes to make them permanent. And obviously, there's arguments on both sides that if you pass the Trump taxes without cutting spending, you're blowing a hole in the deficit. And of course, that's kind of what the Democrats focus on. Republicans are focused on just getting the taxes through and try to stimulate business and stimulate upward mobility in the country. But when you look at taxes, they always say it's not a left-right issue. It's a math problem that we're $36 trillion in debt. How do you help retirees in the tax issue when they get to retirement lower their tax burden?
Yeah, it's really quite simple. The more we study taxes, the more we realize there's some phenomenal ways for you to just, very simply reduce your income tax liability. I'll give you a couple of them. If it goes back to not focusing too much on what's happening out there and focusing a little bit more on your individual situation for a moment and say, okay, what are my taxes going to be in retirement? A lot of times we'll sit down with people and they'll say, oh, I have a great retirement income plan. We got it all mapped out. And I go, great. What's going to be your taxable income in retirement? And they look at me like a deer in the headlights, right? Like no one's ever asked me that before. Well, different levels of income are taxed differently. And so one of the first things we do is we look at what are going to be your sources of income and what tax bracket are you going to be in. We have a progressive tax code in America, which means that you're going to pay taxes on some money at 0 in the standard deduction. You're going to pay some money at 10, some money at 12, and some money at 22, and so on. So when we look at those brackets, oftentimes we'll find retirees or people that are already in retirement who say, I don't understand how to get ahead on taxes. I don't know what to do about this IRA or this 401k I have. Sometimes they're in a 0% tax bracket and they don't realize that they actually could access some of their money tax-free that was supposed to be taxable for the rest of their life. And so we look to maximize those brackets first. But another really easy, low-hanging fruit that's out there for a lot of people right now, especially now that interest rates are back, is bank products. A lot of people have pensions, Social Security, forms of income, and retirement, and they go, oh, I'm getting killed on taxes every year. I don't get it. What's happening? Well, then we look at their tax return, and they have a tremendous amount of interest coming from 1099s, from bank CDs, savings accounts, money markets. There are other tools you can utilize to create tax deferral and even tax-free results in retirement. You're not stuck with just using the products that are available at your bank, which create taxes every single year. Just by that shift alone, you can save thousands of dollars on taxes for a lot of people.
Yeah, we're speaking with Daniel Romberg from Nations First Financial. You can find him online at nationsfirstfin.com, right there on your screen. For people who have money in a Roth, in a regular IRA or 403B, or kind of what we all kind of knew as the places to put your money growing up, we saw our parents do it. And now you look at taxes, sticking with this. A lot of people say taxes have nowhere to go in this country but up. Maybe not now as we try to extend the Trump tax cuts, obviously, as we said, but. How do you advise clients where they have all their wealth in one of these, where somewhere where they haven't paid the taxes yet on the money, they deferred the taxes, and taxes right now, probably most people looking at about 28%. If they were to convert that, are you advising clients to do Roth conversions to get it into something where it can, kind of pay on the seeds and not the harvest kind of deal?
Yeah, I like that analogy you used. First of all, I leave the tax advice up to our tax advisors. We have phenomenal professionals that are actual licensed CPAs and attorneys, but I have a working function of taxes as it relates to retirement income. In fact, that's what I wrote my first book about, No Stone Left Unturned. At this point in my career, I'd met with around 1,000 families when I wrote this, and I realized that so many Americans have the bulk of their nest egg concentrated in these pre-tax vehicles and a home. And so that really doesn't create a lot of tax efficiency when you go to need your wealth and transfer it back to you for things that you're going to use it for over the rest of your life. And so there's ways you can tap equity in a home tax-free through loans and lines of credit. But when it comes to the 401k, it really is going to depend on your individual situation. Sometimes I see people converting to Roth unnecessarily or out of fear or even to their detriment, to where they're never really going to live long enough to make that money back up. So it really comes down to analyzing your individual situation. But whenever I look to do Roth conversions, I always look to our CPAs and our tax advisors to say, what's going to be the strategy first? Maybe there's some deductions, some credits, some things that you could take advantage of or put in place right now that would lower your tax liability, and that might create the opportunity to do some Roth conversions or to do some contributions. So really, we got to take a look at the whole picture. It's a great question, and it really comes down to the individual, their needs, their priorities, their concerns, and then we help address them to maximize and optimize those from there.
Yeah. We're speaking with Daniel Romberg, again, from Nations First Financial. You can visit him online at Nations First Fin. Daniel's going to be appearing this, if you want to see more of this great stuff, Daniel Romberg is going to be on CNBC this Saturday morning on Tom Hegna's Financial Freedom Show, which airs at 9 a.m. on CNBC nationwide this Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Tom Hegna's Financial Freedom with Tom Hegna. If people want to get a hold of you, I know you're in the Arizona area, local people out there. If people want to get a hold of you, where can they go?
You know, we have a YouTube channel. It's just my first and last name, Daniel Romberg. We have a great library of different topics. We interview economists and different entrepreneurs and leaders in different spaces on everything from debt reduction to tax reduction to income creation. But probably the easiest way to get a hold of me is you can call our office. We have a huge team of people that would love to get a chance to get to know you, and we could speak personally. The number to my office is 480-981-7557. And again, for anyone who wants to call us, it's 480-981-7557.
All right, Daniel, I appreciate it. A lot of stuff going on, taxes, tariffs, a lot of, uneasy markets right now. So I appreciate all the advice, and good luck this Saturday morning on CNBC. We'll be watching.
All right. Thanks so much for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Daniel Romberg from Nations First Financial on everything that's going on in the markets. Markets had a good day today, up a little bit.
Yeah, much to the chagrin of the left.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, kind of a roller coaster day. Started up by, I think, 500 points at the opening bell, then kind of dipped
down to plus 100 and
got into the red in the middle of the day, and then kind of came back to, I think, a little less than 1% up on the day, but still, like you said, an up day, as markets still try to feel out the tariff situation.
It's truly astounding that half the nation wants the stock market to crash because they hate the president so much. And I saw a poll today from CNN that 55% of Democrats think it's okay to use violence against the president.
Oh, yeah.
It's just astounding.
That is
Well, speaking of the UFC, look what happened. Did you see Shaquille O'Neal?
Yeah. He came running down to say hello to the president.
Shaquille O'Neal said hi to the president. I don't know. I didn't see the lead up to how it presented itself, whether he walked over to him, whatever it was. They ended up being close enough where Shaquille went over and said hello, shook his hand. Obviously, they caught, Shaquille's getting
killed,
just absolutely massacred from the left, and disappointments from other sports figures and people in sports talk radio and sports talk television because he shook hands with the president of the United States. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers.
It's disgraceful. It really is.
If you're sitting at UFC and Barack Obama walks by you and puts his hand out, you shake his hand.
Of course.
Respect. You say, exactly. You shake his hand and say, hello, Mr. President.
Yeah. Doesn't matter to the left, though. Because they play by different rules.
They don't care.
That's crazy. All right, we'll do some news when we get back live from Studio 6B on a Monday. to the hour live from Studio 6B. Oh, that's nice. Pulled my microphone right out.
Oh, man.
Me, Damon, I
See,
break
this is why we can't have nice things.
It matches the headset I just broke tonight.
You didn't know
Doing a show at an arm's length.
Damon's like
Sasquatch
went in
over
full
here.
Hulk mode.
There you go. Get a handle on things.
13 to the hour live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Let's do some news. We haven't done any news. Come on with the news.
Believe me, there's news.
Oh, there's plenty.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's do the news. And here with the news is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
And I won't be leading with the UFO story. I'm going to save that one for my next news break.
I can't wait.
Yes.
I can't.
I got to go make a coffee.
Put the coffee on. I'm just going to say put the coffee on. I can't wait.
Slick
Do
gotta
it now.
go.
I gotta have another
Me and
coffee.
Slick got to go. No, I didn't break the studio. Whoever wrote that, I didn't. No, just came out of this thing.
Just came out of the thing.
Yeah.
No, it was a mic drop.
So big news, of course, Friday when Bill Maher talked about his dinner with President Trump. He went on, of course, to his show and detailed some of it. We have some of it here. Of course, he talked about meeting the president, going to the White House, and being basically surprised by what he encountered. Here it is. Here's cut number 3. Here's Bill Maher, a little condensed version of his description of meeting with President Trump at their dinner. Cut number 3. Check it out.
First good sign, before I left for the Capitol, I had my staff collect and print out this list of almost 60 different insulting epithets that the president has said about me. Things like stupid, dummy, lowlife dummy, sleazebag, sick, sad, stone cold crazy. Really a dumb guy, fired like a dog, his show is dead. 60. I brought this to the White House because I wanted him to sign it, which he did. I've had so many conversations with prominent people who are much less connected, people who don't look you in the eye, people who don't really listen because they just want to get to their next thing, people whose response to things you say just doesn't track. Like, what? None of that with him. And he mostly steered the conversation to, what do you think about this? I know, your mind is blown, so's mine. So MAGA fans, don't worry, your boy gave me nothing. Just hats and a very generous amount of time and a willingness to listen and accept me as a possible friend, even though I'm not MAGA, which was the point of the dinner. Trump was gracious and measured, and why he isn't that in other settings, I don't know, and I can't answer, and it's not my place to answer. I'm just telling you what I saw, and I wasn't high.
I wish that in that clip, after he signed that, he said the way he said it after that, I thought was one of the best parts. He said he did it with good nature, he did it with good humor, and he did it in good spirit. And I thought that was, pretty. I thought that was a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, another part of the of his monologue there, where he talked about how he felt like he didn't have to walk on eggshells talking to Trump, that he could just say what he wanted and feel like he's going to be listened to and not just kind of glazed over.
Yeah,
which was impressive. The comedian also was critical of the woke progressive, describing himself as an old school liberal. He talked about, of course, Trump giving him a quick little tour and showing him the Bill Clinton room,
merch room,
the merch room now,
which used to be the
other room for Bill Clinton. And but the one thing, the Bill
Jefferson room,
right? The one thing that jumps out at me from
no locker room humans,
Bill Jefferson,
right? That jumps out with Bill Maher
can't jump in on that.
is that why can't he be more gracious and measured in other settings? Because he doesn't get the opportunity to. Right?
Yeah.
When he's one-on-one or with a small group, he's funny. We see him. Yeah, he's engaging. He's all these things that Bill Maher just talked about. But the only time that Bill Maher probably sees him is when he's getting interviewed. And when he's getting interviewed by the deep state media, all they do is ask stupid questions. They come at him, from a point of view where they have a narrative that they're trying to get. They're trying to get gotcha answers, and they're not being genuine. So, of course...
And they're lying.
Right, and they're lying. So is he going to stand there and be attacked and just take it? Or does he do what he does and he turns it back on them, which all of a sudden he's a bully? Well, no, he's fighting back. Again, Bill Maher sees the part where I think most of us see it, because we've seen more than just the regular interview stuff. The left, the mainstream media, that's all they want to show you. They won't show you his dinners with these people, his showing up here for this, his showing up there for that. They won't show you that because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Right. So. You saw him bring Van Jones to tears with his generosity and decency. We've seen 1,000 acts of his generosity and decency, but that's all shuffled under the rug, and all you hear is one quote where he screwed up. You grab the girls, and that's the only thing you're ever going to get to hear from him. Right. Like the endless smear campaign has been 24/7, 365 for the last really 10 years. So it's outrageous. The whole thing's been outrageous.
And we've got
I don't know. Bill acts like he hasn't been gaslighted for all these years, and he acts like it's this big surprise. I mean, there's a lot of us who have never been around Trump, but if you're objective and you listen to people who have been around him over the last years, there's certain things about him without having met him.
Right.
And he's in the media. It's not like he doesn't know people that are more on the right that he could talk to and could have found out in all these years. He acts like this is all some big surprise to him, that the guy's magnanimous, that the guy's friendly, that the guy's nice. One of the things we heard from John Laval here in Long Island 10 years ago when he sat with Trump for the first time, he said this guy sits at a table and he wants to hear from everybody before he makes a decision. Everybody knows that about Trump. He's been like that for years.
When Kid Rock
I don't know. This whole Maher, it's just, I can't believe. Come on.
Well, Kid Rock had him on, and I endured that interview because Bill Maher, has some moments where he's clever, but there's times where all you want to do is take a pie and smush it in that smug face. But, they had that full conversation. The Kid Rock just kept saying he's a great guy, and his answer was, I know I hear it from everybody. I hear from everybody that Trump's a great guy. Acts like he's so surprised. There is his way, in my opinion, of trying to not get crucified by his fan base. I think that's his way to placate the hate that he's going to get for sitting with the enemy.
Right. Well,
it didn't work out too well if you've checked social media.
He's getting pummeled.
So again, why try to bend the knee when you know it's not going to do any good? Just whatever. But I'm just not buying this whole this huge light bulb has gone off on. I mean, come on, because there's some things. If you had any legitimate interest in getting to know the man, you would have known that he likes to listen, that he's a very good listener, that he wants people's opinion, who he considers smart, even if he doesn't agree with anything you believe politically.
Yeah, but Bill is a leftist, so he probably thinks, you're just telling me that. Yeah, he probably listens to you. You know what I mean?
No,
he's going to be a doubter anyway.
No, I think he's pandering to his audience because he's afraid to lose a good portion of his audience. That's what I think it is. I think he's just kissing butt so he doesn't get his far left loonies who hit the like button on his podcast to disappear on him.
Well, he's already lost them because he just went to the dinner. Just going to the dinner enough,
and that's his way
was
to
enough. Was enough for that.
If he lost 10% of them, maybe he gets 3% back. I just think it's all butt kissing for his audience.
Yeah, and I know we've got some editions of the other part of the way Trump can be coming up, because I know that
the CNN report,
the CNN stuff is
I got
brutal.
the whole 5.5 minutes. It's just glorious,
quite hilarious.
We should play that.
I mean, it's perfect the way he's. I mean, I don't know that they set it up, but it was. I mean, he was ready to go to Pam. He was ready. I mean, he really let other people do the work. And it was glorious to watch. So we'll watch that here in the top of hour 2 already. Man, that was a fast hour 1. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday. We're back right after this.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
From Studio 6B, Hour 2 on a Monday night. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado will have some more news. Paul's going to have some news here coming up. But I thought we'd start Hour 2 with really the video and the moment of the day. President Trump had President Bukele there from El Salvador in the Oval Office. And, of course, the media was in there and just could not wait to get to, of course, the question and the subject matter of the day and the Supreme Court and a 9-0 ruling that the Trump team is completely ignoring, we're told.
Right.
Creating a constitutional crisis.
Wait, didn't they win that?
His poor father from Maryland, as he's described.
But meanwhile, if Obama does it, they hoist him up as a deity that saves America.
And the president took some questions, and then he got around to Caitlin Collins from CNN. And
she's charming.
What happened in the next 5.5 minutes was just glorious. A glorious smackdown, triple team smackdown by the Attorney General, by the Deputy Chief of Staff, who really is really the only one who should really talk about these matters on TV when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to these kind of things, quite frankly, in my estimation, because there's really nobody better that's going to do it better than him. So why try? Just have him do it. That's, of course, Stephen Miller. And then the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, chimed in at the end as well. Here is that moment. Roll it, Aaron.
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CBS.
Do you plan to ask President Bukele to help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly deported? The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork that needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him?
And you are doing a great job. Thank you. Wait a minute. Can you just also respond to that question? Because, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanted because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As two immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised with the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which, as I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan to ask
Supreme Court is asking to... And
that-
what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
I asked President Bukele, can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm suppose you're not suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But you can release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into it.
There's
they're sick. These are sick people. Mark, do you have something to say?
Yeah, Stephen outlined it. I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin, except for Venezuela that wasn't refusing to take people back, or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President, no, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what the Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago.
That's not
and
what
they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility.
That's fantastic.
That's fantastic.
And by the way, I think they're right to portray it as a 9-0 victory for themselves, because the media is portraying it the other way. And Pam Bondi's right. Again, it's all about what they said. They said that you would have to facilitate it. It didn't say you have to do it. It said you have to facilitate it. Meaning if they decided, El Salvador decided to send him back, then we would provide a plane. That would be facilitating his return. Doesn't mean he's going to come back and just get let into the country.
Right. It was explained that he would, if they facilitated and brought him back, he would just end up in another detention center and then be deported. Correct. Because that's the law. He's been deemed a gang member that has now been designated a terrorist organization, which means automatic deportation. There's no due process for terrorists. Unfortunately, that's news to the left. They want as many of them as they can smuggle into the country as possible.
Yeah, like I said, it's been amazing all day to watch them argue, on behalf of an MS-13 gang member, as if he was some priest from their local church that got mistakenly sent. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, in related news, I mean, the hits keep coming. Illegal immigrant convicted in mom of 5, Rachel Morin's rape murder after the jury deliberates for less than an hour. There's just another story of Victor Martinez Hernandez. He's 24, convicted of first-degree murder, first-degree rape, first-degree sexual offense, and kidnapping of Morin, who's 37, and she was killed along the trail about 30 miles northeast of her Baltimore home. The guilty verdict came in less than an hour. It says here the case shook Hartford County, which is where my brother and sister-in-law and niece and nephew, beautiful neighborhood. And, this is one of those things where this guy had no business being here. And this mom with a family goes through the most heinous torture, unspeakable evil. This is, and we're gaslighted to we're crazy.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing about that story, Rachel Morin from Maryland, the Maryland mother, Chris Van Hollen is the representative from Maryland. Chris Van Hollen, when Rachel Morin was murdered, I think gave a statement to a local news station, and that was it. Chris Van Hollen today said that if this MS-13 gang member is not returned to the United States, he was going to, he was going to fly to El Salvador to go to the jail to check on him and make sure he's okay. Chris Van Hollen.
Good luck.
When Rachel Morin was murdered, he gave about an 8-word statement to a local radio station about it, sending condolences to the family. Today, for an MS-13 gang member, he said he will fly to El Salvador to check on him.
What a
and make sure he's okay.
Is he going to take Lindsey Graham with him?
I don't know how you can be a worse person than Chris Van Hollen is. Just an absolute slug of a person. But this is the left.
Yeah.
He has no interest in this guy. He has an interest in the theater of it all. He has an interest in the theater of it all. He doesn't have any interest in this Maryland father, as they put it, because he had no interest in the Maryland mother who was murdered by an illegal who was here. He didn't go on any stations and saying nothing. He gave one statement to a local Maryland radio station. An MS-13 gang member, he's going to fly to El Salvador, this idiot.
What a sweetheart. He's like UNICEF.
How can you be worse than him? It's impossible. Impossible.
Thanks, Slick.
What else is going on? Well, we don't have much time.
I was just going to comment on something you said there. You know, the narrative, the painting of the narrative of, this Maryland man. He's not a Maryland man. He's never been a citizen of the United States, which means he's not a citizen of Maryland. He was an illegal immigrant from the country of El Salvador. So when you refer to him as the man from El Salvador who used to live in Maryland. If you want to say it like that, because that's the correct way to put it.
All right, Paul's going to do some news when we get back, plus more with Delgado, sports with Slick, all coming up. right, sound like the blues on a Monday night. Let me talk to you about our friends over at the Wellness Company. It's a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future. But of course, the reality is there's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking the healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges the system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared. And of course, that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You know the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. So from flu to strep throat, from COVID to bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice, www.twc.health/voice. Today in order, that's twc.health/voice, and you can use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. Promo code VOICE at checkout will save you additional 10% from our friends over at the Wellness Company. All right, 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Paul Nolan is here. He's got some news. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, I'm going to stay in the international frame here on the China has hit back with U.S. tariffs by putting export controls on rare key earth minerals. This is an interesting story from Reuters, which is a little bit of a propaganda piece, but I want to go to it for a reason. China placed export restrictions on rare earth elements on Friday as part of its sweeping response to Trump's tariffs, squeezing supply to the West for minerals used for weapons, electronics, and a range of consumer goods. The move, which Beijing has long hinted was possible, further ratchets up the tensions between the two world's largest economies, leaving American manufacturers scrambling for fresh supplies of the critical minerals they've relied upon for decades. China produces around 90% of the world's rare earth minerals, and a group of those 17 elements used across the defense, the electric vehicle, energy, electronics industry, etc. All of these are very hard for us to get anywhere other from China. So this, I thought, was an interesting response to, what we have done in terms of reciprocal tariffs to a degree, So I thought this was interesting going back and forth, because one of the things that frustrates me about the news and the media and how they frame everything we see is things like this hit piece from Politico. Politico, which we all know is funded by USAID, which is essentially a mouthpiece for the CIA, has its main article on its front page. Canada says its friendship with the U.S. is over. Now what? So this is how the story starts. It says, our relationship, it's over. After a century and a half of building economic and military partnership that survived two world wars, the Great Depression, Cold War, 9/11, and the United States are finally breaking up. So said Prime Minister Mark Carney. Now, this is such a silly piece, but I'm going to roll with it, so just bear with me. If you guys need to go to your kitchen and grab some tinfoil to chew on it while I read this, it'll make it palatable. So Prime Minister Mark Carney, who we all know runs a little mini BlackRock, and he exported it from his home Canada to New York for tax benefits, vilified, any form of fossil fuel energy or, anything that wasn't considered green energy and that nonsense that we've all had to endure. But meanwhile, the primary investments of his investment group is in pipelines all throughout Saudi Arabia, which is incredibly telling about him. He said, this is what he said. He said, the old relationship we have with the United States based on deepening integration and of our economies and tight security and military cooperation is over. We must fundamentally reimagine our economy, and we will need to ensure that Canada can succeed in a drastically different world. The striking messaging that some said that Carney's conservative opponent, Pierre Poilievre, has begun to adopt underlines the degree to which the anger at the U.S. has taken under its current Canadian federal election campaign. So I just wanted to say this is a silly statement. It's a silly article. One person said it. The person who said it, as I said before, is an absolute World Economic Forum puppet. He completely bypassed the entire democratic process of Canada. He was placed in position as a globalist, and his job is to subvert anything Trump does, to create hate against Trump and try to rally up his base. So I just want, this is all part of the BS agenda, and I find the whole thing reprehensible. And the one thing I just want to touch on before I send it over to Slick in related news is China has imposed a 100% reciprocal tariff on Canada. This came for a while, but Canada had been tariffing the daylight out of China already for years, and no one's ever talked about it. Now China comes back with reciprocal, and that's not in the news anywhere. No. There's no evil demons anywhere, so I just wanted to send it over to you now, Rick, but I just wanted to talk about the nonstop BS we have to sift through in the ultimate propaganda media machine.
All right, very good, Paul Nolan. We'll do some more news with Paul at the end of the show. Let's do some more sports with Slick. Slickster's got it. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use at checkout. What's going on, Slickster?
Aside from the nonsense with CNN today, the president has some fun at the White House along with the vice president as Trump hosts college football champions, the Ohio State Buckeyes, at the White House. It's my favorite team as well, and I know we got a lot of viewers from Ohio. Nick Gilbertson of Breitbart reporting, President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, an Ohio State alumnus, hosted the university's football team at the White House on Monday to commemorate their national championship victory. Ohio State won the championship over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish 34-23 on January 20th, hours after Trump and Vance were sworn into office. And we're going to roll cut 8, Aaron, with the president introducing the Buckeyes, those national champions that they are.
Today is my great honor to welcome the 2024 college football national champions, the Ohio State University Buckeyes. Way to go, guys.
And if we could roll cut 7 as well, with the president getting his jersey, and I have a little comment to make about that when he gets that jersey.
We have some really nice gifts that we're going to have our captains give Mr. President, Mr. Vice President.
Here we go. Bringing up the jersey. Good old number 47. Now, it'd be nice if they'd have gave J.D. a number 48 jersey. Now, that would have really been nice, right? I guess they couldn't get away with that, huh, Big D?
Well, no, not when Bannon's got Trump as 48, so no, you can't jump.
Well, we got to see. I'm hoping we have either one, but right now I got J.D. as 48 for my book. There we go. And you got the helmet as well. And a little drama as well there. J.D. Vance, he posted a hilarious take after fumbling Ohio State's championship trophy. Thanks, Aaron. This is also Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. National championship trophies do not come with handling instructions, but perhaps they should. On Monday, as the Ohio State Buckeyes football team visited the White House to celebrate the national championship, Vice President J.D. Vance picked up the trophy for a photo op, only to have the hardware fall apart. I don't have the clip for that, but, Vance is a 2007 Ohio State graduate, and what he said was he covered himself good. The trophy went up, and Travion Henderson, the stud running back for Ohio State, he went to grab the top, and then the base actually fell off. I think J.D. thought it was one piece altogether, but he had a great one-liner. He said, I didn't want anyone after Ohio State to get the trophy, so I decided to break it. So that was cute. So good stuff with J.D. Good stuff at the White House, Big D. The Buckeyes won the national championship. That was my team. I had them rolling, so I was excited about that. Good to see them do it.
I didn't know you're an Ohio State Buckeye.
Yeah, I go back with Archie Griffin. I loved Ohio State. Absolutely.
Right.
I front run with some of the other clubs, but the Buckeyes are my team. Those are my boys. I'm a Cincinnati. I'm an Ohio guy. You know me.
Never heard him mention
that. Of course I have.
Never heard of
Archie Griffin. Sure.
Just when you thought you knew everything about your boy.
That's right.
This is great to find this out.
Lord.
He finally found himself a winner.
That's a wrap,
after
Big
they
D.
won.
I'm a big
Back
Avalanche
to you.
fan.
Yeah, come on.
Dodgers too.
I didn't say it.
Shut up.
All right, more news with Delgado. Plus, Dr. Holly Lucille's going to join us when we get back.
Nice.
Wow, 2 guests.
minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, all across the country on a Monday night. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's got some more news. Paul Nolan's going to grab some more news here before we wrap on a Monday. But right now, please welcome back to the show. Of course, all of us are looking for ways to feel better, get in shape, and improve their overall health. And Dr. Holly Lucille is here. Of course, she's a naturopathic doctor. And of course, she works with Pure Health Research. Please welcome her back to the show. Dr. Lucille, how are you?
I'm great, always being with you guys. Thanks so much.
It's always a pleasure to have you on. And as I said, I know you work with Pure Health Research, and they have wonderful health supplements. And we talk about keeping in shape, and we talked about liver health formula and stuff like that. But what else can you tell us about some of their other supplements they have?
Yeah, it's great. I've said we have talked about liver health formula, but once the liver does its job of detoxifying things, it has to go through what system? The lymph system. So I would say out of their 45 products, I would want to talk about lymph system support next. Anybody that's experiencing that fluid retention or struggling with swelling, ankles, legs, feet, etc., it's a natural formula. It helps flush out those extra fluids to alleviate that uncomfortable swelling or tightness. So, supports that healthy lymph system. Also, I think I've said this to you all before, but it's worth repeating. During the pandemic, we figured out that only 12% of the American population is metabolically healthy. What does that mean? Well, we can manage our blood sugar and the things that we actually eat. So what do we do for that? Well, I would say the blood sugar formula is also really great. It can help reduce appetite, just like those medications out there that everybody is trying. And I'm starting to see it hurts my heart, but it can crush sugar cravings and it also makes it easier to stay in it can help. So I would also
reconnect with Dr. Lucille. I don't know if she's on wireless, Aaron, or what, but she keeps freezing up. So we'll try to reconnect with Dr. Lucille, see if she can get on a hardwired and get off the wireless, which I'm assuming that's what that issue is. We'll try to figure that out and have her back on here before we wrap the show. But let's do some news while we wait to see if we can figure that out. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, some of the highlights we saw today from the White House, whether it be the Ohio State football team visiting or, of course, the president of El Salvador. During the meeting with the president of El Salvador, of course, President Trump took several shots at CNN's anchor, Caitlin Collins, as she peppered him with questions at the Oval Office over the quote-unquote rightful deportation of El Salvadorian national who the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that could be sent back to the United States if El Salvador wants to do it. But here is, because of all the butthurtness over at CNN and Trump saying that basically CNN hates his country, Dana Bash took it upon herself to respond to the president. Here she is, cut number 11 on CNN, saying that CNN is nice and we don't really hate the country. Here is cut number 11. You have to see this for yourself to believe it. Cut 11, Dana Bash. Check it out.
We've been listening to a lengthy live press conference inside the Oval Office with the leader of El Salvador, Bukele, where we have heard a lot of bits of information, a lot of news nuggets that we want to definitely focus on, a lot of some misinformation as well. But we want to digest all of this right now with our terrific panel here and our reporters. Jeff Zeleny, I want to start with you. You are at the White House. Before I get to you, I just want to say, for the record, since we heard President Trump say in the Oval Office that CNN hates our country, CNN does not hate our country. That should go without saying. I've been here for 32 years, and I see a rhetorical device in him trying to say such a thing.
So you don't like fake news, huh?
We just report like we do.
Right.
Maybe we actually don't. We just report like we do. How about that? All right, we'll hold the news for a second. Let's get back. I mean, Jesus. Dr. Holly Lucille, I think we have her back. We'll see if the connection's any better. There she is. Dr. Lucille, welcome back. You were talking about, I believe, the lymph product. Tell us again.
Yeah, we went from lymph support. After the liver does its job, the lymph can take everything out. So really important to support that system as well. And then And the last thing I'll talk about tonight is the blood sugar formula. Really, as it says, it really helps support healthy blood sugar. And there's a lot of people dealing with unhealthy blood sugars that is leading to cardiovascular disease, metabolic syndrome, et cetera. So I think that's really important as well.
And when you said that the fact that you gave us, what percentage of American people are, say that again?
12%. During the pandemic, we understood that only 12% of the American population was metabolically healthy. And that's where, when people were infected with a particular virus, COVID, they would have that cytokine storm. And a lot of it had to do with being metabolically unhealthy. And so we're trying to get people to get their weight under control, their blood sugar under control, and so they can just be more vital when anything else comes around.
Yeah. And when it comes to that, I think I've asked you this before, but I forgot what you said. And giving the body what it needs and giving the body the ability to do things maybe it can't do as well. How much does methylation work when it comes to things like this? When you think about methylating, taking a methylated multivitamin and kind of taking the form where it's kind of already done the work that the body can't do, does that apply at all to anything that Pure Health Research, what you would be taking from them? And just speaking to that overall metabolic health of people, how much of that factors in?
So methylation, do you have 4 hours? We could talk about it, but I'm just going to try to sum it up for you. It's a chemical process in your body. It has to do a lot with our neurotransmitters, has to do with pathways in the liver. There are genetic SNPs. They're called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, where your methylation can be off to a certain extent, whether it's a 35% reduction in methylation or a 75% reduction in methylation, or anywhere in between. The idea of taking something that's already methylated, like let's say in a B vitamin formula, is exactly what you said. You're kind of spooning it into the cells instead of your body having to do extra work in order to get it absorbed into its most bioavailable form. And so if you look at the ingredients in Pure Health Research, for example, and you can go to their website, purehealthresearch.com, and see each product has the ingredients listed and a clinical study behind each product, you'll see that their forms are quality. And that's important because you can get sub-quality forms that are cheaper to manufacture, right? But your body has to work harder to actually metabolize them and get them in to do the job that we're promising they're going to do.
Yeah. All right. Very good. You can go to purehealthresearch.com. Of course, if you're interested in any of this and taking a look at their really fabulous lineup, you can get 35% off your order if you use coupon code 6B. And of course, you're protected with their 365-day money-back guarantee. So you risk nothing by giving it a try. Purehealthresearch.com. Save 35% with promo code 6B right there on your screen. Purehealthresearch.com. Dr. Lucille, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Sorry for the trouble.
No problem. No problem. Dr. Holly Lucille from Pure Health Research, purehealthresearch.com. Save 35%. Use code 6B. I asked her that because I'm interested in that, obviously, methylation, because I take a methylated multivitamin, and they say it's much better for you to get the things that you need. So,
yeah.
All right, very good. Let's get back to the news with Rick Delgado. What else is going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, big story, Damon, coming out of the New York Post. Declassified Cold War era CIA files detail, I talked about this earlier, Soviet clash with aliens who witnesses say turned soldiers into stone. Yes.
We suspected this.
This is actually declassified Cold War era CIA files have gone viral over its coverage of a supposed clash between Soviet soldiers and UFO passengers, which reportedly turned the troops to stone before blasting off. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, the CIA acquired a 250-page KGB report recounting the events that transpired after a platoon fired at a flying saucer over Ukraine. The report included eyewitness accounts, pictures of the aftermath, shut your face, and which one American agent described a horrific picture of revenge on the part of the extraterrestrial creatures, a picture that makes one's blood freeze. The report claims Soviets conducting a training exercise spotted a low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer flying over their heads. Yeah. During the encounter, one of the Soviets fired a surface-to-air missile, which struck the UFO and sent it to the ground. It fell to Earth, and not far away, and 5 short humanoids with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it, all saying, "Ap, ap, 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 ap." After escaping the debris of the ruined ship, the beings huddled together and merged in a single object.
Yeah.
That acquired a spherical shape.
Oh, the sphere.
Yeah, exactly. In a few seconds, the sphere grew much bigger and exploded by flaring up in extremely bright light. At the very instant, 23 soldiers who'd watched the phenomenon turned to stone, the report says.
Did you get this from the Sun?
No, this is
you got that from ELO song back in the 70s.
Only
Stone.
Only 2 soldiers that stood near the shade were less exposed to the luminous explosion survived, according to this. The KGB allegedly took custody of the petrified soldiers and the ruined spacecraft, which was transported to a secret base near Moscow. So there you have it.
All I could see was
Electric Light Orchestra turned to stone.
All I saw was the little aliens from the movie Mars Attacks.
Where was that?
The New York Post.
Wow.
New York Post. Okay.
New York Post. We reference the New York Post a lot. These are from a CIA file.
Yeah, that's a viable
source. They're only writing what they're reading here in the file.
No. I mean,
it's
the CIA document declassified in 2000, originally covered by the Canadian Weekly World News and Ukrainian paper.
So the Canadian paper reported on the Ukrainian paper about a KGB story about a guy who saw Tony Randall's nephew. Wait,
it had nothing to do with Tony Randall.
Okay.
And this story was even featured on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast last year.
Oh, who was the guest?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Bob Lazar.
Okay.
There you have it.
All right. Well,
I love that story, by the way. I'm not going to lie. I think that's stuff.
Jesus Perez says, Delgado, it's true. Absolutely, it's true.
Well, think about Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Don't look back. You'll turn to stone.
They
what
turned
happened?
to salt.
Boom.
They turned to
Woman
pillars of salt.
Turned to salt. Same thing.
love those stories. I think that stuff's fun.
Yeah.
I got one more for you. This will be fun for anybody wanting to celebrate Cinco de Mayo in Chicago. Chicago has canceled their Cinco de Mayo parade, held annually in the sanctuary city, over fears of, you guessed it, ICE raids. Organizers announced on Thursday that the parade, which was set to be held on the southwest side of the city next month, has been canceled as Trump's war on illegal immigrants has sparked fear across the country. Our people are scared, said Hector Escobar, president of the Casa Pueblo and Sirmaquia, say that 10 times fast, Road Chamber of Commerce. He said, see, some of them don't even like to want to go to work. Well, that's because they're taking a siesta. And they've had a high risk. Definitely, it's not much to celebrate. The 5th of May festivities originally celebrated Mexican victory over the French. No, that's not why. They don't even have this right. That's not why they...
Which story?
Commander Mike on X says, Paul believes all of this, but he's clowning Delgado because D and Slick are.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bandwagoner.
Yeah. Just like he's a Dodger fan.
17 to the hour. We'll wrap it up on a Monday. We get back right after this. Yep, Paul.
He figured me out.
to the hour on a quick Monday night. Glad you've been in. Going to be a good week. If you're watching on social media, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Again, check out Eternal Life Coin, our brand new sponsor for Vinnie Mac's segments. Their Eternal Life Coin, you can get yours for Easter right now. It's a great, beautiful gift. If you want to give them out for Easter or just get one for yourself, I carry it around with me all the time. I have for about the last 3 months, and they're absolutely beautiful coins. EternalLifeCoin.com. Anybody who purchases one this week will get a free T-shirt if you send your receipt into lfs6b@yahoo.com, and anybody that buys anything from Mike Lindell can get a free T-shirt this week. So promotion week as we head into Easter. LFS6B is the code at MyPillow, of course, and Eternal Life Coin. All you got to do is make a purchase, send in your receipt to lfs6b@yahoo.com. Paul Nolan's got the news. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, my man Tom Fitton over at Judicial Watch has announced today that it filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Justice for records regarding Epstein, including any records on the identities of the clients associated of Epstein. Judicial Watch sued for the Justice Department after it failed to adequately respond to 4 separate FOIA requests regarding and concerning Jeffrey Epstein, including specific requests for depicting the identities of clients or associates of Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein document request was sent to the Justice Department, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation has thwarted all of them, despite the fact they are legally obligated to turn over the treasure trove of documents that have been redacted.
Let's do the Epstein file release update for the day. Epstein's the list and arrests made. Let's do it for the day. And here with that is Rick Delgado. Mr. Delgado?
Well, guys, according to my research, that's more. There's actually lines on that paper.
Yes. Yeah, and a few holes, too.
All right, there you go. There's your Epstein update arrest list for the day. Back to Paul Nolan with the news. Paul continues.
So I found this a little disturbing. Taylor Lorenz, you guys familiar with her?
Whack job.
Whack job. So she has some interesting things to say on Luigi Mangione. Aaron, can I get that first clip? You can see Crazy Incarnate.
We have a number on it.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and the angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen, because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's a revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person, it seems, this morally good man, which is fine.
She should marry him and see how that turns out.
Women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we are.
This is crazy. You could blow her up.
This is really... what did I say before? You can't be a worse person than Chris Van Hollen? I take that back.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I think
let's just follow up on the double down, because there was a rally to free Luigi. That's right. The cold-blooded assassin. Free Luigi.
Aaron? Nadine Seiler is a long-time progressive activist. We've met before. I've seen you at protests in Washington, D.C. against Trump, against January 6th, all that sort of stuff. Is accepting the violence that was committed against Brian Thompson.
America was founded on violence.
But
America was founded, make America great again, to when they came and massacred the indigenous people, millions and millions of indigenous people.
But by supporting the murder of a healthcare CEO,
you know what? I just wanted to give you a glimpse of the stupid people paid.
I don't hear that.
This is these are the paid actors who are just completely useless towards society. That's as stupid as it gets.
Yeah.
So Nope, that's all I got. I just wanted to show you guys a glimpse at crazy.
All right, 9 minutes.
What we're up against.
9 minutes to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do a little more sports. We'll wrap it up if we have time with news with Delgado, sports with Slick. Slick Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Again, if you make any purchase going into the Easter weekend by Mike Lindell this week, whether it's one of his crosses, one of his books, one of his whatever, send in your receipt. We'll send you out a free T-shirt. We have one actually that's free, brand new. Team Jesus shirt that's available this week. We'll send that out for free. Slick, what's going on in sports?
I'll be the quick sweep of the scoreboard. Haven't hit that tonight yet. NHL action right now. Playoff implications on the line. The Blackhawks have defeated the Montreal Canadiens 4-3 in a shootout, which has kept the Columbus Blue Jackets alive for the time being because the Canadiens could not clinch that last spot that's open in the NHL Eastern Conference. We got Utah Hockey Club over the Predators 4-3, 3:44 to go there in the second. And finals from earlier tonight. Red Wings 6-4 over the Stars. And the Rangers, who have been eliminated like the Islanders, will both be on the golf course at the same time. Probably separate courses, but just the same. They'll be there together. 5-3 over the Panthers tonight with that win. NBA action, just one game in action tonight. Grizzlies and Warriors. Actually, no games tonight. Check that. And then MLB. Mets 5-1 over the Twins, top of the 8th. The Cubs and Padres no score, bottom of the 1st. Yankees with a win today, 4-1 over the Royals. And Braves top the Blue Jays 8-4. Just get to, good story. Former NASCAR star Tony Stewart earns first career top fuel victory in NHRA. Fox Sports. Former NASCAR star Tony Stewart won the NHRA 4-wide Nationals on Sunday for his first career top fuel victory. The 53-year-old Stewart had a winning run of 3.87 tenths at 317 miles an hour at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. He held off Antron Brown at the finish and also beat Justin Ashley and Jasmine Salinas in the final. You sure as hell appreciate it more when you struggle like we did. Stewart said, all the credit goes to this team. I'm so proud of the guys. There's so many great partners here and have a great team standing there. Stewart is a 3-time Cup Series champion with 49 career victories in the sport's top division. He was named one of NASCAR's top 75 greatest drivers of all time. And one last quick story, as we talked about earlier. Judge reduces Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000 and places him under house arrest. Alan Mastrangelo of Breitbart Sports, the judge reduced the bond for Carmelo Anthony, who is charged with murder after the fatal stabbing of a fellow teen, Austin Metcalf, at a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas, from $1 million to $250,000. And on Monday morning, Anthony was in court for a bond reduction hearing, where his attorneys asked the judge to reduce his bond to $150,000. Basically, his attorneys were saying they don't even know why he's being held and kept from his family, and they just totally went from $1 million to $250,000. Just absolutely crazy, in my opinion. That's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Again, if you want to try that Rev 7 brand new energy drink without all the nonsense that most of them have, it's available at MyPillow right now. I think you can actually try the 3-pack absolutely free, I believe, this week. And they have the Percale bed sheets for $25 blowout sale at MyPillow this week. So you can get all of that at mypillow.com/LFS6B with promo code LFS6B. Let's do a little more news to wrap it up. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, this is a story that deserves a little bit more attention, but this all we got is his Florida assistant principal is arrested after making a 13-year-old student rub her feet like he loved her, according to police.
What?
Oh, yes, God. Dr. Kiva Lark, 53, assistant principal at Lake Marion Creek Middle School in Florida, was charged with lewd and lascivious conduct and lewd offense after a student against a student by an authority figure after the principal of the school reported the incident to the sheriff's office. The victim, 13-year-old male student, was allegedly sent to Lark's office after throwing a balled-up piece of paper across a classroom, and his punishment was to rub her feet like he loved it.
So that's as gross as it gets.
That's pretty gross.
I had a related story. I didn't get to do it. A study shows that homeschooled kids could be missing out on the opportunity to be a gay communist.
Oh.
Thanks for walking over the punchline. Slick Rick, talk to him for me.
As always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us, all our emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Thanks most of all to you, the Live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m., right here, live from Studio 6B. See you then. Enjoy the rest of your night.
An all-female crew went to space, and even though the Blue Origin rocket was blasting off into the endless abyss, somehow still managed to hit a curb. Also, does AOC still own a Tesla? That question is still out there lingering, and is this the death of daylight savings? All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Before we get to any of that, remember, you can always email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree with everything we say or you're wrong. We love all of your emails, and the reason I bring that up now is we finally got hate mail. There is somebody out there watching that hates this show. Now, I don't want to belabor this fact all that much. I only bring that up to say this. If I were characterizing that email, it is indicative of what libs consistently think. President Trump is corrupt. How dare you say that he's not? He's taking from the American people and giving to himself, which is the first topic I'd like to discuss today. Is President Trump actually corrupt, taking from the American people and giving to himself? Well, we asked the internet, and the internet says, well, no. As a matter of fact, since President Trump entered politics 10 years ago, not adjusted for inflation, according to Forbes, he's actually lost about $400 million. So what you're saying is that, well, President Trump is corrupt and he's taking from the American people and giving to himself, he's not very good at it. You know who actually is great at it? It's people like President Obama, President Biden, Nancy Pelosi. If you look at the percentage of their net worth increases since they got into American politics, President Obama gained about 5,000% in his net worth, President Biden almost 10,000%, and Nancy Pelosi takes the cake with almost 25,000% gain in net worth. Trump, on the other hand, lost $400 million. So if you are making the argument that Trump is taking from the American people and enriching himself, you have to admit one specific thing, that he's not very good at it. The guy who was very, very good at business finally gets all the power and somehow becomes terrible at it. I'm not sure if that makes a ton of sense. And the people around Trump aren't doing any better. Elon Musk has a huge risk with his massive wealth. And yes, it is massive, but Tesla stock hasn't been doing great. I don't know if you've seen. Maybe it's because the libs are burning them in the streets. What I'm trying to say here is, if you're going to make the case, emails, those of you who are hate watching, that President Trump is trying to screw the American people solely to benefit himself, you also have to reason with the fact that, well, he's not very good at it. As a matter of fact, maybe he should take a page out of Nancy Pelosi's book in how to enrich himself off the backs of the American people. Here to comment on all of that and more is our fantastic panel. Kendall Bailey is a conservative commentator, and Steve Kuklo is hold on, let me get this right, a pro bodybuilder and functional health practitioner. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Joe Bob.
Kendall, I want to start with you here. You know, this is the biggest argument from the libs. President Trump is corrupt. The numbers don't show that. Either that or he's just very, very bad at being corrupt because his net worth has gone down, unlike so many of his predecessors and people on the other side of the political aisle.
Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer, you forgot. Those should both be on that list of individuals who just love taking money. And you know all those bumper stickers like "Eat the Rich," and it's so unapplicable to President Trump. He is truly a man of the people, and it goes to show this exactly in these actions that he is being affected by this. This man could walk away today and he could make it rain on generations, along with Elon Musk. And yet they continue to work for our country because they believe that America is the greatest country in the world. And it's wild to watch. No matter what this man does, he cannot win. He cannot get ahead. The liberals can't stand him. Orange man bad. It's just this resounding, and I love that you started with an individual who just despises this show because it's impossible to argue with them.
No, it's so much fun reading the emails every single day. Again, all of you watching at home, we read every single one of your emails, and even though if you hate watch the show, we also read that email. Steve, I guess your thoughts here. When is President Trump going to enrich himself and his family even more, despite the fact having lost almost $500 million since he entered American politics, not adjusted for inflation?
At all. And you just look at the president's salary. What's he make? About $400,000 a year. So just right there, he's taking a huge pay cut from probably what he makes, on a monthly paycheck. But he's used to running a well-oiled machine with his businesses, and I believe he could turn our country around from the damage that has been done. But he's definitely by not means on the take, which most of these politicians are. He's not writing huge or collecting huge checks like many of these politicians are. And I think a lot of the American people know that. For him to go 4 years, take the loss that he has, and then come back now for an additional 4 years just shows the kind of man and the American patriot he is, to really care about the country, care about the American people, care about the middle class, which I feel like that's who a lot of the Democrats really ponder to, is the middle class. But really, who is there for the middle class is the right, is the Republicans. And it's good to see that we have somebody that is truly helping the American worker, the American people.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of some people who are not middle class, although they claim that they are, a bunch of rich female astronauts went to space on the Blue Origin blast-off earlier today. Katy Perry was among them. Gayle King, Oprah's best friend, among other things, were among the all-female crew. Now, I made the joke that they still managed to hit a curb up in space. I'll just tell you that I don't condone the joke that I made. But at the end of the day, they were in space for 11 minutes. It supposedly cost $10 million to do that. And effectively, it was a vanity project. Kendall, for people like Katy Perry and Gayle King that love to, speak up for the downtrodden, was it right for them to accept something like this? Or should they maybe have gone, hey, there are a bunch of other female astronauts that may be more deserving of this. I'm going to go ahead and take a step back. But of course, they didn't do that. Maybe should they have?
I don't even know where to begin on this one. Well, first of all, Katy Perry had said that this moment was second to having her child. That's wow. Whoa. I mean, and they didn't even land anywhere. Like they just went up to space. Is that correct? Did they land somewhere? I saw a video of her kissing the ground. What was she kissing when she came back down to Earth?
They did land, thankfully. Yeah, thankfully it wasn't a disaster. But yeah, they went up space, were up there for 11 minutes and did land.
Okay, but they didn't land like somewhere. It's not like we landed on the moon here. They're just up in space for a moment. Okay, so they're up there for 11 minutes. She said that she went up there to model worthiness. And I want everyone out there to know that you are not worthy based on the fact that you can go into space or not. She's just saying she's wealthy beyond measure. I mean, she uses her money to fly up to space and accomplishes nothing other than that. I also think we should point out this wasn't just a team of women, Joe Bob. This was a team. This was a complete DEI hire. I wish you guys had the picture of all these women, but the number of races that were covered in this is comical. This looks like some kind of Vogue cover shoot. And I wish she had worn something more Katy Perry. I was a little disappointed in the outfits. They were like basic space outfits. And I also feel like she has this song, E.T., Extraterrestrial. I wish she had performed it. We had 11 minutes up there. I wish she had performed it and thrown her vocals up.
Oh, that would have been hilarious. I could see the headline now. Katy Perry struggles to enter the Blue Origin space rocket because her massive peacock outfit is not being able to fit through the door. Steve, before I get your comments, I want to play this clip from CBS today talking about the leap forward in mankind? Oh, no. Actually, it's this. Watch this.
So explain to our audience why even a trip like this one, all the trips that we take into space benefit mankind.
So it benefits humankind, and I'm going to keep correcting the mankind and the man-made and the man missions, because this is exactly what this mission is about, is expanding the perspective of who does space.
Guys, that reminds me of that one time several years ago when that congressperson said an invocation or a prayer, and at the end of it said, "Amen and a women." Steve, how much does this matter to people? Why does this matter to people? Guess more to the idea of changing the language to mean something that it's not. What's going on here?
I think Kendall nailed it. Talk about a waste of money and research. I don't think they went much higher than what a normal airplane can travel. And it's not like they landed on the moon. It's not like they did some space exploration. Many people will even question that. We can talk biblical stuff and talk about firmaments and whatnot. And if people are even getting to space, that's a whole other topic here that's very hot on the internet. But That's going to get some of my flat Earth people all excited. But what they did, I mean, was it cool? Would I have liked to have been there? Yes, no doubt. But I don't think by any means is it something is it one giant leap for womankind or humankind like they were trying to make it out to be.
Yeah, it really.
It's so divisive. It's so divisive to say, to even point out the fact that it was womankind versus mankind. I mean, we all know they're talking about the general, the whole population.
Yeah. It's again, it's to a point where, one, I can't roll my eyes back far enough in my head, and two, is even worth arguing with them considering they're not arguing in any sort of sense of reality. Kendall and Steve will be right back after the break to talk whether or not AOC still in fact owns her Tesla. The jury is still out. She was asked about it. We'll get everyone's reaction of how she responded. Also, we'll check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber, with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. It is time to check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Monica, tell us what's going on at the White House today. I heard the world's coolest dictator, self-described by the way, was at the White House. What did they talk about, and what else is going on?
Yeah, well, we had the El Salvador president, Bukele, here at the White House this morning around 11:35 a.m. Eastern time. He rolled up here to the White House to meet with President Trump exclusively in the Oval Office. I know that some members of the press were also able to go in as well. And then they had their private closed-door meeting this afternoon as well, where the two discussed anything ranging from immigration and the prison systems to new high-tech biometrics that can monitor gang activity. Of course, we know El Salvador is very violent, but now ever since it implemented its prison systems, it's become one of the safest countries in the world. So we probably heard them speak about that as well. We also understand that tariffs were a topic of conversation. Of course, President Trump having that base 10% on El Salvador as well. I'm sure some room for negotiating there, given that El Salvador is trying to prosper economically and given that it's been really attributing to the crime rate as well. Of course, President Trump, we also heard from him this afternoon, and he said that it's cheaper to send American criminals, if that were the case, to these El Salvador prisons rather than expanding our own prison system here at home. So weighing that as well, what the future could look like for these violent gang members as deportations continue. We also know Bitcoin was probably a topic of conversation behind closed doors as well. Back in 2021, El Salvador was the first country to roll out and start using Bitcoin. So, of course, expanding that as well technologically. I know President Trump is really big into the whole Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. So we understand that that could have been the topic. But they spoke for quite some time because the El Salvador president left here at the White House pretty recently, 2 p.m. Eastern time. He rolled out. So he spent a good chunk of time here at the White House, and it sounds like really everything was on the table as far as conversations go.
Yeah, that is super interesting. Kind of shifting topics here. We saw during President Trump's first term a bunch of the national champions or the NBA champions or whoever say, no, we're not going to visit the White House. That seems to have changed. A bunch of the big sports teams have come through the White House. Today is no different. Who's going to be meeting with President Trump today?
Yep, we got the 2025 football champs, college champs, the Ohio State University here this afternoon. On the South Lawn, they've got a big ceremony welcoming them to the White House. We recently saw the Los Angeles Dodgers here, the MLB team here at the White House. We've seen the Florida Panthers here, the hockey team here at the White House as well. We're going to expect to see, Florida State, the Florida Gators here also at the White House since winning March Madness. Of course, they'll also be here. That will be TBD when they'll be coming here. But yeah, President Trump is a big sports fan. He loves his UFC shows as well and his fights that he goes to often. So he was just there over the weekend. So we can definitely expect to see more sports teams here at the White House in the coming months. But yeah, he loves it here, and it's funny to watch him go from welcoming foreign leaders to shifting to college teams or professional sports teams and welcoming them here. So he can do it all, like you've previously said, Joe Bob.
Yeah, it is. It's great to get the fact that just go see the president. It doesn't matter who the president is. Put your politics aside. Go see it. And it's great to see sports teams doing that again. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Always good to check in with Turning Point White House correspondent Monica Page. Remember a couple years ago, not even really all that long ago, when the libs were like, buy a Tesla or else you hate the environment. And now people are saying, if you own a Tesla, you're a fascist. Well, one of the people that did buy a Tesla to quote unquote save the environment was AOC. It was very highly publicized. She got a brand new Tesla Model 3 and everybody on the left applauded her for quote unquote saving the environment. Well, now considering the fact that owning a Tesla quote unquote makes you a fascist, which of course is not true, but that's what the libs love to say. The question is, does AOC still have her Tesla? Let's bring back our panel, Kendall Bailey and Steve Coco. Guys, I'm going to play you this video. AOC was stopped in the halls of Congress the other day and asked point blank, hey, do you still own the Tesla? We'll play her answer and I'll get you what you guys think. Does she own it or does she not own it? Go ahead and play that.
Congresswoman, do you still have your Tesla? Pardon? I was just wondering if you still have your Tesla.
For security reasons, I'm not
Now, I don't want to downplay security reasons at all. Like, I get that everybody should be secure regardless of what they think. But at the same time, that was a pretty big non-answer. Kendall, what do you think? Does AOC still have the coolest car on the market, or did she sell it for some virtue signal?
I really wish she had said something like, guys, why are we making this a political stint? Because now it just looks like they care less about the environment, and it's more important to like trash the environment now, but at least you're not a fascist. I want to remind people that she's saying like, I don't want to disclose if I have one or not because I don't want someone vomiting on it, someone sticking their hand down their pants up their booty and wiping poop on it, and I don't want someone keying it. Like, that's disgusting. That's what we're dealing with right here. And they have made it so political, and I wish just one of these liberals would say, it's not political. I got this car because it's a phenomenal car. It's great for the environment. I happen to love it. Oh, and by the way, there's cameras on it. Why are we forgetting that there's cameras all over these cars?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, it really was a missed opportunity, I feel like, for her to say, look, guys, Tesla still is a quote unquote green energy car, whether or not you think cobalt being mined from third world countries is a good idea, but that's a different conversation for a different time. But AOC, yeah, was a huge proponent of Tesla until all of a sudden Elon Musk wanted to save the American taxpayers' money. Steve, let me get your comments on this. Do you think AOC still owns her Tesla?
I think that's a hard yes. I think that's a hard yes for them, for her to kind of dodge the question. I would have no problem. I guess if she's really trying to leverage the political stance on it, which is whatever, I'm sure she's got plenty of security around her all the time that she's not worried about security like she says. But, for the United States automobile manufacturers like GM, Ford, the kind of the standard big three, they're really happy because, hey, all the gas-powered vehicles sales might start picking up if everybody's ditching Tesla. But I think for them to kind of boycott their whole green initiative and now say we need to ditch one of the major electric car manufacturers now is just completely, I guess it's liberal logic's the only thing you could say.
Yeah, Steve, sounds like AOC is being a silly Billy, but I repeat myself. Another thing that libs are going to be mad about, not because it's not a good idea, but because President Trump is a proponent of it, so their reactionary response will be, oh, this is terrible, is daylight savings. President Trump endorsed Rick Scott's bill to lock the clocks in the current daylight savings time. Whether this is a good idea or a bad idea, personally, I would not like to have to change my clocks twice a year because it's just annoying. But whether or not it's a good or bad idea, I kind of think that the lib states, if it passes, will say, well, this is a Trump thing and we're not going to do it. We're going to keep changing our clocks. And the political edge of it will be the main talking point. Steve, what are your thoughts? Is this a good idea? Should we do it? Is President Trump in the right here? What's the whole idea around daylight savings time?
Well, I think you nailed it. If President Trump said, we found a cure for cancer, they would probably boycott that as well. Looking at this from a health standpoint, and as a health practitioner myself and working with a lot of high-performing people and people's really, wellness, that's the new, I think people have really taken control of their health since COVID. And I see a lot of things that I try to help people on, and sleep is one of the biggest components when it comes to people's health. A lot of times when these time changes happen, especially the spring forward, when people lose an hour of sleep, there's about a 20 to 25% increase in heart attack chances. You see a lot of issues. There's also some studies that have shown that people that have court cases around the time change, the judges are less favorable to judge on your side going through this because of the lack of sleep. So this is something that a lot of people don't really think about. I mean, yes, they feel it, I'm losing an hour of sleep, but the health impact is actually pretty great. So it usually takes your body a few weeks to kind of get back into a rhythm, fix its circadian rhythm with the sun and the way the clocks are running, because we do run on a 24-hour clock pretty much, the way our bodies are programmed. So losing the sleep does affect us, mentally, physically, and obviously, studies show that increase in heart attack risk goes way up. So I think it is good that we do fix our clocks, not have the time changes. Some people do travel a lot when they're jumping time zones, et cetera. But when it comes to, what we do day to day, I think it's going to be good that we fix the clocks.
Those are some very interesting and compelling arguments that I don't think that I've heard yet. Kendall, on kind of like the personal side, right? You being a mom, and I'm sure you drop your kids off at school, pick them up. One of the biggest protests against changing daylight savings, keeping it to where you jump clock back and forth. It's like, oh no, we're going to have to take our kids to school in the dark. How much of a factor does that play in your everyday life? And I know you're just a small sample size, but I'm curious, is that like an argument that makes sense to you?
It's definitely inconvenient standing at the bus and it's dark outside. However, I agree with Steve where like health benefit wise, we just need to stay on one of them. And I really don't even care which one. I don't know which one this is even for. But I feel like regardless, we need to pick one and stay on it. My biggest thing is my business partner lives in Arizona, and that time difference when we are like 3 hours difference is just heavy for me. And so that's a personal thing. But again, back to just the health of it. I really think we need to pick a time and stay on it. It's not worth going back and forth.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially after hearing Steve's arguments. I think I've now just chosen a side. Get rid of it altogether. I was on that side beforehand, but that was just the inconvenience component. But the entire thing as a whole, that makes a lot of sense. Kendall Bailey, Steve Kuko, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got an awesome clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Then we've got one of our favorite segments where we read a bunch of emails, including the guy who really, really doesn't like us. And then Charlie Kirk's going to take us out. All that and more coming up next on Turning Point tonight. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1, 2, 3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. My hose is lightweight. Oh, no. My hose will not kink. Come on. And my hose is anti-leak. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new pocket hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow to a full-size 3/4-inch hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking and squeezing that water out until it's practically bone dry. And that makes it easy to carry and put away. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, similar to the technology used in forest fire hoses because it's light and tough. 3 times stronger than the other hoses. It's guaranteed for 10 years. Nearly impossible to tear or snag. And the redesigned connector protector helps stop leaks at the spigot. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Easy on and off, even with gloves. With more than 100 patents worldwide, it's the best pocket hose in the world. Get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn off and on. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. It's a $30 value, yours free with every 50-foot Copper Bullet. But it's not available in stores. This is an exclusive release of our newest pocket hose. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. So call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. Order now.
What symptoms might indicate that somebody is sensitive to vegetables?
Or getting poisoned by them.
Exactly.
Right. Which will create this sensitivity where you're going to have an immune system that is now having more and more trouble. And I think those of us who get into that sensitivity place are people who often have a history of use of antibiotics as a child, whether you had ear infections, strep, or things like that as a kid. A lot of us were put on too much antibiotics as a kid, and that can affect your gut health. If you've taken a lot of ibuprofen or other forms of these NSAID drugs that are pain relievers, that can set you up too. So your gut gets damaged, and then your immune system is more on alert, and you can develop these sensitivities. But with oxalates, we're talking about too much of a chemical in your bloodstream, in your organs, collecting in your liver, your heart, your lungs, your eyes, your brain, your thyroid gland, your other metabolic glands throughout the body, your bones, and your bone marrow. So over time, eventually those systems start breaking. So you can gradually be picking up oxalic acid and calcium oxalate crystals forming in your bones and your bone marrow, and eventually that'll affect the formation of your bone cells and so on. So as your body stays kind of in this toxic space, trying to like protect itself, it may not be complaining, but over time it can also damage your gut because you're eating more than oxalic acid when you're eating these foods. You're also eating calcium oxalate crystals in the foods. Oh, these little crystals are like glass. It's like shattered glass dust. It's very sharp, very harsh, has electromagnetic charges on it. And the traditional diagnosis of poisoning by oxalate from foods was started in 1842. And the diagnosis then always included gut problems. So if you have digestive problems, plus you have some kind of aches and pains or mood problem or some kind of, neuropathy or something nerve related, which could be things like hiccups. Hiccups are a nerve toxicity. None of us know that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
So what does that mean?
It means that your nerves, the electrolytes are messed up, the calcium's messed up, and the nerves are overfiring and they're kind of permanently on and not relaxing well. So they're misfiring, and that causes muscles to spasm. And so a hiccup is a spasm of the diaphragm muscle that helps you breathe. And then the nerves are toxic and they're causing these, convulsions, right? You can get little twitches in your face and your eyelid and other little tremors and things. And those are nerve toxicity. That's the nerves misfiring.
I've never known where hiccups come from.
Me neither, until I read this oxalate research.
Okay, but how do you know? Let's say somebody is experiencing all these problems, inflammation in the body, they've got all these issues, chronic pain, whatever. I mean, surely everything can't be attributed to vegetables. Like, do you believe that some other things might be causing these problems?
Absolutely. There's a lot more in life that can pull us down. The problem is that we're using these foods in an effort to protect our health. And it's doing quite the opposite. So that's a completely immoral situation. If you're making an effort to spend money and buy these nice organic produce and eating this supposedly healthy nuts, and you're doing it to be low carb, or you just think there's all these fantasy benefits to it, and it's quite the opposite, because insidiously, without symptoms, you could be eroding your health, and over time, you're going to end up kind of in pain with some kind of arthritis or gout, osteopenia, osteoporosis, digestive problems, mood problems, tooth problems that can cause real serious problems, will give you vulnerability to all kinds of oral health problems, sinus infections, chronic infections of all kinds.
How many primary doctors are familiar with the oxalate problem?
I would love to do a survey of all 20 of them or something, because it's not taught in medical school, which is one of the things I'd love to do, is really find a receptive audience in the clinical world, whether you're a standard MD or other form of health provider. People with open minds to science are welcome to the space.
So would you say that like nutrition friends of yours largely agree with this theory or disagree?
The ones who've experienced it personally are rabidly agreeing, and the ones who haven't are busy in denial.
What can improve with a low oxalate diet?
Your mood, your sleep. I had a sleep disorder.
What kind?
Well, I was sent to the sleep lab because my doctors couldn't figure out what else was wrong with me. I didn't even know I had this. My brain, when you go to the sleep lab, they put all these wires on your head and on your arms and legs, and you're like, am I supposed to sleep like this? But what it found was that my brain was waking up every hour, 29 times per hour for all 5.5 hours of attempted sleep. 29 times an hour. That explained a lot. And that got better very quickly when I finally got serious about eliminating those sweet potatoes and my Swiss chard. Those were my two real go-to problematic foods. And for me, it was not just a sleep disorder. It was a lifetime of arthritis went away. It was a lifetime of foot problems. I had 30 years of really serious problems with my feet, and now they're great. At 60 and a half, I can run barefoot on hot pavement.
What kind of foot problems?
It started when I was in college, where I had problems with my left foot pain down near the big toe. Underneath these long bones in your toes, there's these two little lentil bones that help shock absorption. They live inside a tendon. They're called sesamoids, and mine were cracked. And I had to have them removed surgically. I left Cornell for 4 years for this foot surgery and recovery. And
4 years of recovery?
Because I didn't recover, because I was still eating Swiss chard. I didn't recover properly.
This is the thing. How do you know that it's all vegetables and not just that you have a severe allergy to that one?
Right. So is an allergy causing my bones to be weak and my connective tissue in my feet to be incompetent and cause me chronic pain for 30 years? No, that's not an allergy. That's problems with maintaining connective tissue. And that's one of the things oxalate does to us, is it causes connective tissue problems, weakness in connective tissue, and destruction of connective tissue, including the cartilage, the tendons, the bones.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, Sally. I know my audience, and they're going to say, you've got to be kidding me. You have told us to change all these different things about our diet. Now you're saying that we have to avoid vegetables. So they already feel like they are avoiding a lot of different foods to be cleaner eaters. What do you say to somebody who says, I can't even give this the time of day. I'm totally overwhelmed by this information?
Well, you can think on any spectrum. The extremes are often problematic, right? So there's the junk food junkie who's living on candy bars and potato chips and things at the convenience store. They go for gas and they think that's also a grocery store. That's a problem, right? So they're learning to get back to more real foods. But on the supposed real food end, we have this beautiful produce department that's being pushed in our face. Like, you have to buy this produce. You have to make it organic. You have to smoothie it and juice it and make giant salads. And you should do this or else you're going to die. Well, that's ridiculous too, since the produce department was invented by human beings. So it's actually just relax, you know?
Is there some kind of like big produce? Like, are there some like secret shadowy hands involved in how we got a produce department that I need to know?
Well, I think it's really about the health of the American economy. We were an agricultural society, and we needed to push our agricultural products to thrive economically, and we've done really well with that. So we have orange juice from Florida. We have an orange train coming from Florida to bring it up the East Coast. We have California was developed as a place to develop produce, and that's why we needed a railroad to come out here. That's all economic development. Trucks and roads and moving stuff around, that's all economy. So the government is real interested in a healthy economy. So our nutrition education comes on behalf of forcing you to eat more agricultural products and need them and want them and go back to the store frequently. And produce is a lovely way to have you come back for perishable food every few days. Right. So there's an economic incentive just for the health of our economy.
Now, wait a minute. You saying vegetables, the produce, it's a way they go bad so quickly and it'll keep you coming back to the store. That's freaking crazy.
Makes sense, though.
It does when you say that, Sally. But I'm just like, I'm really skeptical on this. But I'm listening to you. Just quickly list through what are high oxalate foods and then what are low oxalate foods.
So a lot of the nuts and seeds are high oxalate. Chia, hemp, sesame, and then almonds, cashews, and peanuts are the worst in the nuts, and all the nuts tend to have that. So there's other things that are technically nuts and seeds, like grains. The bran around grains is quite high in oxalate. Wheat bran, all the brands. So if you go for white rice, would be a low oxalate grain, and certain wheats are higher than others. Macaroni is kind of high in oxalate. So if you're big on like mac and cheese, you might be eating a lot of oxalate from the macaroni. But if there's a lot of cheese, maybe that calcium on that dish
is helping.
Because if that oxalic acid connects with the calcium before you absorb it, the amount that you absorb goes down.
So could Americans adding a calcium supplement to their diet help so they can continue to eat vegetables, in your opinion?
Yes. Calcium's really necessary. It's in the 80s, back in my day, calcium was a really critical nutrient that we were worrying about from the nutrition profession side and trying to get people to do more dairy foods and all that stuff because it's so important to longevity and well-being and development and growth. And now we're in this fad where we're against milk and we're against calcium. So there's a lot of warnings about calcium, but it is the binder of oxalic acid. It is the key way that you help your body eliminate oxalic acid and oxalate crystals. So it's very important to get calcium. I highly suggest calcium supplements, even though they're also demonized right now.
Why are they demonized?
Well, there's this fantasy that somehow if you eat some calcium, it jumps onto your arteries and sticks there and makes them calcified. But that's not how it works. Usually it's from some cell damage, some inflammation that's changing the way the cells work, and they're not able to maintain your tissues properly. And some of them get turned into bone-producing cells, and that's how they start calcifying. It's a low calcium diet that promotes calcification of the body that's well established in science. And yet the online influencers are busy telling you that if you take calcium, it somehow turns into calcification. But the body is not some kind of thing. It's a living, intelligent being that's managing things as long as it's healthy. But once it's starved of energy and inflamed, and all things start to go wrong and tissue maintenance becomes harder.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. So much fun doing this show because there are some people that say some really fun and interesting things to us. Now, before we get to that in the email, remember, you can email tpt@tpusa.com. I want to tell you about a couple things. Young Women's Leadership Summit, Turning Point's flagship women's event, is coming to Dallas, Texas, June 13th through the 15th. You can register at tpusa.com. Also, SAS, Student Action Summit, TPUSA's Preemptive Student Summit is July 11th through July 13th in Tampa, Florida. You're not going to want to miss either of those events if you can make it to either one of them. However, you're not all allowed to go to a Young Women's Leadership Summit. You have to be a woman to go to that. You can't. Not everybody can go to that. And if you're not a woman, you should try. I think that would actually be really funny. If you're not a young woman, you should try to go to the Young Women's Summit. And the good folks at TPUSA will let you know aggressively that you're not welcome here. So those are those events. You can go to tpusa.com and find out any of the information you need to attend those phenomenal events this summer. Now, remember, you can always email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. And if your email is horrible and awful and atrocious, there's a good chance that we'll read it here on this show, like this email. I've mentioned a number of times during the show today that we finally got our first hate watch email. Now, I know there's a bunch of people that love to hate watch shows. I didn't know that this one was going to be one of them. Not the biggest deal in the world. I understand that. So I think the likelihood of people hate watching this show is not high. Of course, though, it'll happen once in a while. This email we got on Friday from Melvin, I just thought was fantastic. Now, we already talked about the portion of the email. I think there was like 4 in total. We already talked about the portion of Donald Trump being, in my opinion, very selfless when it comes to doing what he's doing for the American people and not benefiting really at all financially from it. But there was also so much of this in that email thread. Go ahead and pull up that first graphic here. He says this: I don't realize how racist these are. Again, I'm not sure the syntax or the grammar here on this individual is the best. Goes on to say, this is the stupidest network. A bunch of bozos are on this channel. Appreciate the compliment. Love to hear it. And this is all culminating in this last graphic. Go ahead and put up graphic 4, where, again, another thread in the very long email trend talks about Trudeau and Trump kind of incoherently. It doesn't really make sense. But he says, you guys should be censored by your federal government bringing this racist crap on. Again, calling us racist. Interesting. Fun. Well, first things first, sir. That's kind of the whole point of this. The First Amendment is a thing. Now, this is not a concession at all to racism. It's actually the opposite. Having said that, though, even if it were the racist trope that you think it is, it's still protected under the First Amendment. The idea that anybody can say anything is a core value of the American people. And maybe, and I'm not sure if he's from Canada, maybe that's why Canada is experiencing the turmoil that it is currently experiencing. First Amendment says, hey, you can say anything you want. And, that protects pretty much everything that anybody says. Obviously, you can't threaten people. But at the end of the day, you can say things that, need to be said. And the federal government is not going to do anything about it because we have this thing called the Constitution, and the First Amendment protects all of those rights, unlike, some other places around the world. So, sir, you're kind of proving the point just a little bit of why the pro-America conservative movement is in the right here. The federal government is not going to censor us in any way, shape, or form. So that's that. Again, remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Anything you want to send an email is more than welcome. Again, we read every single word of every single email. Nothing gets missed. tpt@tpusa.com. This I thought was a fantastic clip. I'm going to start here with clip 2, Glenn, if you can cue that up. This is it's a meme and it's funny, but it also is super indicative of how the left loves to characterize or view things that aren't true, but this is how they see it in their eyes. Go ahead and play this clip. It's very short. Watch this and we'll discuss.
There she goes again, racing through my...
I love that. I laughed so hard scrolling through and finding that. The visual, of course, is a woman was walking the wrong way on an airport escalator, and some dude going the right way and going obviously much faster than the person walking the wrong way. Now, the thing that I think is interesting is, of course, if you saw that, the woman happens to be black and the guy going faster happened to be white, and the guy's being, this is white privilege. Which, of course, is how libs see it, regardless of whether or not you're doing the right things or the wrong things, whether or not you get ahead in life or you get pulled back by your bad decisions. If you can view it through the sense of race, that is how the libs see it, and that is why they're consistently wrong with all of their analysis on how the world is structured and the American people behave. Of course that it's not racist. Of course it's not white privilege. It just happens to be, if you're doing the right things, things are going to be easy for you. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. We will see you same time, same place tomorrow. Charlie Kirk is going to take us out. See you then. God bless America.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Breaking news yesterday, China has announced that it is halting the shipment of rare earth minerals to the United States. We're going to explain that in just 1 second. We have eyes on the President Trump and Bukele little press conference. It's a little all-star team. You got Mike Waltz there. You got Susie Wiles there. You got Stephen Miller there. You got Marco Rubio. You got Pam Bondi. We're keeping eyes on that. But let's dive into the breaking news that happened yesterday. The Chinese Communist Party has announced that it is suspending shipments of rare earth minerals to the United States. That the critical minerals that many American companies need to be able to survive and build things such as iPhones, electric vehicles, are being put in suspension. Now, if you look at a periodic table, it seems as if we could print out a periodic table, it seems like China controls like half of the periodic table. Now, mind you, I have not looked at a periodic table in probably well over a decade. So in preparation for this program, I started to research what rare earth minerals specifically does China extract? What are they used for? And then I had to go back to my periodic table and realize that the Chinese Communist Party controls almost 85% of all the rare earths in America. This is a serious escalation in the trade war between the Chinese Communist Party and the United States. Here are just 10 rare earth minerals that China is the world's dominant supplier in. For example, neodymium, ND otherwise known on your periodic table chart. This is used for high-strength magnets for electric motors, also used for headphones and hard drives. The suspension of ND very well could mean line down for so many electric vehicle manufacturers in America. It's understand that China doesn't control them because they naturally have all of them. They have just made it a priority to manufacture them, while we didn't. So we shut down our mines and not develop them at all while China keeps their mines running. Or how about this one? Terbium, otherwise known as TB, which is green phosphors in flat panel displays and LEDs. Or yttrium, otherwise known as Y, used for LEDs and phosphors in colored TVs. Rare earth minerals compose so much of the technological revolution that we have been living through. We live in a world of globalized and tight supply chains. If you're a middle-aged or older, this is a shift that has taken place in your lifetime. Logistics used to be a lot harder. Back in 1980, we didn't have widespread computers. We didn't have the internet. Trade between different countries was more complicated and difficult, and so global trade reflected this. But since then, everything has changed. We have the internet and computers everywhere, and that has led to a very new form of economic organization. We now truly have globalized supply chains. It is now routine for the production of basic manufactured goods to take place all around the world. Consider a smartphone. The phone must be and might be designed in America and sold by an American company. But the raw materials in that smartphone are mined all over the world, in Africa, in Latin America, in Australia, and so on. This is the Milton Friedman pencil, which, can you guys get the Milton Friedman pencil video on full display? But there is a fallacy and a problem in Milton Friedman's pencil lecture. Milton Friedman would say no one can actually make a pencil because all the components are extracted from around the world. However, time out, Milton Friedman, and I respect you with such a high degree of respect. What happens if the country that has the component that makes the pencil made possible stops trading with you? The fact that the Chinese Communist Party has suspended trade of rare earth minerals with the United States of America proves Donald Trump's point. It proves that we are actually a vassal state of the Chinese Communist Party, that at any time they can flip a switch and we are reliant on them. And there is a short window for us to fix this. And if I might be candid with all of you, I feel as if supply chains have been an underemphasized component of this trade war. We've talked about bringing industry back to America pretty well. We've talked about how the Chinese Communist Party is a great enemy. I don't necessarily think we've built out the argument for supply chains. And it's not just the rare earth minerals like gadolinium, contrast agent, and MRI scans. Pretty important. You want to have a heart MRI? You want to have a brain MRI? Well, you need GD. Now, you got to be really careful because it's also used in nuclear reactors, but it's incredibly important. MRI saves lives every day. Those rare earths are straight from China. We should not have to rely on our adversaries to be able to, for example, periodic element PR, an alloy, I can't pronounce it, pratisodium, minium, alloy with magnesium for aircraft engines, pretty important. A colorant for glass and ceramics. And it's not just the materials themselves. I composed the list of all of the goods that originate from the Chinese Communist Party. And this goes to show the scam of the free traders. The free traders would tell us, oh, we're just going to go make clothes and T-shirts in China because it's cheaper. China has designed their economy so they're by far the world's biggest player in global supply chains. Even if the product is not made in China, it almost always includes parts or raw materials that are made in China. And China can cut off that supply at any moment if need be. We have chosen to let this happen because it lets us make money in the short term. But now we are dependent. We are a vassal state. This is slow motion self-harm. We are hooked on the Chinese drug, and I don't just mean fentanyl. The markets for these are not that large. We could develop these mines at a pretty low cost, but we didn't treat it as important, and we pander to the radical environmentalists. We shackle ourselves with the green environmental laws until it's impossible for us to build anything. And China pours more concrete in 2 years than America has poured in our entire history as a country. That is a fact. And let me just list off the other goods that we import. We import our medical equipment from China. Thermometers, pulse oxes, blood pressure monitors, ultrasound devices, all imported from China. Pharmaceutical ingredients. Do you not know that 80% of active ingredients in U.S. medicines originate from China?
That suggested that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador?
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into our country.
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people. Marco, do you have something to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, Stephen outlined it. I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin. Except for Venezuela, that wasn't refusing to take people back, or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what the Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago, and they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. Please, go ahead.
President Trump, thank you so much. How many illegal criminals are you planning on exporting to El Salvador? And President Bukele, how many are you willing to take from the U.S.?
As many as possible. And I just asked the president, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please? As many as we can get out of our country that were allowed in here by incompetent Joe Biden through open borders. Open borders. You probably hear open borders and you can't even understand it, because nobody can understand. Nobody smart or with common sense can understand it. So we have millions of people that should not be in this country that are dangerous. Not just people, because we have people, but we have millions of people that are murderers, drug dealers. They've been allowed to come into our country by other countries that were very smart. When they heard that this very low IQ president, and by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my physical exam, and I got the highest mark, and one of the doctors said, sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of, that was the highest mark. I hope you're happy with that, although they haven't been bugging me too much to take a cognitive, but I did do my physical and it was released. I hope you're all happy with it. I notice there's no question, so probably you are. But the cognitive, they said to me, sir, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, did Biden take one? No. Did anybody take one? No, not too many people took them. I said, what about Obama? Did he take one? No, he didn't take one either. I said, let me be the only one to take one. But I've actually taken them 3 times already. I like taking them because they're not too tough for me to take. But we had a great physical exam, so I know you're going to ask that. And the doctors who are total professionals, Walter Reed Medical Center, they're great people. And I visited a soldier that was badly wounded, incredible soldier, lost his leg, and spent a lot of time with him. I mean, great with his mother, and it was really a very great thing. They do a phenomenal job. I just want to say, Walter Reed, I was there for, 5-6 hours. You were there with me. But I took a full physical, and it came out perfecto, so that's good. That means you've got me for a little longer.
Would you also be willing to pay for those facilities to be opened if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help them out. Yeah, we help them. They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve, okay?
And do you think more presidents should follow suit like you guys as far as taking a hard stance on crime here in the United States?
Well, I do. I think everybody has to. I mean, the president said it better than anybody. He said, you know, you have liberty and you have to have liberty, but to have liberty, not everybody is going to be good. And, you know, some are bad because they're sick. They're mentally deranged. They're bad. Then you have to take them. If you're going to have a country, you're going to have to take those people out. And we've been doing that. But this was like an unforced error, they would call it, where we had people that may hate our country, or maybe they're just stupid people. I think they're probably stupid people more so. A lot of people said they did it for the vote. But I did better with Hispanic people than they did, because they always use Hispanic. I did better. You people love me. I saw my poll numbers in your country up through the roof, right? 91%. Some people think they do it for the vote. But they don't have to do it for the vote. They cheat, you know, they're professional cheaters. That's about the only thing they do well. So we just have had a great relationship, and it's become bigger because of a strange thing has happened. You know, I came back. We had no war in Ukraine. We had no war we had no October 7th Middle East problem. We had nothing. We had no inflation. We didn't have the Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. The Afghanistan, not withdrawing, because I would have been I had it all set to bring people out with dignity and pride. That was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan. We didn't have any of that. You wouldn't have had the war with Russia, Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the Middle East problem because Iran was broke. They had no money because we had secondary sanctions on and lots of other sanctions. And now every single thing, got a problem with Iran, but I'll solve that problem. That's almost an easy one. We got to solve a war that should have never started, Ukraine and Russia, and we'll get that solved. And we have to solve problems, and we already solved inflation. You know, if you look at the numbers are incredible, actually. The stock market's up, and we're not letting other countries take advantage of this country like they have for the last 40 years. So thank you very much. You have a question, please?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you so much. You scored another major investment win this morning when NVIDIA pledged to build its AI supercomputer, the first time ever, right here in the United States.
That's a question I like. That's true.
What is your reaction to this announcement, sir, and how will this positively benefit Americans across the entire country?
Well, it's one of the biggest announcements you'll ever hear, because NVIDIA, as you know, controls that almost the entire sector, which is one of the most important sectors in the world, between chips and semiconductors and everything else. And they're the biggest. And the other biggest we already have coming in and spending $300 billion, as you know. They announced 2 weeks ago. but NVIDIA is so highly respected. And this was an announcement that a lot of people, I knew it was going to happen, but not to the extent that it happened. It's big. And the reason they did it is because of the election on November 5th and because of a thing called tariffs. As I say, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. After love, God, relationship, the press actually hit me and said, tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. What about family, love, God? So I got hit even on that. You understand? I said, okay. So now I say it's my 5th most favorite word because they get you on anything. But that NVIDIA, it's one of the great companies of the world, modern, super modern companies, controls segments that nobody, sort of controls the world in a sense, and they're coming in here in the biggest way with hundreds of billions of dollars. Not like millions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and I'm honored by it. And I want to thank Jensen and all of the people that we deal with. They're great people, they're brilliant people. And without tariffs, they wouldn't be doing it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Considering additional sanctions against Russia after their latest attack, and do you have an update on the rate and when you might announce semiconductor
Well, I already
tariffs?
have sanctions on Russia. I put them there. If you remember, Nord Stream 2, that's the big pipeline that goes through Europe. I stopped it. That's Russia's pipeline, the largest pipeline, I think, in the world. Goes to Germany. And I stopped it. And when Biden came in, he approved it. And then they say, oh, I'm friendly with Russia. No. Putin said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you when you're my enemy. I stopped the biggest economic job they ever had. I stopped it cold, right? It was dead. You know that, right? And Biden came in and he immediately approved it. What was that all about? And it's a pipeline that takes care of a lot of the needs. Now, it was a very controversial thing, but I stopped it and Biden approved it. Question?
On tariffs?
No, not you. Not
Update today on potential semiconductor tariffs and potentially pharmaceuticals.
What?
Semiconductor tariffs and potentially pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals we're going to do. We don't make our own drugs, our own pharmaceuticals. We don't make our own drugs anymore. The drug companies are in Ireland and they're in lots of other places, China. And all I have to do is impose a tariff. The more, the faster they move in. The higher the tariff, it's very simple. It's inversely proportional. The higher the tariff, the faster they come. And we're going to be doing that. That's going to be like we have on cars. We have, as you know, a 25% tariff on cars. We have a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum. And that's what that category fits right now.
Do you have a percentage in mind and a timeline?
I have a timeline, not too distant future. We're doing it because we want to make our own drugs. We're doing it because we want to make our own steel and aluminum, lumber, other things. And they're all coming in. We have record numbers, $7 trillion. Since I announced, like a month and a half ago, since I came in, we have over $7 trillion being invested in the country. We didn't have $1 trillion. We didn't have $500 billion with some of these guys. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So we have the largest investment that we've ever heard of, and we're only 2 months in. And that'll continue at levels that you've never seen before. That's what's going to happen. And even the stock market's up today. We also had, a lot of people didn't say it the way it was. We had the largest gain in the stock market in history on every single category last week. That was a nice game because we were getting a little hit because people didn't understand the power of our country economically if you use it right. Do you have something to say on that, JD?
Yes, sir. I mean, look, for 40 years, we have lost manufacturing capacity. Workers have seen their wages stagnate. And some of the most critical things that we need, from the pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we give to our children, the antibiotics that we give to our kids, to the weapons that we actually need to fight a war, if God forbid we had to fight a war, we don't make enough of that stuff. And so President Trump ran explicitly on changing that. Yes, as the president mentioned, it caused a little bit of disruption in the market, but I actually think over the long term, Workers are going to benefit, stocks are going to go up, American businesses are going to benefit as we reinvest and reindustrialize our country.
And the auto workers and the Teamsters and all of the unions, not traditionally Republican, but I'm winning those unions by, we're up 40, 50 points on the Democrats. They're losing everything. And they're losing everything because they just have policies that are not believable. They fight for policies that are 5% popular, and nobody knows who the 5% are. I mean, nobody can find the 5%. But if you go back to Ohio, and by the way, we have the great championship team from Ohio coming in today, right?
Very big day.
And that's going to be a little bit later. And that'll be, if you want to stick around, I'll introduce you to some nice people. You'll see some very large people, right? You'll see some people that even you have not seen people like this. These are big, these are 6'7", 380 pounds with no fat. Okay, that's pretty good, right? But the team, the national championship team, is being honored today at the White House, so that'll be exciting. If you're around, you want to stay around, I'll have you up there. You can tell them all about your prison, how you have to behave. Okay. Who else?
Are those exemptions on electronics?
You said yesterday that you're making a decision on Iran very quickly. What do you mean by that? Is that a decision to strike Iran? Or?
Their problem very quickly. Iran wants to deal with us, but they don't know how. They really don't know how. We had a meeting with them on Saturday. We have another meeting scheduled next Saturday. I said, that's a long time. That's a long time. So I think they might be tapping us along. But Iran has to get rid of the concept of a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. He can't have a nuclear weapon. Nobody can have. We can't have anybody having nuclear weapons, We can't have nuclear weapons. And I think they're tapping us along because we're so used to dealing with stupid people in this country. And I had Iran perfect. You had no attacks. You would have never had October 7th in Israel, the attack by Hamas, because Iran was broke. They were stone cold broke when I was president. And I don't want to do it. I want them to be a rich, great nation. The only thing is, one thing, simple. It's really simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And they got to go fast because they're fairly close to having one. And they're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it. And I'm not doing it for us, I'm doing it for the world. And these are radicalized people, and they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Does that include a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facilities?
Of course it does.
Just a follow-up question, a clarification. You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too, and I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't. But he does a great job with that. We have others that we're negotiating with too. But no, if it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now, we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people. Every bit as bad as the ones coming in. And I made the statement when I heard about this a long time ago now, 4 years ago. When I heard that this guy was having open borders, I said every single criminal from all over the world is going to be dumped into our country. And that's what happened. The jails of the Congo were emptied out. The jails of Venezuela were emptied out. And you know what happened? Their crime went way down. But now Venezuela has other problems. You know what the problem is? They have no money. Yeah. Because I shut off their oil and we put secondary tariffs because they're not doing what's right over there. They know what to do. We spoke to them. I spoke to them. They know what to do. But they have no money. Venezuela has no money. But Iran had no money, and Iran behaved so beautifully. And then Biden took all those secondary tariffs on. I told China, you can't buy oil. If you buy oil from Iran, China, I told it to President Xi, then we no longer want you to do business with the United States of America. And those ships disappeared from that harbor so quickly. China. Get along great with China.
Are the talks with Iran productive? Do you want to continue that?
What?
The talks with Iran, do you believe those are productive? Do you want to continue that?
I think Iran could be a great country as long as it doesn't have nuclear weapons. If they have nuclear weapons, they'll never get a chance to be a great country. They will never get a chance. It won't even come to us.
Sir, on tariffs?
Yeah.
Yesterday you mentioned short-lived product exemptions. Which specific products are you considering, and how long is short-lived? Weeks, months?
I'm looking at something to help some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here. But they need a little bit of time. So I'm talking about things like that.
What about any Apple products, other cell phones?
Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it. There'll be maybe things coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I helped Tim Cook recently, and that whole business. I don't want to hurt anybody, but the end result is we're going to get to the position of greatness for our country. We're the greatest economic power in the world if we're smart. If we're not smart, we're going to hurt our country very badly. We lost with China over the Biden years trillions of dollars on trade. Trillions of dollars. And he let them fleece us. And we can't do that anymore. And you know what? I don't blame China at all. I don't blame President Xi. I like him. He likes me. I mean, who knows? Who the hell cares?
Do you have any updates on talks?
But you know what? What?
Do you have any updates with talks with China?
No, let me just tell you this. I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see their meeting today. Is that wonderful? That's a lovely meeting. They're meeting, like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States of America. Don't forget, the European Union was formed to do just that. The European Union was formed to hurt the United States and on trade. And they get us on NATO because they don't pay their bills. But now, since I got involved, they have been paying their bills. I took in over $600 billion for NATO. Nobody took in anything. I mean, they were all delinquent. They had 8 nations out of 28 paid their bills. The rest of them were way delinquent. And I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to protect you anymore. And the money poured in over 600. The Secretary General last week made that statement. He said, I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't get anybody to pay because the United States was footing the bill for NATO. Well, we got hurt there, and we got hurt on trade, likewise, European Union. And they've got to come to the table, and they're trying to. They're trying to. But the European Union has taken terrible advantage. They don't take our food products. They don't take our cars. We have millions of their cars, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, many others. They come in by the millions. There are no Chevrolets in Munich, I can tell you that. I said to Angela Merkel when she was there, as she was letting millions of people infiltrate Germany, which was not so good we would call them illegal immigrants, but she made them legal. But I said to her, and I get along with her very well, I said, how many Chevrolets do we have in Munich or Frankfurt? Why, none, Donald, none. I said, you're right. And yet we take in millions and millions of cars. No, those days are over.
How long do you think the exemption?
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Mr. President, do you have any comment on the FTC?
That was President Trump alongside El Salvador's president. He's receiving El Salvador's president at the White House. You heard the remarks, really a wide-ranging conversation there. We'll have more on that throughout the morning. Now, though, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
China can say no rare earth minerals. Look at all the stuff that China could say that we are no longer going to import because of how stupid our leaders have been. No more rebar. No more steel wire. No more sheets. No more pipes. No more bearings. No more gears. No more motors. No more compressors. No more sheets. No more tubing. No more engine parts. No more vitamin C, vitamin D, multivitamins, or herbal blends. No more antibiotics, painkillers, blood pressure medication. No more thermometers, oxygen monitors, pulse oximeters, and blood pressure monitors. Not to mention all the rare earth minerals that I mentioned. How about this one? No more circuit boards, no more resistors, no more power suppliers, no more switches, no more drills, no more fasteners, no more wrenches, no more saws, no more toolkits. Oh, this is one that Emma will love. No more fertilizer. So, such as phosphate and even glyphosate. No more of that. So China they decided to corner the fertilizer market. That's right. They are the world's largest exporter of nitrogen and phosphate-based fertilizer. Pretty important. Disruptions would immediately affect crop yields. Or how about drone components? Do you know that the components that we put into drones, almost all made in China? And this is where Milton Friedman was mistaken. Hate to say it. Love his book, Capitalism and Freedom. He's right 99% of the time. He's a hero of mine. And in this beautiful, almost poetic video that we are about to watch, Milton Friedman talks about the beauty of international markets. He says, look at how this pencil is put together. None of these people knew each other, and they all worked in harmony to put together the pencil, and everything he says is true, except Milton Friedman, except what if one of those components or one of those actors decides to stop trading with you? Because we've become so reliant on them. And Milton Friedman would say, well, then it's not in their best interest. And actually, China could outlast us. They could. They're a totalitarian government. Experts sometimes say the winner of the next war is whoever can make drones the fastest. China could outproduce us 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1 maybe. And other than President Trump, there is no push for us to actually modernize our industrial capacity. Here's Milton Friedman. And I'm going to show you why he's wrong. Play cut 133.
Look at this lead pencil. There's not a single person in the world who could make this pencil. Remarkable statement? Not at all. The wood from which it's made, for all I know, comes from a tree that was cut down in the state of Washington. To cut down that tree, it took a saw. To make the saw, it took steel. To make the steel, it took iron ore. We call it lead, but it's really graphite, compressed graphite. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I think it comes from some mines in South America. This red top up here, the eraser, bit of rubber, probably comes from Malaya, where the rubber tree isn't even native. It was imported from South America by some businessmen. Or the yellow paint, or the paint that made the black lines, or the glue that holds it together. Literally thousands of people cooperated to make this pencil. People who don't speak the same language, who practice different religions, who might hate one another if they ever met. When you go down to the store and buy this pencil, you are in effect trading a few minutes of your time for a few seconds of the time of all those thousands of people.
Let me do the modern day version of the Milton Friedman pen or pencil. Well, this little rubber thing on the end of my pen, that came from China. And this part of the Pilot G220 was made in China. And the ink, that was also mined in China. And the rare earth mineral that actually cast all together was made in China. You see here, this pen right here was made by a bunch of zealots halfway around the world that hate us, want to murder us, and take over the world, all from a singular country called China. Abstract philosophical ideas often unravel when confronted with the unpredictable weight of real life. And only President Trump is standing up for America against our greatest enemy. Stephen Moore joins us next.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-449-7172. That's 1-800-449-7172. Or visit copperbullethose.com. Order now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Another busy day is already underway at the White House as President Trump is hosting El Salvador's president. In fact, the two are holding bilateral meetings as we speak right now. The president and El Salvador's president hosting the media just moments ago. Of course, one of the focuses was illegal immigration here in this country, more specifically as it relates to El Salvador. The fact that the United States is deporting gang members to an El Salvador prison. Those were what many of the questions to the president and the president of El Salvador focused on. Later on at the White House, the Ohio State University Buckeyes will be visiting with President. The national football champions will get an opportunity to meet with President Trump to celebrate their victory. All of that happening later on this afternoon. In the meantime, the White House is on the offensive when it comes to illegal aliens. Speaking outside the People's House earlier this morning, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller blasting the media over its criticism of the administration and its deportation efforts.
And I just wish we lived in a country where the media gave to 1/10 a damn as much about Americans who were murdered and brutalized and savagely killed, beaten to death, as they did about whether illegal aliens that we all agree are illegal aliens should get 1 million days in court and 1 million trials and 1 million this and 1 million that. There's 15 million illegal aliens that violently enter the country. If every one of them got the trial that you're asking for, it would take us centuries to remove them. Centuries. We'd be talking about this in 300-400 years. Their great-great-great-grandchildren would be the ones representing them in court. That's how long it would take. Illegal aliens who come to our country have to be removed, and they have to be removed quickly. That is an essential component of having something that we like to call a country.
The Trump administration also set to launch a national security trade investigation into imported semiconductors and microchips. The move would mostly affect technology from East Asia like China and from Taiwan. It also sets the stage for future tariffs on smartphones, computers, and other electronic imports. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says new tariffs separate from President Trump's reciprocal tariffs will eventually be levied on those products. Secretary Lutnick going on to say that details on the new tariffs are expected to be rolled out this week. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. MyPatriotSupply.com. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. You've heard me talk about My Patriot Supply because I trust them when it comes to my family's well-being. And I just got word they're doing something they've never done before. Right now, you get the best-selling Mega 3-month emergency food supply for the same price as the standard kit. That's more than $360 of real beef, real chicken, plus farm fresh fruits and vegetables included at no extra charge. Even better, this kit gives you 2,500 calories per day. This kit will be there when you need them. It stays fresh for up to 25 years, and it ships fast and discreetly. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and claim your mega kit while this offer lasts. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you part by My Patriot Supply. That is MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com. You are 9 meals away from anarchy. Prepare yourself. MyPatriotSupply.com. Joining us now is Stephen Moore, great friend, former Trump senior economic advisor, president of Unleash Prosperity, and author of The Trump Economic Miracle. Steve, great to see you. Thank you for taking the time. So, Steve, I'm not as interested in talking to you about the tariff stuff because I think that's all going to be settled. Instead, I want to talk about what you are advocating for on the domestic unleashing prosperity side. Because in order for us to have an economic boom, of course, we need to figure out all the trade stuff. But most importantly, we must have a robust pro-growth, hopefully historic tax package. What are you hoping and what can we expect to come out of Congress from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, making the Trump tax cuts permanent, and talk about the significance and the profundity of locking in those wins?
Well, great to be with you, Charlie. And one of the reasons I wanted to come on your show is that before we get into all the good stuff in the tax bill, I want to alert you and your listeners to something I'm hearing that I think is very dangerous. So we need to get all conservatives to shout out against this, which is that there are some in Congress, some Republicans who want to raise the top income tax rate. That would be a total disaster for those of us who are old enough to remember when George H.W. Bush raised taxes. And remember, read my lips. It split the party. It did great damage to the economy, and it led to the election of Bill Clinton. So Republicans would be making a major mistake if they raised the top rate. In fact, every time in history, by the way, my buddy Art Laffer has a great book out on this called Taxes Have Consequences. Every time we've raised tax rates, the economy has gone into recession. The rich have actually paid less taxes, and the burden has shifted to lower income people. This is not a way to help America, and I just wanted to get that out there. So I want your listeners to call your congressman or senator and say, do not raise tax rates on anyone. That's not what we do as Republicans.
I agree with that. I want to try to build this out further. So I am at the top income. The show does very well. So, okay, lower taxes. What is, though, the macro argument for someone right now that says, hey, why shouldn't Elon Musk? Right. So, let's build out how does lower taxes for a wealthier person impact the welder or the electrician?
Yeah. That's a great question. And by the way, Elon Musk has a better answer to that than I am. You may have seen him a month or two. He was asked that same question, Charlie. He said, look, who do you trust to invest in the American economy better? Someone like me who's created that he was talking about himself, who's created, tens and tens of thousands of jobs and some of the greatest businesses ever, or politicians. So the people who are the job creators and the wealth producers in our economy are people at the top. They've gotten to the top because they're smart. They run, by the way, over half of all small businesses pay their taxes on the individual income tax rate. Do we want to be taxing the small businessmen and women in the country? So it doesn't work. And the other thing about the rich, and this is also in Laffer's book, is that they're smart. They have tax lawyers. They have a tax accountants. They're not going to pay these higher rates. They're going to find ways around it. And what happens is the tax burden really gets smashed onto the poor. So we don't want to do it. Reagan cut tax rates to the lowest rates we'd had in 75 years. We had the biggest boom ever. Trump cut tax rates. We had a big boom. Every time it works. It's just, look, any student of history knows that lowering tax rates is a great thing. And the last two presidents who were Republicans who raised tax rates, Herbert Hoover and George H.W. Bush, it didn't turn out too well for them.
So can you also talk to this idea of a brain drain, that we are in a competition for the world's best people,
Yes.
and that
Right.
when you start to de-incentivize profit, then they very well might go to other countries. In the data, is brain drain drawn out, or is that just a talking point that sounds good on TV?
Oh, no. I mean, you raise a great point, Charlie. I should have said this at the outset. You know, how do high income tax rates affect the rich? Just look across the states. How many times have you and I talked about this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look, just a new report came out last week showing again that California, Illinois, New York, and New Jersey are losing population at the fastest rate of any state in the country. Those tend to be the highest. You know, California and New York have 13% income taxes. Now, you know that, Charlie, where do you live, by the way? Are you in Florida?
I live in Arizona, so it's better than California. But we're working to we're working to sunset our income tax here. Not we don't have it
exactly.
yet. But it's
well, that was the
not
point
as
I was
good.
going to make. Yeah, that was the point I was going to make, is that you have states like Tennessee, Texas, Florida that have no income tax, and they're booming. Arizona's got a pretty good low income tax rate. That's working for them. So this is a very positive thing for the low tax states. And you know, California could lose 3 new congressional seats if they stay on the course they're on.
That's right. So in the spirit of raising taxes, here's one that I go back and forth on. And I want to get your opinion, which is the carried interest loophole. Some on Capitol Hill are saying that we have to close it. Some are saying that Trump already fixed it. What is the carried interest deduction, and how do you stand on that? And what is the potential impact that it could have on the economy at large?
Well, I'm glad you asked about that. Literally, just this morning, I finished writing my weekly column on that very issue. So you must be clairvoyant. But, you know, look, the carried interest, I'm not going to get into the weeds on this. This is the private equity industry, which is what pumps money into small businesses, family businesses, to keep them alive or to allow them to grow into bigger businesses. We are almost unique as a country in having this incredible private equity industry that injects capital into smaller and medium-sized companies so they can grow. And it works. It's an amazing thing. It's created like 20 million jobs through this private investment capital. And we don't want to tax that more. Look, it's very simple. If you tax something, you get less of it, right? If you tax, that's what Reagan taught us. Why would we want less equity going into small and growing businesses? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it just, the argument that the other guys would say is, but it's a fat cat loophole made and designed for Wall Street, and it's used and abused. I
don't buy that.
No, to build out further, because I trust your judgment on this.
So basically, we have 2 tax rates. We have capital gains tax, which is too high. We tax that at 24%. And then the personal income tax, which is taxed right now at 37%. So what these people want to do, and this is basically people like, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and some Republicans, they say, well, we should tax these people at the personal income tax rate, not the capital gains rate, which is, to me, I don't even get the logic of that. These companies, when a private equity person puts money into a company, that's at-risk capital. They're at risk of losing it all. That's why we have a lower capital gains rate, because it's a riskier investment.
So now, speaking more broadly, let's talk about energy policy and other elements of the bill. So we want to see the Trump tax cuts locked in. What exactly does that mean? Make the Trump tax cuts permanent. The left is losing their mind. They're saying it's just a tax cut for the rich. What would it mean if the Trump tax cuts are not made permanent?
So, first of all, that's a really important question, because I think we did a poll that half of Americans are not aware of this, because, a lot of Americans just don't pay a lot of close attention to this. If they don't get this job done, Charlie, we're talking about the biggest tax increase in American history on January 1st, because all of the Trump tax cuts would go away, and virtually all of them. And so the average family in America, now, I'm not talking about Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and, Elon Musk. I'm talking about the average family would face a $3,000 increase in their taxes next year. We can't do that. We've already got, middle-class families financially stressed out from Bidenomics. Can you imagine if the average family had to pay $3,000 more taxes? And then, of course, the corporate rate would go up to 21%. to one of the highest in the world, 35%. That's one of the great, achievements of the Trump tax cut. So we don't want to have that happen. We've got to get this done. We've got it done quickly. I'm telling Congress, get it done, get a bill on the desk of Donald Trump by Memorial Day. We've seen a choppy stock market. Investors are fidgety. I think one thing that would really help restore investor confidence is for Republicans to sign, seal, and deliver this in the next month.
Steve, so let's talk now about heavy machinery deduction. The left will attack about this, saying, oh, this is just a private jet deduction. What does a heavy machinery deduction mean for the economy at large, and also for people that work with their hands, machinists, welders, people that are fixing automobiles? And what does the data show about a 100% depreciation for heavy machinery?
Oh, it's amazing that we even have to talk about this because it's so obvious. If a business invests in a factory or invests in the kind of machinery you're talking about, I mean, a welder can't weld if he doesn't have the equipment to weld with, right? I mean, they don't have a job if they don't have the equipment. If there aren't factories, there aren't jobs. So we absolutely want to allow companies, not to just allow them, to encourage them to invest in factories, in machinery, and computers. Those are what make American workers more productive. It's the reason, it's our capital investment and our know-how that makes the American workers the most highly paid workers in the world. So we ought to say, if a company builds a factory, you can write it off. If you have heavy equipment like you're talking about, if you're buying I talked to Fred Smith, who owns Federal Express, one of the great companies in America. And he's saying once they allowed that deduction, they bought 4 jumbo jets so that they could transport packages around the world. Think of all the jobs that created for the Boeing workers.
Yep. Steve, in closing here, about 30 seconds remaining, what do you think is the probability of this bill passing and getting Republicans behind a pro-growth agenda?
I'm going to put the odds at 85%. I think it's going to get done. The sooner, the better. And I think that it's going to be a very positive development for the stock market and for workers. And no tax increases in that bill. No tax increases.
Steve Moore, thank you so much. See you soon.
Thank you, Charlie.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him.
Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are going to be on campus tomorrow at Boise State University. In between that, we'll also be in Colorado. On Wednesday, I will be going on Bill Maher's podcast. Looking forward to that. Bill Maher had a phenomenal intro to his show, his HBO show back on Friday. Really, I'm liking to see kind of where Bill Maher is going. He has been very principled being against the woke, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. This is for his podcast, not for the HBO show, so doing a long form, that'll be on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, we have Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, which is a really great spot. And then I'm going to be doing Doug Wilson's show in Moscow, Idaho after that. Then, of course, it's Good Friday, so we're kind of taking it easy. We'll still be broadcasting on Friday, but it will be very religious in tone. And then we'll be back the following week with an event at Texas A&M University during the week. And then we also have University of Wyoming as well. So, boom, A&M and University of Wyoming. And we're just going to keep on moving and grooving. I'll tell you, the crowds we are seeing and the support is phenomenal. And the views that we are getting online of thirsty and hungry young people that want the truth is truly remarkable. And so, as we say, tyranny never sleeps, and neither do we, but I do need to get my 9 hours a night. So it's more metaphorical. I mean, just look at the support that we are seeing. I mean, the amount of RSVPs we have at Boise State University is pretty remarkable. It's really something. That's Michigan State right there last week. That was a really good one. You're going to love to see that footage there. Really, really something. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and make sure you take out your phone right now and subscribe to our podcast. It's free of charge. It's high impact. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm going to quickly do the Herzog Foundation, but I need to talk about something very quick. Go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com. The Herzog Foundation is a wonderful way that you guys can stay connected. That is readlion.com. Again, are you rethinking your kid's educational path? If so, check it out at readlion.com. Visit readlion.com to access must-read articles. And don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That's readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. Okay, everybody. Unlike Joe Biden and unlike prior presidents, we have the president's health report right here. It's 3 pages long. And let me tell you, President Trump is objectively very healthy. I've seen President Trump eat ways that I would not eat. I'm a very careful eater. And I'll tell you, this guy is the exception. He is not the rule. At 78 years old and 10 months, nearly 79, he is 75 inches, so a strong 6'3", 224 pounds. His resting heart rate is 62 beats per minute. Let me just pause there. That is a very, very good resting heart rate. Like, very good. His blood pressure is an exceptional 128/74. It's awfully desirable. That's desirable if you're 31 years old, considering the stress that he's under. His pulse ox is 99% on room air and a perfect temperature of 98.6. No issues with his eyes, his head, ears, nose, or throat, neck, or pulmonary. His lungs were clear. CT scan of his chest shows no abnormalities. And the most remarkable of all is his cholesterol levels. Despite President Trump being known for liking a good sundae and having a good Trump burger, his total cholesterol is 140 mg. The optimal, of course, is under 200. His triglycerides is 56 milligrams under the normal level, which is where his good cholesterol is 77. His bad cholesterol is 51, all very desirable. And then his metabolic panel. I'm big into blood work. I try to do blood work 4 or 5 times a year. His metabolic panel is phenomenal. His blood work, his glucose level, little high, but not in bad territory. It's 89 out of 99. His hemoglobin is great, 5.2, a little bit on the higher normal, but still perfectly fine. His vitamin B12 is perfect. And I don't think Trump has taken vitamin B12 shots. I could be wrong. His PSA is normal. THS, normal. Urinalysis, perfectly fine. He's only had one surgery in his life, which was an appendectomy at age 11. That was probably pretty traumatic. My favorite of all of it, though, you say, how is he so healthy? I have an opinion. I have 3 reasons why President Trump is so healthy. It's not because of his diet. He does walk a fair amount when he golfs and he's walking around. He's very active. But there are 3 reasons why President Trump objectively is in probably some of the best health you'll ever find a president. When you are trying to end the Russian-Ukrainian war, when you are trying to close an invasion on the southern border, and your blood pressure is 128/74, I'm impressed. I got to tell you, I am impressed. There are 3 reasons I attribute this to. Number 1, he's got great genes. Sorry, if you guys want to get healthy, part of it is just genes. Your genetics, who you come from. He's got phenomenal genealogy. Number 2, he has purpose. I have found the people that live the longest and are the healthiest, they have a mission, they have a zeal for life that supersedes everything else. It's almost as if you invisibly communicate with all of your trillions of cells, meaning, keep me healthy, keep me alive. He has meaning, and he has filled that existential void with a mission to save the United States of America. And the 3rd reason as to why his cholesterol is very healthy and his blood pressure is great. And yes, he takes some cholesterol statins and all that, which of course is 78, it's no big deal. But it's the most obvious on the entire report that is just glaring, that cannot be overlooked. Lifelong abstinence from tobacco and alcohol. The facts are the facts, everybody. Now, if you want to go drink, go drink. You want to smoke, you want to smoke. But if you want to be 78, running the free world with 5 kids worth billions of dollars and have blood pressure that's better than your average 28-year-old out of the street, don't drink and don't smoke, kids. You too can become the leader of the free world. Looking at Donald Trump, 78 years old, 6'3", 224. We might lose Donald Trump to the NFL draft in 2 weeks. And this guy's going to play for the Tennessee Titans soon. All kidding aside, he's in fighting shape and fighting form, perfectly passing his cognitive test. And all of the suspicions around President Trump are put to bed and put to rest. That he's ready to keep on being the man in the arena. And God bless him. 2nd hour coming up.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bull Shot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bull Shot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bull Shot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bull Shot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bull Shot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bull Shot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bull Shot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
Cooking rice just isn't nice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you know that we are... Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you know that we are financing private banks? We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. How much money are we actually giving to private banks? Well, Brian Westbury is the chief economist of First Trust LP, former chief economist of the Joint Economic Committee for U.S. Congress, and current member board of the trustees for Hillsdale College. Brian, welcome to the program. Great to see you. Brian, why don't you educate our audience on how the Fed is receiving hundreds of billions of dollars? I'm not even quite sure how this all works. All I understand is that the U.S. taxpayer is funding private banks. So build it all out for us.
Yeah, Charlie, great. It's great to be with you. This all started really back in 2008 when Ben Bernanke walked into W's office and said, hey, if you don't let me print $4 trillion and flood the financial system with that money, the whole global world, the whole global world order is going to collapse. And so that was when it began. We did it again during COVID. And so what this means is that we have increased the money supply in the United States. It was $7 trillion in 2007. It is now $21 trillion. So let me put that in perspective. If you have a $100 bill in your wallet, 67 of those dollars were created in just the last 18 years. Like, that's how much money we printed. Now, when all of that money goes into the banking system, it turns into inflation. And the way the Fed stopped it from turning into inflation is first they raised a ton of regulations on banks. And second, they paid banks to hold that money. So we are now paying banks about $200 billion a year to not lend that money out. That means we're paying private banks. Now, the interesting thing is the Fed bought bonds with that money, and so they earn interest from those bonds, but they're paying banks more than they're earning. In other words, the Fed is losing. Last year, they lost about $80 billion, and the taxpayers funded that. And we used that money to pay banks. If we stop this, think how much we could lower the deficit. Over a 10-year period, it would be $2 trillion.
So is Congress then financing this loss? And if so, where in the budget is this money?
Yeah, this is, they play sleight of hand with this, Charlie. It's crazy. The Federal Reserve has an account that they call a deferred asset. So normally, before all of this change, the Fed owned bonds, but they didn't pay banks, and they made money every year. And so then they would give that money to the Treasury at the end of the year. Now, with them losing money, they have what's called a deferred asset, which is the craziest term I've ever heard. It's a negative account. I don't know how they're paying their employees. I don't know how they're keeping their lights on, because if you run a private business in a deficit, you either have to raise more equity or debt or something in order to pay to keep the lights on. And so my belief, and the Fed won't really tell you this, is that they're borrowing money from the Treasury in order to keep the lights on. In Britain, the UK, they did the same thing. And now they're kind of caught because it's raising their deficit, but at least they're accounting for it the right way. We don't. We hide it. And so I can only imagine that Elizabeth Warren doesn't understand that we're paying private banks $200 billion a year, because I think she'd have a cow if she knew that. She hates banks. And so this is the most amazing, insane policy I've ever seen. And yet we're doing it.
Right, but if it's the Fed paying the banks $200 billion a year, there is not necessarily a through line from the Treasury to the Fed. Can't the Fed just create the money by lowering interest rates? I guess the question is, the money has to be appropriated at some point of origination. So walk us back.
Right.
So the Fed is paying the private banks. Who is giving the money to the Fed? The Treasury Department?
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's two things going on here that are separate. One, in order to do quantitative easing. So Ben Bernanke, when he was fighting the financial panic of 2008, created like $4 trillion new dollars. Jerome Powell, and literally created out of thin air. Jerome Powell did the same thing during COVID. So we have created $8 trillion more of Fed balance sheet that turned into $14 trillion more of M2, which is all our checking accounts. So the Fed literally creates this money. But then once they've created it, now you have interest earned and interest expense, and the Fed is losing money based on that. Here's another way to think of this. When they created $4 trillion under Bernanke and then another $4 trillion under Powell, they bought bonds to put on the Fed's balance sheet, and interest rates were super low when they did this. So when interest rates went up, they actually lost money on their portfolio. Right now, the Federal Reserve has $1 trillion of losses on its bond portfolio. And it's all because they bought bonds when interest rates were low, and now interest rates have gone back up. So the Fed is caught. They have losses on their books. They can't sell those bonds off without taking those losses. At the same time, they don't want the banks to lend out the money, so they're paying them that they created out of thin air. And so they're paying the banks to hold on to that cash so that it doesn't turn into inflation.
Right. So,
and their
finish your thought. Go ahead.
No, all I was saying is their bond portfolio is not earning as much as they're paying. So that's where they make a loss. And then the question is, how do they pay to keep the lights on? Do they print the money? Well, it doesn't look like they're doing that. Are they taking it from the interest that they're earning from those bonds and somehow moving it into another account? Or are they just borrowing straight from the Treasury? And my belief is they're borrowing straight from the Treasury, even though they won't tell us that that's exactly what they're doing.
But if they're borrowing it straight from the Treasury must have the money in the first place. So is Congress appropriating $150 billion for this purpose? But then how? No, where is the money coming from?
Yeah, no, the Federal Reserve creates a deferred asset. Like, that's the weirdest phrase I've ever heard. It's a negative number, and they promise that they're going to pay the Treasury that money back when they start making a profit again in the future. So in return for that promise, the Treasury is now funding the Fed. All right. And what's interesting about this is Congress did not agree to this. Congress did agree to let the Fed pay interest to banks, but they did not agree that the Fed, the Treasury could lend the Fed this money. And so I actually think there's a lawsuit here around Loper.
I mean, how is this any different than Enron? I mean, this is a massive accounting scandal, isn't it?
Well, to me it is, and nobody focuses on it. And, you know, what's fascinating is you go in every month or every time the Fed meets, it's like 8 times a year, they have a press conference, and there's 30 reporters that are handpicked by the Fed to come in, and no one will ask them how they're paying to keep the lights on. They just won't ask them, because if they do ask, they'll not be ever invited back again. And I've begged them to let me in and ask those questions. I've begged reporters to ask those questions, but so far they haven't been asked and they haven't been answered. And the Fed, I give a talk and I call it the Federal Reserve has gone insane. I mean, I'm going to go back to what I said. If you have a $100 bill in your wallet, 67 of those dollars were printed in the last 18 years. The other 33 in the previous 220 years or 30 years. And so what I'm getting to here is that the Fed has completely changed the way we manage monetary policy, and hardly anybody complains about it. It's why we had inflation. Jamie Dimon actually
Stay right there.
Chairman of.
Hold that thought. Brian, we're going to keep you for another segment. Hold that thought. I do want to talk about this. Z-Factor, guys, you guys got to get your sleep. We all know how challenging it can be to get the quality sleep that we need, whether it's falling asleep or staying asleep. So many people are not getting the Z's that they need. Z-Factor from Relief Factor has the formula to help change that. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin and uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients. Helps relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker, and helps you sleep soundly through the night. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. Plus, there's no groggy feeling when you wake up. If you're looking for the right formula for better Z's, give Z-Factor a try. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. Brian Westbury continues after the break. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to tell you about YREFI, YREFY.com. That's YREFI.com. Private student loan debt in the United States totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YREFI does not care what your credit score is. If you go to YREFI.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are, how they've escaped, and how you can even see what their monthly payments were versus what they are now. Go to YREFI.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan debt anymore. They are sponsoring our Boise State stop, our Wyoming stop, our Texas A&M stop, our Washington State stop. Do you have a co-borrower? YREFI can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YREFI.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. So go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. If your private student loan debt keeps going up and at night and ruining your life, go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YREFI. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Be right back. Brian Westbury continues with us. He's a deep thinker about this. He's the chief economist at First Trust LP, former chief economist of the U.S. Congress, of the Joint Economic Committee for U.S. Congress. And also his fund has over $250 billion assets under management. So, Brian, help me understand. If it's the Fed doing this sort of gamesmanship, Congress has very limited oversight because the Fed is a private-public partnership. Right. How can Congress or the executive branch then intervene on this reckless behavior?
Yeah, well, first of all, they do have oversight. They can bring the Fed chairman in, ask them questions, embarrass them. But they also write the laws. The Congress started the Fed in 1913, changed the law again in 1973, and then we changed it again about 10 years ago. And then Congress also gave the Fed this ability to pay banks interest on reserves. So Congress has a big role in this. And the problem is that Congress, most Congress people, ever since Paul's father left, don't really understand monetary policy. And therefore they get flummoxed in these hearings, and they don't know enough about it to ask the right questions or to do the right thing.
So therefore, if Congress is not even willing to engage, I suppose we're going to keep on participating in this funny math.
Yeah.
And is there anything preventing the Federal Reserve from another capital influx of created trillions of dollars? And how much money do we actually get an audited look at the Federal Reserve ever?
No, we haven't. And, and here's the thing. The only thing that keeps the Fed in check really is, Congress has oversight, but it's really the public. And inflation, when it came, it was all because of this policy. And yet, so many people have ignored that. When you explode the money supply like they did during COVID, especially, that's where inflation comes from. You print so many dollars that the value of the dollar goes down. People say pizza costs more, and I'm a geeky economist, and I say to them, your pizza doesn't cost anymore. Your dollar buys less because we printed too many of them. And so and now what's happening is the Powell, every member of the Fed, especially the chairman, they're politicians. And now he's blaming Trump on tariffs and inflation, and he's trying to get away from the fact that he is the one that caused it in the first place. So and the public doesn't know enough about this to really be able to make a decision about who's really at fault.
It's intentionally confusing. It's now Main Street's turn. Let's play cut 139.
For the last 4 decades, Basically, since I began my career in Wall Street has grown wealthier than ever before, and it can continue to grow and do well. But for the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream.
Ryan, final thoughts.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you just look back at COVID, supposedly, gosh, all the arguments were COVID hits the lower class more than the upper class and certain groups of people more than others. And so we have to fix this and make things ever and more equal. So we ended up running these massive budget deficits. We ended up printing all of this money. And what happened was the exact opposite of what they said was going to happen. If you had assets, if you owned equities, if you own a house and inflation comes along and they print all this money, you win. If you don't have assets, you get crushed. And so I hope that Scott in that quote and the Trump administration really does find a way to keep the Fed from ever doing this again. And in fact, I think they ought to shrink the Fed quite a bit and take away the power. We didn't even talk about the fact that the Fed somehow is able to fund climate change research. The Chicago Fed is doing work on lead water pipes. And they have a community development office. I mean, they're they're out of control. And all these regional banks are spending money they don't have to do things that they shouldn't be doing. They have nothing to do with climate change. We have the EPA for lead water pipes. Why is the Fed involved in lead water pipes? We got to answer. They need to answer all those questions. All right. Thanks. Great to be with you, Charlie.
Excellent work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Joining us next is Jeffrey Harmon, co-founder and CCO of Angel Studios, behind the great new film, King of Kings, we discuss after the break this Holy Week.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Some of us have been working on our summer bodies all year long. While looking good is one goal, feeling good is the goal.
By trusting the science and staying steady for that full 88, you got the boom.
My intercellular water went up 4 points. All my joints, I mean, it was really obvious. My joints just loosened up. I felt like a kid. I'm not kidding at all.
If you're looking to get that boom you just heard about, you definitely want to check out the folks at Energized Health. The company's founder, John Jubilee, joins us to help get you out of your routine and into a healthier lifestyle. John, good morning.
Good morning, Super Terrence.
It's good to see you. Look, getting that boom starts with getting moving. And as you know, when you're at church, sometimes the pastor in the sermon is talking and you feel like, okay, is he talking right to me? Well, you were talking to me this morning because just getting started can be a challenge.
Well, it is, Terrence. You know, a 1,000-mile journey begins with what? One step. It takes one step, guys. And I just want to encourage everyone that, you know, sometimes you just got to choose to just take that first step. And yeah, maybe it is hard for a lot of people to just get started. But when you choose to do the right thing and choose to just do something that you know will actually work, Terrence, because you know what? So many of us, like me, for 10 years, Terrence, I tried all these crazy diets. And, you know, every diet works for a minute, right? They all work for a minute, but they're just not sustainable. And so I like to encourage people to say, listen, do a little bit of research up front. So just like you wouldn't ever just get in your car and drive somewhere without looking at a map or your GPS of how long it's going to take to get there, do a little bit of research to find out, is this protocol going to get me where I want to go? And guess what, guys? At Energized Health, you can research for 28 years. We've helped tens of thousands of people, Terrence, get where they want to go in a simple, sustainable way.
You know, part of our culture today is, I call it the microwave culture. We want everything fast. We want everything immediate. And it seems to me that when it comes to getting healthy, that's probably part of the culture as well. It's part of a mindset.
Well, right. Well, listen, and by the way, and I'm going to say amen to that, right? We all want results immediately. And this is one of the great things at Energized Health. A lot of you guys have heard about, we have a program that, we guarantee people they'll lose 5 pounds of fat in just 5 days. 5 pounds of fat in 5 days. That's instant, right? That's instant gratification. That's instant success. And the great news is when you're doing the right thing, when you're using a science-backed program that has a 28-year track record, you actually can have the microwave result. You can have the instant result because you're doing the right thing. But when we do all of these fad diets or these fad programs, or we try taking the magic pill, some super supplement, that we saw online, you know what, guys, those things are always going to disappoint us, and they're not going to be sustainable, for the long haul. And again, I just share from my own life history. I was bone on bone in both my knees. I looked like I was 7 months pregnant. I had a big, belly, the hangover. Guys, you know what I'm talking about? Where, you could have a 34-inch waist and a 44-inch belly, right? So it doesn't matter what our waist is. It's what's that belly. But I can tell you, I got a flat stomach in 88 days, and you can too. You can have your best health, and you can have some microwave success when you use a patent-pending science instead of some gimmick diet.
You talked about the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So what's the first step? How can people take that first step?
Yeah, well, look, the first step, guys, is just go log on to the website at energizedhealth.com. Find a testimony like you. We have thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of testimonials. Click on someone like you. Click on 10 people like you. Look what happened to them. Then go look at the reviews, Better Business Bureau, Trustpilot, Facebook, Google reviews. Look what happened to others and know you can have what they have if you do what they did. That is your first step.
All right. EnergizedHealth.com. Go there to get all the information and see those testimonials John just talked about. Thanks so much for being here with us. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. A busy day is underway at the White House as President Trump just wrapped up remarks with El Salvador's president. You can see the two sitting here together. The two were asked a number of questions about immigration, particularly the fact that deportees here in the United States, particularly those associated with MS-13, are being sent to a major prison there in El Salvador. It was a pretty good back and forth between the two. President Trump also set to meet here in short order with the Ohio State University football team, who of course won the College National Championship. He'll be hosting them at the White House this afternoon. Meantime, the man accused of torching Pennsylvania's governor's mansion remains in custody and could answer to attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault charges as soon as this week. The fire forced Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro, his family, and another family to evacuate the burning home Saturday after they had been celebrating the Jewish holiday of Passover.
This type of violence is not okay. This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other, directed at one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop.
Investigators say the suspect scaled a fence and eluded police in order to break into the governor's mansion and set that fire. So far, investigators aren't saying what motivated the attack. And in other headlines this afternoon, the Trump administration is set to launch a national security trade investigation into imported semiconductors and microchips. The move would mostly affect technology from East Asia like China and Taiwan. It also sets the stage for future tariffs on smartphones, computers, and other electronic imports. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says new tariffs separate from President Trump's reciprocal tariffs will eventually be levied on those products and others. Secretary Lutnick also says the details on the new tariffs are expected to be rolled out this week, with the actual tariffs being implemented in the next couple of months. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I need to tell you about Patriot Mobile. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You probably already know that for years they've stood in the gap for every American who believes in faith, family, and freedom. Take out your phone right now and make the switch today at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Did you know that they got cutting edge technology as well? Go to patriotmobile.com/CHARLIE. They have unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet on the go devices, and home internet backup. You can't get this all from the big guys. So what are you waiting for? Make the switch today and experience the Patriot Mobile difference. Go to patriotmobile.com/CHARLIE. Make the switch away from woke wireless to Patriot Mobile. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Switch to Patriot Mobile and defend the freedom with every call and text you make. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show brought to you in part by Patriot Mobile. I'm friends with Glenn and the team there. They're phenomenal patriots themselves. So make the switch at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Amazing new film this Holy Week. Phenomenal. In fact, one of our team members, Tyler, took his family to see it and was raving about it. It is called King of Kings. Everyone should check it out. You guys could do that at angel.com/Kirk. Joining us now is Jeffrey Harmon, co-founder and CCO of Angel Studios. Jeffrey, congratulations on this new amazing film. We have the trailer, but first I want you to introduce it. Give us the little bit of the wind-up.
So this is a movie based on Charles Dickens' book that he wrote. He wrote it for his kids, and it was. Sorry, I'm just fixing my microphone. This is a movie written by Charles. The movie's based. Sorry about that. The movie's based on Charles Dickens' book that he wrote for his kids, and it wasn't published till 25 65 years after Charles Dickens had passed away. And what it is it's a look at Jesus's life from the perspective of a young child, where Charles Dickens is explaining to his child the story of Jesus Christ. This movie has blown up in the box office. It was number 2 this last weekend, did $19.3 million over the weekend, which is just $400,000 less than Sound of Freedom did in the first 3 days. And it is Forbes just posted that it's what lands one of the best audience scores in history. 97% with audiences on Rotten Tomatoes, about 64% with critics. And it has A+ cinema score with audiences, which is a cinema score of A+ has only been done 128 times in movie history and only 5 times for animated films outside of Disney and Pixar.
Well, congratulations for that. Let's watch the trailer, and to get into it, let's play cut 116.
Going to tell him a great story about forgiveness.
Our story begins 2,000 years ago when baby Jesus came into the world.
Wait, stop. If it's not about a king, then I'm not interested.
This story is about the King of Kings.
If you're with me, then I know that
It has angels and wicked kings and miracles. Why don't we help Jesus along the way?
That is captivating. So tell us more. It's done in not quite animation, but one step above animation. What is that process called, and why did you guys decide to do it in that form?
Well, the filmmakers, they're from South Korea, and they're this Christian group from South Korea that has done a whole bunch of work for all the big studios over the years. They're called MoFac Studios. And these South Koreans, the director doesn't even speak English. He made this movie as a passion project, recruited all these amazing talent, and they did a motion capture process where you actually capture real people walking and things. So they decided to do that to brings down the cost and makes it feel more real. But what they've done here, like if you see the walking on water scene from this movie, or the there's just so many scenes in here that are gorgeous. The cinematography is beautiful. The voice actors, it has one of the top cast. You've got Pierce Brosnan in it. You've got Ben Kingsley. You've got Uma Thurman. There's this huge list of actors inside this movie that they've pulled in, and what they have built, audiences are raving about. I went on Saturday to the movie with my kids, and up in the front of the theater during the credits, the entire movie was full of kids, and all these kids go running down during the credits, and while the credits are playing, they're all dancing around these like 6-year-old to 12-year-olds just dancing spontaneously. It was pretty amazing. It's a great experience.
So putting forward a faith-based film during Holy Week, is the success you're enjoying right now exceeding expectations? And educate our audience even deeper on what Angel is and what you guys seek to do with the Angel Guild.
So every single movie on Angel Studios is approved by what we call the Angel Guild, which is a group of over 1 million people who greenlight every film on Angel Studios. So they gave King of Kings one of the highest scores we've seen, which is a 95. And so if you're a part of the Angel Guild, you get a vote on every movie that comes into Angel Studios. Then you get 2 movie tickets to be able to go see every movie in theaters. And so we have this group of over 1 million people. As a guild member, you get to approve. As a co-founder of Angel, I can't even take a movie into Angel Studios unless it first passes the Angel Guild. And so today, if you go sign up for the Angel Guild and you get to vote on future movies, you get 2 movie tickets to King of Kings today at angel.com/ what's your URL? Charlie?
Kirk. Kirk. Yeah, angel.com/Kirk. We chose the shorter, easier to spell one.
Yeah. So if you go to angel.com/Kirk and you join the Angel Guild right now, you get 2 free movie tickets to King of Kings this week for Holy Week. And then you get a vote on all future movies that come into Angel Studios. We believe that there's this brokenness in Hollywood that's coming from not the filmmakers, not the craftsmen, not the actors, but it's primarily coming from the gatekeepers, which is a group of like a couple dozen people that are making all of the decisions of all the movies that go into Hollywood. And we're replacing that with this guild.
Yeah, and just so everyone understands that if you join the guild today, angel.com/Kirk, as a premium member, you get 2 free tickets to King of Kings and every other Angel Studio film. But also, you guys have so much more that you guys have developed for families with angel.com. Talk about Tuttle Twins, talk about the entire library and depth that you guys have at Angel.
The movies you're going to see at angel.com. So we have the Tuttle Twins series, which is a series about these 2 twins with their grandma Gabby, who has a time-traveling interdimensional wheelchair. It's a comedy animated film, and they get to go meet characters like Benjamin Franklin and George Washington, and they even go meet Karl Marx and learn about Marxism. And it shows Karl Marx as kind of this goofy guy, but these twins are learning, and your kids get to learn with those kids. Then there's other films like the Sound of Freedom from a couple of years ago, to the Homestead series that just came out, which launched at Christmas time, Homestead with Neil McDonough. There's a Wingfeather Saga, which is a fantasy series based on the best-selling book, The Wingfeather Saga by Andrew Peterson. And these movies and series are coming in. There's a couple movies every single week being released. And so you have just a huge amount of excellent films. That's a growing library, films and TV series that represent our values as families and Middle America's values, because it's voted on by the Angel Guild. And so you see this level of quality that's coming in. And as you watch Angel movies, you're going to realize that they're just like hit after hit of satisfying movies, because they have to pass this threshold that's very difficult to pass, getting voted on by the Angel Guild.
And congratulations, I just want to say on behalf of the entire audience, for bringing the gospel message to a mainstream audience during Holy Week. Was there any resistance here, or do you feel a little bit of a cultural shift? Because typically this kind of a lift would be met with protests and with walk-offs, but was this one a little bit, dare I say, easier? And if so, what does that tell us about the state of the American culture?
I would say there is definitely a cultural shift. Because a couple of years ago, we released a movie called His Only Son, which is watchable in the Angel Guild right now. But His Only Son is the story of Abraham. We released it at Easter time. Years ago, when we started, Angel Studios released the first 3 seasons of The Chosen. And I remember before anybody had really seen it, I would invite people over to my house and ask them if they could watch the show. And I'd give out the movie, the series The Chosen. This is season 1, episodes 1 through 4. And nobody wanted to watch it. And I'd give links to them and they wouldn't watch it. Nobody would watch it. And then I finally just said, you know what, I'm going to invite people over to Sunday dinner. And then I'm going to get up after Sunday dinner and say, now we're going to go watch this series that I've been working on with Dallas. And when I'd sit people down and say, you have to watch this series, and they would resist and say, no, I've spent the last 2 years of my life working on this. Sit down and watch The Chosen. And every time, without fail, they would love the show. But it was like pulling teeth to get people to watch it. And now that's a very big hit. This is very different. The King of Kings is getting watched en masse. It just beat Prince of Egypt's record for the biggest biblical animated box office opening of all time. And so that was over 2 decades ago. And that's how long it's been since we've had a serious animated biblical film. So the culture's definitely changing, and there's a huge shift.
Final call to action, remind people, Jeffrey, it's angel.com/Kirk. What do they get? The importance and the cultural powerhouse that it is. Please, 1 minute, riff on it.
Come join the Angel Guild at angel.com/Kirk. And when you join it, you get to pick all the movies. You get 2 free movie tickets to King of Kings, and you get to pick all the movies that come into this community. There's over 1 million people. You get to vote on the films. You get to give feedback to the directors. They read your feedback. They give comments to it. You get to watch movies. Like if you were in the Angel Guild, you potentially got to see King of Kings months ago, and you got to vote on it and decide if it came into Angel Studios. And you get to see the next one and the next big hit. And you get to be a part of that process of creating the culture that we want for our children.
Caleb, one of our dear friends that watches the program regularly, just emailed us. We joined the Angel Guild. Amazing books and shows. No regrets. We love having a say. Everyone should as well. So there you go. Straight from the Charlie Kirk audience. So thank you, my friend. Angel.com/Kirk. Congratulations and have a blessed Holy Week.
You too.
Tax Network USA. Check it out right now. It is tax season. It's tnusa.com/Charlie. That is tnusa.com/Charlie. Do you have unfiled tax returns? Can't pay the IRS? The IRS is more aggressive than ever, and the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Wage garnishments, bank levies, even property seizures are on the table. You need to get ahead of this, but going up against the IRS alone is a terrible mistake. Take my advice and call the experts at Tax Network USA. They know the system. They have an edge, a preferred direct line to the IRS, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. I've got to know the guys at Tax Network USA, really good people. It's Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. So go to tnusa.com/Charlie, 1-800-958-1000. That is 1-800-958-1000. Tax Network USA can help you too, but you need to move fast. April 15th is almost here. tnusa.com/Charlie. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, you guys, when you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show, we deeply appreciate it. There's a new study out from Axios that shows the power of our podcast, and we want to share that with you. Young Americans' favorite podcasts reveal a stark partisan split. The most listened to podcast for people that listen to President Trump was Joe Rogan. I mean, who voted for Donald Trump was Joe Rogan. No surprise. Joe Rogan is the GOAT. He is the Michael Jordan of podcasting. He is the Rush Limbaugh of podcasting. No one comes close. I find Joe Rogan so listenable and enjoyable. He's phenomenal. And his courage to come out to support President Trump was admirable. However, it says here, 27% of people who voted for President Trump say they listened to the Joe Rogan Experience, while 19% of Trump voters say they listened to the Charlie Kirk Show. 18% listened to the Ben Shapiro Show. It's pretty great. So 19% of Trump voters listened to our program. So that is number 2. 9% of Harris voters listened to Call Her Daddy. Of course. I was going to make a really bad joke, but we won, so I'll be wholesome. Of course they listened to Call Her Daddy. All right, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. And subscribe to our podcast. We're broadcasting live from the Bitcoin.com studio. As a reminder, I'll be at Boise State University. I got corrected by somebody. They said it's not Boise, it's Boise State. Could be very technical about my pronunciation. So I'll be at Boise State tomorrow. And then Washington State University in Pullman, Washington on Thursday. Let's recap some of the meetings. So one of the test cases of how we know that if you are crime-ridden, gang-infested, and of the third world, it's a choice. In the modern era, with artificial intelligence, with cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin, technology, access to the internet, if your country is still living in the third world, it is by choice. Now, to get to the first world, you need some advantages, but living in the third world is a choice. You can enter the second world by simply making good choices. So much of life is choices. So much of life is decisions. The left wants you to believe that you are captive based on something that you inherit. You're captive based on your circumstances. We believe in free will and agency. And the turnaround and the story of El Salvador and Bukele is a phenomenal story. El Salvador was the most dangerous place on the planet. MS-13 ran rampant. They held the entire country hostage. Bukele wins, declares a national emergency, has locked up tens of thousands of narco-drug criminals in MS-13, and El Salvador is now safer than the United States of America. A lot of money is flowing into El Salvador. Now, I don't want to make it seem as if it's something that it isn't. El Salvador is not like Ohio. El Salvador is not Georgia. But for decades, El Salvador was treated as unfixable. It's just the problem. Get used to it. They're a bunch of murderers. There's nothing we could do about it. They're poor and they're going to kill each other. Because what had to be done was outside of what Washington, D.C. could tolerate. Round up thousands of people and put them in jail. Not hard. But D.C., they can't possibly tolerate that. Well, what about the feelings of the terrorists? What about the feelings and the emotions of the people that are cutting off babies' heads, of which MS-13 would do in El Salvador? El Salvador led a populist revolution by Bukele, nationalized the police force, and locked them up in these maximum security prisons. So Bukele visited President Trump today in the White House. In fact, the meeting is largely ongoing. As the meeting is ongoing, they're talking about deportations and partnering. And you have to wonder, Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico, why are you guys not as safe as El Salvador? Because they're choosing criminals over their citizens. It's very simple. If the West is to fall, it's because we choose to fall. If the West is to collapse, it's because collapse is a series of self-inflicted choices. It is a byproduct of agenic activity. We use the agency to fall, or we use the agency to rise. And what is it that makes us fall? It's because we are captive to ideology. The ideology of the MS-13's feelings matters more than the well-being of the kid that's trying to walk to school. Here's a little bit of a taste of Bukele's visit. J.D. Vance is speaking in this tape. Play cut 142.
For 40 years, we have lost manufacturing capacity. Workers are seeing their wages stagnate. And some of the most critical things that we need, from the pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we give to our children, the antibiotics that we give to our kids, to the weapons that we actually need to fight a war, if God forbid we had to fight a war, we don't make enough of that stuff. And so President Trump ran explicitly on changing that. Yes, as the president mentioned, it caused a little bit of disruption in the market, but I actually think over the long term, workers are going to benefit, stocks are going to go up, American businesses are going to benefit as we reinvest and reindustrialize our country.
But according to Janet Yellen, that's not possible. They brought out the little elf, the little gremlin, to go tell you that it's not possible. Remember, she told you that abortion was a national security and economic concern? Listen to The Hobbit, play cut 125.
Perhaps it's to bring back American manufacturing, but I really think that's a pipe dream and not something that is likely to be accomplished. And we could even raise questions about whether or not, in a broad-based way, that's a desirable goal.
Why do we listen? What has she ever accomplished in her life except being a technocrat for the Wall Street banks and the lords of easy money? It's a pipe dream. You know what? We like defying pipe dreams wrong. And to tie it all together, they said making El Salvador a safe country was a pipe dream. And now it is a fact. It is safer to walk the streets of El Salvador. It is safer to walk the streets of San Salvador than it is the streets of Chicago. It is a material fact to say that it is safer to bring your kids on the streets of San Salvador than in Washington, D.C. or New York. So we look forward to proving you wrong. We'll see you guys from Boise. God bless. Subscribe to our podcast. Talk to you soon.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is Trump's king. Doctor reports the commander-in-chief is in excellent cognitive and physical health and says it's due in part to the president's active lifestyle. This is after his recent annual physical. That report also mentioned the president has scarring on his right ear from last year's assassination attempt, but says his hearing is normal.
Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, 95%? It's incredible.
China has too much influence over the Panama Canal, and America's going to take it back. Chinese influence cannot control our own backyard, especially a critical waterway, key terrain like the Panama Canal.
I want Iran to be a wonderful, great, happy country, but they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Nearly 9 months after President Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, a man from that same city is now behind bars for allegedly threatening the commander-in-chief online. The Justice Department saying 32-year-old Sean Monpur, who went by the name Mr. Satan on YouTube, posted several threats. The DOJ saying on February 17th, he threatened the president, Elon Musk, and heads of multiple government agencies saying, quote, "We just need to start killing killing people.
Federal documents link a teen accused of killing his parents to an assassination plot against President Trump. According to ABC News, investigators found a manifesto from 17-year-old Nikita Kasep with references to making bombs, a terrorist attack, and plans for the president's assassination.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and his family are safe. Emergency crews evacuated them from the official governor's residence overnight when police say someone set it on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Today is April 14th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, you see it last night. Deranged leftist, or at least over the weekend, storms the gates of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's mansion, hell-bent on destruction. And this is what we've been talking about for a long time, folks. The rise of the unhumans. This guy is apparently a card-carrying socialist, built Molotov cocktails, threw them in the governor's mansion, and is someone who had BLM stuff all over his Facebook. Now, we've been talking about this for some time and about these human scum out there. But it's not just about this guy, is it? Cody Balmer. No. How about Sean Monper, the Mr. Satan alias online from Butler, Pennsylvania, who last week was just arrested for threatening to assassinate President Trump and Elon Musk. Nikita Kasep in Wisconsin, who killed his parents and then also wanted to take the money to kill Trump. Ryan Wesley Routh, who we know wanted to kill Trump. Thomas Matthew Crooks. Carmelo Anthony. And really the support for Carmelo Anthony more so than his name itself, but the support that you see out there online for Carmelo Anthony. And then, of course, Luigi Maggioni. And here's the problem, folks. Josh Shapiro's own party, the Democrats, they've been playing footsie with this kind of violence for years. The BLM rioters, the fire starters, Antifa, the black masked thugs who would smash windows and crack skulls and attack people and shoot people, all in the name of resistance. These are Frankensteins of the left's endless grievance machine, and they're winking at eat the rich rhetoric. Now, I get it. Shapiro plays the moderate, Mr. Tough on Crime guy who's not actually tough on crime, but his party's been pouring gas on the fire, cozying up to the unhumans that they now claim to disown. They built this monster, and now it's literally at their gates. So don't let them fool you. This isn't just one lunatic. It's a legion, birthed by the same machine that cheers on defund the police one day and cries crocodile tears the next. This is all part of various strands of the unhuman tapestry. So spare me when you say that you're shocked. This is the rise of the unhumans, and the left has been holding their leash until it snapped. Be right back. Human Events Daily.
what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are back live, Human Events Daily. Also want to welcome on the Salem Radio Network and Real America's Voice, Hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk audience. Folks, Trump is in the process of draining the swamp, but the uncertainty for many is, will he expose the entire pandemic? There's enough public evidence for folks to be convinced who injected themselves with these experiments. If you were forced to get the shot to work, to travel, or maybe you just trusted the system back then, well, check out this natural solution formulated by Dr. Peter McCullough in collaboration with the Wellness Company. And they just leveled up their original detox formula for $30 less. Introducing the 3-in-1 Ultimate Spike Detox, conveniently consolidated into one capsule with 4 times more naticanase, 500 milligrams of bromelain, and 500 milligrams of turmeric root extract. Naticanase is an enzyme researched for its anti-clotting effects. It may work to break down spike proteins. You combine it with bromelain and curcumin, it provides a potent blend for detoxification and cellular support. This is crafted with 100% natural ingredients. Ultimate Spike Detox is backed by research, offering effective support for your cell's natural repair and recovery. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. Peter McCullough, a top freedom-fighting doctor who risked it all. Head to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off. Get back to that pre-COVID feeling. All right. So we've got a lot to talk about for Pennsylvania today. And in order to do so, I wanted to bring on Mayor J.D. Longo of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, located in Butler County. Mayor Longo, how are you today?
Jack, thanks so much for having me on. I'm doing great.
Well, I sure you can agree with me that I wish that we would be able to meet under more favorable circumstances, but it seems as though Butler County and Pennsylvania in general seems to be connected with violence more and more these days. For folks who don't know, tell us the story just very briefly. You were there at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally with President Trump on July 13th.
That's right. I had the honor of opening up the July 13th rally and then further again to be the master of ceremonies for the October 5th return. But unfortunately, my family and I were witness to and endured political violence that was directed at President Trump and his supporters on July 13th. And so for those reasons, the things that we're seeing now, again, most recently with Sean Monper and again with the firebombing of the governor's mansion in Harrisburg is just abhorrent to me. And let me say furthermore that my thoughts are with the governor's family, and we're so glad, of course, that he's okay. And we're thankful to our law enforcement officers who, both in Harrisburg and in Butler, were able to bring these two maniacs out of the public and take them into custody so that they can't do harm to President Trump or to the governor or anybody else for their senseless political violence.
Well, I think it's exactly right. And look, nobody's been more critical of the governor than me, but I would challenge anyone to go find any of my monologues on him over the years and say, I see anything where I've said anything remotely talking about condoning violence. In fact, we're completely against violence. And that's why that writ large, specifically in the case of Luigi Maggioni, this is why I've been so concerned with the rise of the rhetoric, where even just last night, CNN had on this Taylor Lorenz person talking about, you need to understand where the Luigi Maggioni supporters are coming from. And CNN's interviewing her like this is a serious position that we should all take. And, you've got like comedians like Bill Burr up there, put out free Luigi, you see free Luigi signs everywhere. This is a real problem, is it not?
Absolutely. And to echo your point, Jack, we see time and again that folks most oftentimes on the left side, especially in the mainstream media, folks at CNN, MSNBC, and the list goes on, somehow seem to allow for this flirtation with violence, or for those who want to do violence, and suggesting almost that the ends justify the means. And I think that what we're seeing, Jack, is representative of a lot of the hateful vitriol and disrespect, and quite frankly, the dehumanization that we've seen time and again from the folks on the left side of the aisle of those of us who are conservative voters or Republican voters, fans of President Trump or what have you. But I do want to draw some attention to the hypocrisy that I see in that I can't find too many people who will be able to prove to me that they were ever critical of any of the riots that took place during the Summer of Love in relation to the Roe v. Wade riots, the BLM riots, or most recently with the targeting of Tesla owners and Tesla dealerships. Where is all the outrage now for that? I really hope that people will come to the table with the same passion to protect those of us who are enduring this political violence as they have in regard to things like the governor's most recent firebombing attack.
For sure. And you know, Governor Shapiro, by the way, too, I'm not going to lie about the guy. He has spoken out against the violence of Luigi Mangione, and he has talked about this. But the problem is this guy's party has been running around for a year. And even beyond that, if you go back to the BLM riots of 2020, if you go back to the Antifa activity, that all of this was going on. By the way, he was attorney general during that. And I don't remember him doing anything about Black Lives Matter and these massive riots when Philadelphia was burning. So there is a huge problem. And look, let's step back. This is what I want. OK, I want people to be safe. I want to have a political process where we compete and we argue and we debate and we deal with these issues and these differences at the ballot box, and we settle it there. So I can beat Josh Shapiro at the ballot box, and we will, by the way. But the idea is that we're not going to go down these other routes and condone any of these things, which, by the way, what's crazier to me is it turns out the guy who did this one specifically is another deranged leftist, just like we saw Mr. Satan right in your own backyard in Butler, Pennsylvania, was talking about, going to kill Trump. This guy's like a crazy BLM, anarcho-socialist type, which, by the way, the vast majority of the political violence that we've been seeing lately comes from these types of people.
Mm-hmm. And it's sad. It's sad. So I do just want to make sure that everybody understands, to your point, that we are going to continue to be critical of our politicians like Josh Shapiro, and that what we believe is wrong, but that we can do it with the right things in mind and using the mechanisms that have been given to us, that we've been blessed with by our founding fathers and by every American who served in our armed forces and in our law enforcement communities, that allow for our political processes to go through each year without any violence. And we need to make sure that we're doing well to keep up with the healthy political discourse and the disagreements without allowing for instances like this to silence us. Because at the end of the day, Jack, my fear is that these kinds of instances are going to be used somehow to wrap around back to us, those of us on the right side of the aisle, to suggest that because we're standing up for what we believe in, that we are somehow motivating these kinds of things to happen. And it couldn't be further from the truth. So I hope that we'll continue with the healthy discourse while also, holding people accountable like Josh Shapiro, but doing the right thing by way of saying that we will not tolerate any political violence.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, we want a reduction in violence, by the way, not just for the politicians, but also for the residents of the state. Or, by the way, if a candidate like named Donald Trump is visiting our state, we don't want people taking pot shots at them. We don't want people going to political rallies like Corey Compatore and, unfortunately, losing their lives with their family being there present. This is a real problem. We want people to be able to go shopping in Kensington, Philadelphia, and not have to worry about street violence. It's very simple. We want safety. That includes everybody. That literally includes everybody. Mayor, where can people go to follow you, get more information, or find out what you're putting out?
Thank you, Jack. Please follow me online on Facebook, on X, on Instagram, Truth Social. If you look me up, Mayor Longo, Longo, or JD Longo, I'd be glad to connect with you to help advance the cause of conservatism in the Commonwealth and across the United States.
Give him a ring, folks. Mayor JD Longo, Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Be right back.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. The White House is on the offensive this morning when it comes to illegal aliens. Speaking outside the People's House earlier this morning, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller blasting the media over its criticism of the administration and its deportation efforts.
And I just wish we lived in a country where the media gave to 1/10 a damn as much about Americans who were murdered and brutalized and savagely killed, beaten to death, as they did about whether illegal aliens that we all agree are illegal aliens should get 1 million days in court and 1 million trials and 1 million this and 1 million that. There's 15 million illegal aliens that violate into the country. If every one of them got the trial that you're asking for, it would take us centuries to remove them. Centuries. We've been talking about this in 300-400 years. Their great-great-great-grandchildren would be the ones representing them in court. That's how long it would take. Illegal aliens who come to our country have to be removed, and they have to be removed quickly. That is an essential component of having something that we like to call a country.
Those comments coming as the Trump administration is in a bit of a face-off with the Supreme Court after the High Court ordered the administration to bring a wrongfully deported Salvadoran back to the United States. While the administration acknowledges that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was living in Maryland legally under a work permit, court filings on Sunday argue the administration isn't obligated to help him get out of prison in El Salvador and return to the United States. While the SCOTUS order says the U.S. should, quote, facilitate Garcia's return, attorneys say that only means they should remove any domestic obstacles that would otherwise impede his ability to return to the U.S. That doesn't include helping get him out of El Salvador. Immigration officials also say the order barring Garcia's deportation is no longer valid, quote, because of his membership in MS-13, which is now designated a foreign terrorist organization. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, folks, we're back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, also here with the third hour of the Charlie Kirk program on the Salem Radio Network. Well, folks, I want to take you on a ride back to the 1990s, a time when flannel was king, dial-up internet screeching like a banshee, and something sinister was brewing in America's classrooms. See, the New York Times has just dropped another one of their sanctimonious thought pieces, but they're tiptoeing finally around the truth about ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Well, I'm not here to whisper half-truths. I'm here to rip the bandage off and expose the scam that robbed a generation of young boys of their spirit, of their fire, and of their God-given energy. And if Make America Healthy Again means anything, it's not just about clean water or organic kale. It's about stopping the war on our kids, and especially the war on young boys. You see, back in the 90s, doctors, those white-coated high priests of the medical cartel, decided that little boys, our boys, were a problem. Why? Because they were bored out of their skulls in school. Picture it. Johnny's tapping his pencil, staring out the window, dreaming of building forts or slaying dragons. He's not sick. He's not broken. He's a boy. He's wired to move, to explore, to challenge the world. But the system didn't see a future warrior. They saw a deficit, a disorder. So what did they do? They slapped a label on him, ADHD, and shoved pills down his throat. Ritalin, Adderall, you name it. Chemical handcuffs for millions of kids who dared to wiggle in their chairs. Now, look, I'm not a doctor, but you don't need to be. I'm a father. This isn't about stethoscopes. It's about common sense. Those quacks were not healing kids. They were doping them into submission. Why? Of course, follow the money. Big Pharma rakes in billions, and they turned our classrooms into their personal petri dishes. Schools got quieter, but sure, at what cost? We traded creativity for compliance, energy for apathy. Boys who could have been inventors, builders, heroes, they're dulled, numbed, turned into zombies, so their teachers wouldn't have to deal with a little chaos or, oh, God forbid, actually have to work to reach the kids. And now, of course, the New York Times is spinning all of it as complex medical health care. Give me a break. This was a massacre of the American spirit. So let's talk about the doctors. Oh, they'll tell you they were the experts. They were following science. Science, that's just a fancy word for dogma when it's bought and paid for. These so-called experts didn't ask why boys were bored. They didn't question a school system that was crushing curiosity with rote memorization and the one-size-fits-all desks. No, they're reaching for the prescription pad faster than you can say stock options. They betrayed parents. They betrayed kids. They told moms and dads, your son's broken, but don't worry, we've got a pill for that. And parents, of course, trusted them, because who wouldn't trust a doctor? Well, look at all their degrees. They're right up there on the wall. That trust was weaponized, folks. It was weaponized against our own children, doing the same thing, by the way, when they're transing the other kids. Maha is about waking up to the nonsense. It's about saying enough is enough. We're not going back to the days when every fidget was a diagnosis, every spark of defiance was a disease. Our boys weren't sick, they were alive. Schools were failing them, not the other way around. You want to fix ADHD? Try fixing education. Let kids run, build, create. Stop warehousing them in soul-crushing classrooms and expect them to sit still for 6 hours. Stop letting drug companies write the playbook for childhood. Yeah, those doctors, they owe us an apology. They owe a generation of men who grew up wondering why they felt foggy, why their fire was snuffed out, an explanation. But don't hold your breath. The medical cartel, they don't admit mistakes. They just double down, and the New York Times cheers them on, and they'll write a piece off like this and say, oh, on to the next one. Yeah, well, not on our watch. We're taking back our health, our kids, our future. No more pills for boredom. No more labels for being human. It's time to let boys be boys again. Wild, free, unstoppable. That's the Maha way. That is the American way. So stand up, fight back, demand better for your kids. Because if we don't, the same system that drugged our kids in the 90s and onward will come for the next generation. And I will not let that happen to my boys. And I hope that you're with me. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily.
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The man accused of torching Pennsylvania's governor's mansion remains in custody this morning and could answer to attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault charges as soon as today. The fire forced Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro, his family, and another family to evacuate the burning home on Saturday after they had been celebrating the Jewish holiday of Passover.
This type of violence is not okay. This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other, directed at one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop.
Investigators say the suspect scaled a fence and eluded police in order to break into the governor's mansion and set it fire. So far, investigators aren't saying what motivated the attack. By the way, as you can see here in these pictures, the mansion sustained significant damage. The Trump administration is set to launch a national security trade investigation into imported semiconductors and microchips. The move would mostly affect technology from East Asia like China and Taiwan. It also sets the stage, though, for future tariffs on smartphones, computers, and other electronic imports. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says new tariffs separate from President Trump's reciprocal tariffs will eventually be levied on those products.
Semiconductors and pharmaceuticals will have a tariff model in order to encourage them to reshore, to be built in America. We need our medicines and we need semiconductors and our electronics to be built in America. We can't be beholden and rely upon foreign countries for fundamental things that we need. We can't be relying on China for fundamental things that we need. Our medicines and our semiconductors need to be built in America. Donald Trump is on it. He's calling that out.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack, so we're back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Also, Hour 3 here, Washington, D.C., on the Charlie Kirk Show with the Salem Radio Network. Listen up, folks, because I'm about to put you onto something that will change the way you start your day. Blackout Coffee isn't just coffee. It's a wake-up call, a call to rise and grind, a call to push harder, to never compromise on what you stand for. This isn't your average cup of joe. Every bag of Blackout Coffee is roasted with purpose and packed with bold flavor, fueled by the kind of values that built this country: grit, determination, and a refusal to back down. They don't just make coffee, they make a statement. Blackout Coffee is stepping up, adding more warriors to get your orders out faster than ever. So when you hit the Order Now button, you know your coffee's coming fresh and ready to fuel your next move. Whether you're powering through the daily grind, chasing big goals, or just refusing to settle for mediocrity, Blackout Coffee has got your back. Don't just drink coffee, drink Blackout. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. Taste the coffee that doesn't just wake you up, it fires you up. That's Blackout Coffee, blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Okay, we saw that President Bukele was over at the White House just moments ago. He's actually still at the White House right now. I believe, if I understand correctly, they're having lunch right now. It's a working lunch, by the way. We know this is a working meeting with President Trump and President Bukele, El Presidente, there in the White House. And I love, by the way, the information that we're getting out of this, and I love the process that we're getting as well. The process that's being set up, whereby in not only are they sharing, obviously we're deporting our illegals and they're bringing them over to CCOT to El Salvador, but also the process of sharing best practices. What are some of the best practices to deal with the leftists when the courts have issues? What are the best practices that you have to deal with the media when the media has issues, et cetera, et cetera? And so these are things now that could be shared between the two presidents who really understand the best for law and order, mean the best for law and order. One president who's delivered it in El Salvador, and now President Trump, who can expand it writ large on a much wider scale. I want to play a clip of that for you guys right now.
We know that you have a crime problem, a terrorism problem that you need help with. And we're a small country, but if we can help, we will do it. And we actually turned the murder capital of the world, that was the journalists call it, right? Murder capital of the world, into the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. And, you know, sometimes they say that we imprisoned thousands. I like to say that we actually liberated millions. You know, like
it's very good. Who gave him that line? Do you think I can use that?
Yes. And in fact, Mr. President, you have 350 million people to liberate. Yes. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some. You know, that's the way it works, right? You cannot just, free the criminals and think crime's going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime.
I love that. I love that line. It's not about how many people we incarcerate. It's about how many people we liberate. Exactly. It's not about locking up violent criminals. Isn't about them. It's about them, but it's not about them. We don't do it just because they're violent. Oh no, there's other things we could do in that instance. No, what we're doing is we're providing safety and security so that life can be viable for all of the millions of people that aren't violent, that aren't members of these criminal organizations, that aren't members of foreign terrorist organizations like Tren de Aragua, that aren't members of violent organizations like MS-13, which obviously was infested in El Salvador as well as others. This is why Bukele was elected. This is why President Trump was elected. And not to mention the violent ones, but also we have to talk about the economic criminals. The economic criminals are every single criminal, illegal alien in this country that has come here depressing wages, rising prices on housing, putting pressure on rent for our citizens, for our people, putting pressure on the education system, putting pressure on, by the way, also the healthcare system, which I've been talking about that. I've literally been talking about that for 20 years. Okay, the hospital that I was born in was torn down because my hometown decided to turn into a sanctuary city. And I wrote an op-ed to my local paper, the Norristown Times-Herald. Probably never, it was like a letter to the editor kind of thing, just like a kid who, lives in the area. And I said, if you do this, it's going to wreck our hospital. It's going to wreck our hospital. It's going to tear it down. It's going to destroy it. And they call me racist. Well, guess what? That hospital, Montgomery Hospital, on Powell Street, is now a vacant lot. Hospital where I was born was knocked down. Why? Because illegals would flood into the hospital and use that as their primary source of health care. And they can't be turned away at the emergency room because of federal law. And so it put a massive strain on the hospital. So the new company came in, repurchased the hospital, and they said, let's move it down the road a couple of miles. We don't want it here. Now, higher building was raised. But guess what? We defeated racism. Yay! We defeated racism. No, it's not about that. It's about what these people do. It's about the path and swath of destruction in their wake. And they don't care. They don't care how many communities, how many towns, how many civilizations they will destroy. So it's not about, again, it's not about how many people get locked up. It's about how many people are kept safe, how many people are protected, how many communities are thriving because of your policies. Why don't you judge me based on that, not judge me based on the things that I did to provide that to you? Okay? Judge me based on that. This is the blanket of safety. Do you want it or not? Because if you take off that blanket, that's when the really bad things start happening. The really, really bad things start happening. You see Luigi's out there? How many times have I come on this program and warned about that? And now we see them firing off all over the place. From Harrisburg to Wisconsin. They're all over. Another one up in Butler. Talked about it earlier. Yeah. That's when the really crazy stuff starts. So folks, when it comes to protecting and providing law and order, I know I'm talking about illegal aliens and I'm talking about this, but it's bigger. This is a bigger concept, what Bukele is talking about here. And yes, he's exactly right, by the way. And Stephen Miller is exactly right on these cases. They say, oh, you have to bring him back. So what do you mean bring him back? He's not a citizen. He has no right to be in our country. These individuals who have been deported, say you didn't deport him the right way. Say, excuse me? He has no legal right to be in this country. If you don't have a legal right to be in this country, you're not allowed to be here. I don't care what a judge says. You can't change that. Just because your opinion is that person, no, there's no legal right anywhere in any law, no matter what your opinion is or what you say, you're just wrong. You're wrong on the facts that every person in the world has a right to be in this country. That's not true. That's not true at all. And neither should every American have to compete in the labor market or for healthcare or for education or for housing with everyone in the world. There's 8 billion people in the world, and every American worker is supposed to have to compete with that? No. Absolutely not. That is not the wave that MAGA rode in on. That is not the wave that put President Trump and this administration in office. It was the wave that our people will be protected, both from criminality and economically. So for safety and prosperity, peace and prosperity, right? So it all comes down to peace in your home, peace abroad, and prosperity. This is how it's provided. You got to clean up the mess. And there was a big, big, big mess that was left by the previous administration. So it's about economic sanity. And I'm so sorry, but we are going to be putting public safety over your feelings. Oh, my feelings are hurt. By the way, I love the hairdresser one. So the hairdresser one, this one drives me nuts because it also shows that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how these organizations work and how these criminal cartels work. Let's say, wait, this guy was just a hairdresser. He's just a hairdresser. Oh, he's just a hairdresser. It's just a hairdresser. And the administration says he's MS-13 or Tren de Aragua. Have you never heard of a front operation? Do you have any base? Have you literally just watched one episode of Breaking Bad? I think there's actually a couple episodes of Breaking Bad where they use a salon to launder some of the drug money at one point. Literally, he's just a hairdresser. Oh, he's just a hairdresser. Oh, he's just running a car wash too, right? Guys, think for 2 seconds how these operations actually work. And it turns out that the real world actually doesn't operate like some little Hollywood movie or something, right? It's reality. So yeah, there are drug front operations. You see them all over in the DC area, by the way. There are areas, PG County and others, where they'll use Chinese restaurants as a front. They'll use, like I said, salons. It's any really big cash business. It's any business that has a lot of cash running through. That's a great opportunity for the cartels, for any drug organization, any narco organization to use as a front. And again, it's all those people watch Breaking Bad and it's oh, we're going to pay attention to the characters. Oh, Walt did this. And, oh, the wife is sleeping with Ted, blah, blah, to get back at him and all that. It's okay, but did you actually understand how any of it worked? No, you didn't care. You didn't care at all. And by the way, that's a lot of GoFundMe, by the way. It works the exact same way. If you look at the crowdfund operation that they use for money laundering it's clearly how Act Blue works, as James O'Keefe has demonstrated. So if you just watch the show and actually apply some of that stuff to real life, or The Wire, that one of these shows that actually shows you how criminal organizations work, guess what? That is how they work, by and large, right? And so, oh, he's just a hairdresser. He's just spare me. I think actually they use a strip club in The Wire is one of the front organizations, and they use real estate and they use all sorts of things because guess what? That's where the money goes. And so yes, you need guys who don't look like they're quote unquote members of the gang. That's the point. That's how the gang operates right in your own towns, right in your own cities, right under your nose. You might be driving by it every single day and not realize that store at the end of the drive, at the end of the mini mall, at the end of the strip mall is actually a front operation for MS-13 or Tren de Aragua. And what President Trump and his administration are doing is giving you your country back, whether you like it or not. We'll be right back.
me for?
Just a little.
King Arthur!
Get down from there!
1, 2, 3!
You are not King Arthur!
Charles, you're going to tell him a great story about forgiveness.
Can we do this without the cat?
Stop right there.
Our story begins 2,000 years ago when baby Jesus came into the world.
Wait, stop. If it's not about a king, then I'm not interested.
This story is about the King of Kings. It is a great story.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, folks, we're back here. Final segment on Human Events Daily. Want to thank Real America's Voice as well as the Salem Radio Network audience with the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show. Folks, we got big movie news out of Hollywood, out of the box office. And people say, so why do you care so much about movies? Why do you care? Why do you talk about this? Because look, movies are how America, not increasingly as much, but still in many respects, movies are how the American people can vote with their dollars. This shows you a pulse. It's a snapshot. But been trying to over the last couple of years to really explain to people that the way the movie market, the box office works, is actually a better snapshot of the American people than opinion polls, than all this other stuff out there. And so when I'm talking about what's going on in the culture, you have to understand this is where the American people are. So if you want to, it's not about like, oh, did I like, Snow White or whatever, Little Mermaid. No, it's not about that. It's about what is America responding to. Well, guess what? America just took a big old tomato from Rotten Tomatoes, an actual Rotten Tomato, and hurled it at the screen, I guess, when it comes to Snow White. This movie is a global disaster. It's a disaster with its hair on fire. It's a disaster that was poisoned worse than the poison apple. I think more people were rooting for the apple than they were for Snow White. So the idea was that they were going to, again, we talked about this, the race swapping, the changing of the main character, taking out someone who, again, we know that her skin is as white as snow. That's right in the title. And they were going to put this person in who has this strange Rachel Zegler anti-male bias. Whenever she gives interviews, she talks about how much she doesn't like the source material, how much she didn't like the original one. She said the original Snow White was dated. She said there were problems with it. Remember, Snow White, this was the movie that built Disney. This was a movie that Walt Disney himself carefully crafted. Every single frame, every single cell of the animation was from Walt Disney, the man himself. That's why that movie took off and became the blockbuster phenomenon that it was, and literally put Disney on the map with Disneyland opening, years later. So the movie's a disaster, completely destroyed. Rachel Zegler's career is in flames. Disney looks like they may have lost. People are telling me, depending on estimates, $300 to $400 million on this project. But of course, to the unhumans, the cultural destruction is the point. They want you to suffer. But here's the good news, folks. While audiences completely rejected Snow White, what are they embracing? Boom. King of Kings. This movie, it's getting blockbuster status now. King of Kings just broke another record. So 2 record-setting movies here. One for Snow White for being one of the worst movies ever, and another called King of Kings. This movie, which is from Angel Studios, of course, the same guys who did Sound of Freedom. They do The Chosen, which, by the way, also has a version of The Last Supper. I think it's like the first 2-3 episodes of that season are now available in theaters right now. They did King of Kings. So it's Charles Dickens' telling of the Passion of the Christ is up as an animated movie. It's out at Easter, and it just set a record for the highest animated biblical-based movie of all time. Of all time. And so here you go, folks. Here you go. I think Moses, Prince of Egypt was the last one. And that was like 20 years ago. Folks, there's an audience that wants this again. All of this stuff does well at the box office. America is shifting back from the cultural destruction of postmodernism and the deconstruction of narratives of Snow White. And they're actually find me a story, right? King of Kings, and I get attacked for saying Christ is king. Find me a story that is widely accepted in the world that is more ancient, right? More ancient than the story of Christ. Than that actual story directly from a Bible. It's 2,000 years old. Everybody knows it. So think about it. Are we saying, is that dated? Is it dated? No, I'll give you an example. It's not dated. I'll give you, well, actually, correction. I'll give you an education. Some things will never be dated because some things are timeless, because some things are greater than, because some things will never end. Some things are infinite. Some things are, and in this case, very literally divine. There is no greater story ever told than the Passion of the Christ. Presenting that for children has become, and this is going to be, it's going to be a movie that everybody watches every Easter with their kids. I know that certainly we will. That's this movie. Go see King of Kings. You're going to love it. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Later.